Chapter 2759. And I'm at home today, so there will be 2 updates. But starting tomorrow I'll be busy again, so please forgive me. 170 million. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, while Qinyu was surprised. 180 million. The old man surnamed Zhou roared. 2 million. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The old man surnamed Zhou burst into laughter and said, "Boy, you're confused. 2 million, high-rank source crystals." Yang Kai added. The old man surnamed Zhou's mocking laughter was instantly extinguished. 2 million high-rank source crystals was equivalent to 200 million mid-rank source crystals. But in an auction, 200 million mid-rank source crystals couldn't be exchanged for 2 million high-rank source crystals. In other words, although 2 million high-rank source crystals was theoretically no different from 200 million mid-rank source crystals, its value was much higher. If the old man surnamed Zhou wanted to increase the price, he would have to pay with high-rank source crystals. He immediately fell silent. On the high platform, the beautiful auctioneer smiled sweetly as she stared at Yang Kai's private room and said, "The friend in heaven room 3 has bid 2 million high-rank source crystals. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher?" Naturally, no one increased the price. One had to know that Yang Kai only sold a 12th grade low-rank monster core to the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce for 2 million high-rank source crystals. The value of this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin was almost equivalent to a 12th grade low-rank monster core. However, not everyone could get their hands on such a thing. Congratulations to the friend in heaven room 3. The beautiful auctioneer smiled faintly, but she was also suspicious in her heart. She felt that Yang Kai's voice was unfamiliar, and she didn't know when the Chamber of Commerce had such a big customer. Not just anyone could enter the heavenly class VIP room. Moreover, this person occupied one of the top rooms in Heaven Room 3, so he should be an extremely important guest to the Chamber of Commerce. Just as Yang Kai opened his mouth to bid, Ludong's eyes flashed coldly as he sat in another Heaven Room. Since he had dealt with Yang Kai before, he naturally recognized Yang Kai's voice. He glared in the direction of Room 3 with hatred in his eyes. After all, he was a big customer of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. However, even with his status, he was only able to obtain the 9th-ranked room. How did that young man manage to obtain the 3rd heaven room? After pondering for a while, he said to the maidservant kneeling in front of him, "Go and call Steward Gu over." Yes. The maid got up and walked out. Not long after, Gu Hong knocked on the door and entered. He cupped his fists and said, "Sect Master Yu, are you looking for me?" Lidongjing said, "The person in the 3rd room, what is his background?" Gu Hong was startled and said awkwardly, "Why does Sect Master Yu ask about this? You know the rules of the Chamber of Commerce. Although this Gu is a steward, this guest's information is absolutely not allowed to be leaked." Lidongjing smiled and said, "There are always exceptions, aren't there?" Gu Hong said, "Sect Master Yu, you are making things difficult for me." Lidongjing frowned. After dealing with Gu Hong for so many years, they both knew each other's nature. This Gu Hong was not a person who would play by the rules. He sighed softly. He said, "I won't hide it from you, this old master has a grudge with this boy." Gu Hong asked curiously, "How did he offend Sect Master Yu?" Lidongjing coldly snorted, "It's fine if he only offended you, but 3 of my disciples from the 3rd Order Dao Source realm died at his hands, and one of them was this old master's descendant." What? Gu Hong was shocked. No wonder Lidongjing asked him for information about that person. It turned out that there was such a big grudge between them. Lidongjing said, "Steward Gu, you also saw that this boy didn't hesitate to bid. He is quite rich. If I can get him, I will definitely make a profit. How about I give Steward Gu 30%? Gu Hong bitterly said, "Sect Master Yu, it's not that this Gu doesn't want to help you. 50%? This. Gu Hong pretended to think for a while, then slapped his thigh and said, "Sect Master Yu, I don't know much about this person's origin. He suddenly appeared in the Chamber of Commerce yesterday, but I have never seen him before. It seems that Steward Gu is unwilling to help this old master with this small matter. Fine, this old master will not come to Violet Source Chamber of Commerce to do business in the future." Lidongjing coldly snorted. Gu Hong smiled bitterly and said, "Sect Master Yu, although I don't know his origin, after I arrange for him to leave the auction, I can inform Sect Master Yu of his whereabouts." Lidongjing's eyes flashed and he nodded, "Then I will have to trouble Steward Gu." Gu Hong rubbed his hands and said, "Then the 50% that Sect Master Yu mentioned before, I won't forget about it." Lidongjing waved his hand. Gu Hong cupped his fists and said, "Then many thanks, Sect Master Yu." I wish Sect Master you good luck and success. Leaving the door, Gu Hong's eyes flashed coldly. Boy, don't blame me, it's your appearance that has hindered my future. After Yang Kai appeared yesterday, Gu Hong clearly noticed that Branch President Lu Qi's attitude towards him had become colder and more enthusiastic towards Kang Si Ran. Thinking about what had happened before and after Yang Kai came to the Chamber of Commerce, Gu Hong knew that Kang Si Ran had used him to negotiate a big business deal. This business deal was likely to be an amount he could not imagine. Only by doing this could Kang Si Ran be a salted fish, and if Kang Si Ran was a salted fish, Gu Hong would be the one to suffer. Someone from the branch would definitely be transferred away, and if Kang Si Ran stayed he would definitely be transferred away. But if Yang Kai died, Kang Si Ran would lose his support and naturally have nothing to fear. In Heaven Room 3, a maidservant delivered the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin. Yang Kai paid 2 million high-rank source crystals before holding the hairpin in his hand and playing with it for a while. Although he had not refined it and could not understand the true power of this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin, Yang Kai could feel that this jade hairpin had been refined with great care. It was a rare top-grade item. The monkey head symbol on the side was even more exquisite and lifelike. After admiring it for a while, Yang Kai casually tossed the jade hairpin to Qinyu. Qinyu was still in a daze and hurriedly caught it before looking at Yang Kai in amazement. I'll give it to you. Saying this, Kai Yang closed his eyes again to meditate. It's for me. Qinyu held the jade hairpin in her hand, her heart inexplicably pounding and her cheeks burning. Just now, she was wondering which woman occupied such an important place in his heart that he would not hesitate to spend 2 million high-rank source crystals to buy this thing, but in the blink of an eye, this jade hairpin was in her hands. Did Big Brother Yang buy this for me? Do I have such an important place in his heart? Qinyu couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. She raised her head and looked at Yang Kai timidly, but when she did, her fiery heart was immediately doused with cold water. Yang Kai had already closed his eyes as if what he had given her was not a flight-type artifact worth 2 million high-rank source crystals, but something that could be found everywhere on the street. Big Brother Yang, this thing is too expensive. Qinyu calmed down and hurriedly refused. 2 million high-rank source crystals was an astronomical figure even for the entire Qin family. She was not related to Yang Kai, so how could she accept such a generous gift? Saying so, she handed the jade hairpin back. Yang Kai opened his eyes and asked, "You really don't want it?" Qinyu bit her lip and shook her head. This thing was too expensive for her to accept. Yang Kai smiled, "If you don't want it, it's useless for me to take it back." Qinyu lowered her head and whispered, "You can give it to Big Brother Yang, any woman you like will be very happy." "But I've already given it to you," Yang Kai said. "But I'm not." Qinyu's voice became even smaller. Yang Kai said, "Your Qin family's myriad sword has been in my hands for a long time and has made contributions to me several times. This jade hairpin is my thank you gift to the Qin family, so don't feel burdened." "It's not the same." Qinyu shook her head. If he was not close to her, what was the point of giving her a piece of jewelry? Moreover, it was such a precious piece of jewelry. "Then I can only return the myriad sword to your Qin family," Yang Kai said seriously. "Don't." Qinyu hurriedly shook her head. Although the myriad sword belonged to the Qin family, it was an emperor artifact. The Qin family did not have the ability to protect it now. In fact, it was thanks to Qin Xiaoyang that they had let Yang Kai take the myriad sword away. If the emperor artifact had been left in the Qin family, it might have been implicated. "Since you don't want it, just take it. It's only 2 million high-rank source crystals. Your Big Brother Yang doesn't put it in his eyes." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Qinyu was stunned for a moment, and her mood inexplicably relaxed a lot. It turned out that 2 million high-rank source crystals was an astronomical figure for the Qin family, but it was nothing to him. In other words, what he gave was not a particularly expensive thing, but a simple thank you gift. Thinking of this, Qinyu felt a little relieved. Then, "Thank you, Big Brother Yang." Qinyu held the jade hairpin in the palm of his hand and thanked him in a low voice. "In your eyes, this is just a simple thank you gift, but in my eyes, this is the most expensive gift I have ever received in my life. It has nothing to do with the price." The auction continued. After the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin was sold for an astonishing price, the atmosphere became even more heated. It seemed that everyone's competitive spirit had been aroused, and the price of each auction item rose steadily. An hour later, the auction was gradually coming to an end. After a short break, the beautiful female auctioneer walked back to the high platform and said in high spirits, "The next item is the finale of this auction, the flying great ink dragon armor. As soon as she finished speaking, she gestured with her hand and two strong men immediately walked up from behind, carrying a fine iron box. They walked up to the auction stage step by step, seeming to be extremely strained. In an instant, thousands of pairs of eyes were fixed on the high platform, and many people's breathing suddenly became rapid. The flying great ink dragon armor had been advertised by the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce 3 months ago. So many masters from the Emperor realm had their eyes on this flying great ink dragon armor. It could be said that the value of this artifact armor was higher than all the previous auction items combined. Kong. When the two strong men put the box on the ground, a dull sound came from the high platform. It seemed that the flying great ink dragon armor was extremely heavy, and many people were awestruck by it. However, everyone knew that as long as it could be refined, even the heaviest artifact armor would become as light as a feather. Otherwise, this alone was enough to reduce the value of the flying great ink dragon armor. Chapter 2760. In the auction venue, many people's breathing suddenly quickened as countless divine senses swept towards the high platform from all directions, wanting to see it first. An Emperor artifact was extremely valuable, not to mention a defense-type Emperor artifact. Moreover, it was an Emperor-grade mid-rank artifact armor. However, to everyone's disappointment, the box, which looked like it was made of fine iron, actually blocked the probing of divine senses, making everyone return empty-handed. On the high platform, the beautiful woman chuckled as she looked around and she said in a soft voice, "This armor wasn't refined by the current equipment refinement masters, and it came from an ancient abode. It's an item from a very long time ago, and it was accidentally discovered by a friend and sent to be auctioned off by my merchant association." As soon as she said this, many people showed envious looks on their faces. Ancient cave mansions were common in the star boundary, but not everyone could come across them. Even if they did come across one, they might be trapped in the spirit array and be unable to escape, let alone obtain a treasure from it. Being able to find an ancient cave mansion, escape unscathed and obtain such a treasure, one could imagine how lucky that person was. Why can't I get such a good thing? Everyone asked themselves, gnashing their teeth in hatred. If they could encounter such a good thing, they would not have to worry about cultivation materials for several lifetimes. Because of its age, although this artifact armor is mid-rank, it has some flaws. As soon as the beautiful woman finished speaking, the auction venue suddenly fell silent. After a while, a voice came from a private room in the heaven room. "Dare I ask, what kind of flaws are they?" Many people from the Emperor realm had come for this artifact armor. Previously, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had advertised that an Emperor-grade mid-rank artifact armor would be auctioned, but now this beautiful woman was telling them that this artifact armor had flaws. Yang Kai was also taken aback when he heard this, as Kang Si Ran had not told him about this. However, with his friendship with Kang Si Ran, if Kang Si Ran had known about it in advance, he would not have concealed it. In other words, even Kang Si Ran was not aware of this secret. After thinking about it, Yang Kai felt relieved. Although it had flaws, it was still an Emperor-grade mid-rank artifact armor, so there was no need to make it too clear when advertising. It was enough to attract people. At this very moment, the beautiful woman smiled and said, "Everyone will know in a moment. Now, I invite President Liu to test the power of this armor." She tilted her body and gestured behind her. She saw a figure that wasn't very tall coming over quickly. It was Lu Qi who was overseeing this place. He arrived at the beautiful woman's side. Lu Qi cupped his fists to the customers in the private rooms without saying a word. Suddenly, he circulated his Emperor Qi and pointed his finger at the iron box. With a series of whooshing sounds, thumbnail-sized pieces of armor flew out from the iron box, forming a long black line that shot towards Lu Qi with a series of crackling sounds. The thumbnail-sized pieces of armor actually covered Lu Qi's body in an extremely orderly manner, forming a piece from the neck down. It was a black armor that covered all the way to the back of his feet. Clad in his armor, Lu Qi's temperament suddenly became incomparably powerful, like a war god. His first-order Emperor realm aura seemed to have been strengthened, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Looking at it, this artifact armor wasn't very heavy. Instead, it looked extremely light. Lu Qi moved about on the high platform with great agility. The joints were not affected in the slightest, but everyone could clearly see that although this artifact armor basically covered Lu Qi's entire body, there was a gap of about a foot around his waist. The gap was jagged. It wasn't the design of the artifact armor itself, but it gave people a feeling that something was missing. It was as if this artifact armor had once suffered a very strong attack and lost a piece at the waist, This flying great ink dragon armor was originally complete, but unfortunately a part of it is missing, the beautiful woman explained. With such a serious loss, is this armor still useful? Someone asked. The beautiful woman smiled and said, the methods of the ancient artifact refining grandmasters are not something we can imagine. Everyone can rest assured that although this armor is missing a lot, it still retains most of its power. Of course, although this artifact armor is still Emperor-grade mid-rank, it can only display the defensive power of an Emperor-grade low-rank artifact armor. As the beautiful woman spoke, Lu Qi suddenly let out a light shout. The ink armor on his body creaked and flew off from his body, floating in midair and reforming into the appearance of the artifact armor. Lu Qi raised his hand and a thick yellowed ancient book appeared in his palm. The Dual Rights Record. Someone exclaimed. This ancient book was Lu Qi's Emperor artifact, the Dual Rights Record, and it was extremely powerful. Circulating his Emperor Qi, the Dual Rights Record shot out two beams of light, one yin and one yang, which intertwined and shot towards the artifact armor suspended in midair. The surging power fluctuations caused everyone to pale. No one doubted that if these two beams of light hit an unprepared person from the Emperor realm, even the Emperor realm would be instantly killed. With a rumble, the beams of light hit the ink armor, but they only caused sparks to fly. The surface of the ink armor flashed with black light, but it was still intact. The beautiful woman's voice rang out at the right time, her voice much louder. This armor has been jointly appraised by several grandmasters of my Chamber of Commerce and has been confirmed to be refined from the scales of an adult ink flood dragon. Although there are many flood dragons in the star boundary, ink flood dragons are extremely rare and have always been known for their amazing defensive power. The flying great ink dragon armor refined from the scales of an ink armor has incomparable defensive power to an ordinary emperor artifact. This can save your life at a critical moment. It's actually refined from the scales of an ink flood dragon. All flood dragons have the bloodline of the dragon race. Doesn't that mean the scales of an adult ink flood dragon also have a trace of dragon nature? Good stuff, it's really good stuff. Although it's good, the price? The crowd was bustling for a while, and the beautiful woman's smile became even brighter. After a while, she opened her mouth and said, flying great ink dragon armor, the starting price is 10 million high-rank source crystals, and any increase is optional. Everyone please. As soon as these words came out, gasps could be heard. Previously, the highest price sold at the auction was a bottle of Emperor-grade spirit pills, which was worth 6 million high-rank source crystals. But now, the starting price of this flying great ink dragon armor was 10 million high-rank source crystals, so one could imagine how terrifying the final price would be. This starting price alone was enough to make 90% of the people give up on bidding. Only those from the Emperor realm who were well prepared were eager to bid. Although 10 million high-rank source crystals was a lot, Lu Qi's test just now showed everyone that this armor was not afraid of the attacks of a first-order Emperor Realm Master. With this armor, one would be almost invincible against a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and even a second-order Emperor Realm Master might be able to contend against him. No one wanted to miss such a good thing, and the competition would probably be fierce. No one wanted to be the first to stand out, and everyone wanted to see the situation first. For a while, the auction hall quieted down. The beautiful woman stood on the auction stage with a smile on her face. She did not urge anyone. She had hosted auctions many times, so she knew what these people were thinking. Even if the flying great ink dragon armor had some flaws, it was still a rare treasure. After 10 breaths of silence, a person's voice suddenly rang out, 20 million. Those from the Emperor realm who were still waiting to see what would happen were startled and looked in the direction of the voice. The person in the third room was the guy who had won the bid for the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin. In an instant, many people's faces turned black, and some people even cursed the person in the Heaven Room 3 in their hearts. What was the meaning of raising the starting bid to 20 million when the starting bid was 10 million? Even if he was rich, he shouldn't be so reckless. Could it be that the Purple Source Chamber of Commerce arranged this? Many auctions had such people, and their task was to drive up the price of the auction items and arouse the emotions of the bidders so that they could buy the items at a higher price. Thinking so, some people immediately felt that the person in the Heaven Room 3 was really a prop. Inside the Heaven Room 3, Qinyu covered her red lips with her hand as she looked at Yang Kai in shock and said in a trembling voice, "Big brother Yang, that's a high-rank source crystal." She was afraid that Yang Kai did not understand the starting bid and mistakenly thought that it was a mid-rank or low-rank source crystal, so she hurriedly reminded him so that he wouldn't be unable to close the auction. "I know," Yang Kai nodded and grinned. Qingyu was stunned and then remembered what he said when he gave her the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin. It turned out that he really didn't care about 2 million high-rank source crystals. Damn boy. Boy, go eat shit. Boy, do you dare tell us your name? This old master wants to see whose disciple you are. The people from the Emperor realm in the private rooms could no longer remain calm at this moment and began cursing one after another. Inside the Heaven Room 9, Lidongjing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Although Yang Kai had just spent 2 million high-rank source crystals to win the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin, which made him feel that Yang Kai was quite rich and that he would be able to obtain some benefits if he could really take him down, he never expected that Yang Kai's wealth would be so great. 20 million high-rank source crystals. What was his bottom line? 30 million? 40 million? No matter how much, he definitely had a lot of high-rank source crystals on hand. Good, 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 the heavens are really protecting my Broken Mountain sect. Lidongjing suddenly laughed. The richer Yang Kai was, the happier he was. In any case, as long as he could kill Yang Kai, all of his belongings would be his. As for Gu Hong, he could just give him a small fraction. What 50%? That was simply a pipe dream. A bunch of old fools, how dare they participate in the auction without any strength? Madam, I suggest that they be disqualified from bidding and driven out of the auction venue to avoid tarnishing the reputation of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai shouted at the beautiful woman on the high platform with an ashen face after being scolded. When the beautiful woman heard this, she frowned and said, "Are you all here to participate in the auction or to quarrel? If you are here to quarrel, please move aside and don't disturb the auction process." As soon as she spoke, the people from the Emperor realm quieted down and no longer dared to act rashly. Chapter 2761. The Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was one of the 2 top chambers of commerce in the Southern Territory and had business dealings with many sects in the Southern Territory. Offending them would not be good for their sects. This old master bids 21 million. Boy, if you have the guts, follow me, the old man in the private room coldly snorted, seemingly certain that Yang Kai was a fraud. 30 million. PFFF. The old man almost spat out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely ugly. Originally, he thought that Kai Yang was just someone who had arranged for the auction house to drive up the price. Since he was here to drive up the price, then he would add another 1 million and the other party's task would basically be completed. Although he hated it so much that his teeth itched, but 21 million was still a good harvest. But he did not expect the boy in the third room to raise the price to 30 million in one breath. Not a fraud. Absolutely not. There could not be such an arrogant fraud in this world, nor could there be such an irrational fraud. Such a crazy increase was very likely to scare off most bidders. In other words, this boy really wanted to bid for the flying great ink dragon armor. Not only did the old man see this, but most of the people in the Emperor realm present also saw this. The person in the third room was definitely a wealthy man. 31 million. After 10 breaths, someone made a new bid with difficulty. 35 million. Kai Yang immediately followed. A sigh suddenly came from one of the private rooms. Soon, more sighs could be heard, but there was no one else who called out a price. An ordinary Emperor artifact could be sold for 15 million to 20 million high-rank source crystals. If it was a defensive Emperor artifact, the price would be higher, 20 to 30 million. Although this flying great ink dragon armor was an Emperor-grade mid-rank defensive artifact, it had some flaws. In terms of value, it was between the defensive Emperor-grade low-rank and Emperor-grade mid-rank. 35 million was almost the bottom line. What's more, such a huge sum of source crystals. Not just anyone could take out such a sum. At the auction in Flowing Shadow City a few months ago, most of the people in the Emperor realm present had a net worth of 10 to 20 million. Very few of them had more than 30 million high-rank source crystals. Therefore, Yang Kai was almost certain that the price of 35 million was enough to seal the coffin. And it was indeed so. The auctioneer watched for a moment. Feeling that no one would bid anymore, he immediately raised his voice. Flying great ink dragon armor, 35 million high-rank source crystals. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? If not, this armor will belong to the friend in the third room. He counted to 3. The beautiful woman looked in the direction of Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Congratulations to the friend in the third room." He couldn't help but have a strange feeling in his heart. This final treasure should have been fought to the death by those from the Emperor realm, and it should have been hard for them to part with it. Only after many rounds of bidding would the dust settle. However, he did not expect that the person in the third room of the heavens would cut the Gordian knot and take it away in a few moves. Most of the people who were prepared to participate didn't even have time to bid. They just watched the show. Having hosted so many auctions, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The person in room 3 was indeed a super big customer. If there was a chance, he would like to get to know him. Maybe there would be a possibility of cooperation in the future. The dust settled on the last treasure armor, and this auction was over. The cultivator in the hall got up and walked out, feeling a little dazzled. The people from the Emperor realm in the private rooms were also let out by the maidservants and left through the secret passage. In the third room, Yang Kai waited for a moment, and then a knock sounded on the door. Yang Kai responded, and the door was immediately pushed open. A maidservant came in with 2 strong men. They carried the fine iron box in, and after a short while the goods were sold, and someone else led Yang Kai to the secret passage. This was also a way for the auction house to protect their customers. It was to prevent customers from being targeted by their enemies after bidding for a good item. There were hundreds of secret passages in the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's auction house, leading to all directions outside Maplewood City. If one did not know the direction in advance, it would be impossible to follow. Although Yang Kai was not afraid of anything, he did not refuse this arrangement. Soon, under the guidance of the maidservant, he entered an underground passage. In the 9th room of the heavens, Gu Hong knocked on the door and entered. Lu Dong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth and asked through voice transmission. Gu Hong could not hide the excitement on his face, and he quickly replied. Lu Dongjing got up, flicked his sleeves and left. Gu Hong stood in place and thought for a moment, then sneakily followed him out. He was very clear about Lu Dongjing's character. This guy called Kai Yang was actually so rich. This was something he hadn't expected. If Lu Dongjing really did succeed, he didn't believe that the opposite party would keep their promise and give him 50% of the profits. So, it was better for him to keep an eye on him. When Lu Dongjing succeeded, he would catch him red-handed, and Lu Dong would not deny it. This was a big deal that involved tens of millions of high-rank source crystals, so how could Gu Hong not be careful? If he succeeded, he would not have to compete with Kang Si Ran for anything, and he could go anywhere without any worries for the rest of his life. After about a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai and Qin Yu walked out of a small mountain 50 kilometers away from Maplewood City. Looking up, the moon was bright and the stars were few. After identifying the direction, Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi and flew in a certain direction with Qin Yu. Not long after, the two of them arrived above a hill. When they looked down, they saw many people gathered below. As if they had sensed someone approaching, those people all raised their heads and looked over. When they saw a stream of light shooting towards them, they all revealed vigilant expressions. "Grandfather!" Qin Yu shouted. Qin Chaiyang heard this and chuckled. "Don't be nervous, it's brother Yang and you." The stream of light landed in front of everyone, and sure enough, Yang Kai and Qin Yu's figures were revealed. Glancing around, Yang Kai said, "Is everyone here?" Before going to the auction, he had sent a message to the Zhang family, asking them to meet with the Qin family here, and now it seemed that everyone was present. Old Madame Zhang said, "Everyone from the Zhang family is here." The Zhang family did not have many people to begin with, and they were almost ready a few days ago. As soon as Yang Kai sent a message, they could set off immediately. The same was true for the Qin family. Even Qin Chaiyang found a way to sell the land deed, so everyone in the family had gathered here with their families. The two small families had about 150 people in total, and their strength was also mixed. The strongest was Qin Yu, a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, while the rest were Origin Kings, Origin Returning Realm, and even Saint Kings, Saints, and Transcendents. "Brother-in-law, are we really going to the Northern Territory?" Zhang Ruoyu jumped out, her little face full of nervousness and anticipation. She had never traveled so far in her life, and this time she was going to the extremely distant Northern Territory. As a native of the Southern Territory, the Northern Territory was extremely unfamiliar to her. "Brother-in-law." Qin Yu was stunned, her heart in a mess, and a lonely look appeared on her face. "Who's your brother-in-law?" "Little girl, don't call me that." Yang Kai's face turned black. Ning Suan also shouted, "Ruoyu, stand down." Zhang Ruoyu pouted and stood to the side unhappily. Raising her eyes, she met Qin Yu's eyes and smiled, revealing her small canine teeth. "Elder sister Qin." Qin Yu reluctantly squeezed out a smile. "Little sister Ruoyu, since everyone is here, let's go." If he was alone, he would be able to reach the Thousand Leaves sect in less than 2 days, but with such a large group of people with varying strengths, he estimated that it would take at least half a month to reach the Thousand Leaves sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked behind him. only to see a flowing light rapidly approaching from the horizon. From the looks of it, it seemed to be heading towards them. Qin Xiaoyang, Ning Suwen, and the others obviously noticed this as well and immediately became nervous, especially Qin Xiaoyang. After all, Yang Kai had just offended a disciple of Star Soul Palace in the Qin family 2 days ago. If a Star Soul Palace master were to come, the Qin family would be finished. You go first, I'll catch up later. Yang Kai had already recognized who this person was when he swept out with his divine sense, and after instructing the Qin and Zhang families, he turned around and waited. Which way? Qin Xiaoyang asked. Yang Kai pointed in a direction. Be careful, brother Yang. Qin Xiaoyang reminded and nodded slightly to Ning Suwen before the two of them immediately led their family members forward. If they stayed behind at this time, they would only be a burden to Yang Kai, so the two of them made a prompt decision. In the blink of an eye, the 100 or so people gradually disappeared. A moment later, the flowing light fell and the light faded, revealing the figure of an old man. Sect Master Lu, where are you going in such a hurry? Yang Kai smiled slightly as he looked at Lu Dongjing, who was chasing after him. A cold light flashed in Lu Dongjing's eyes as he coldly snorted, "Why ask when you already know the answer?" Looking at the people from the two families in the distance, Lu Dongjing asked, "Are those your people?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Lu Dongjing grinned, "Very good, none of them will be able to escape. This old master will slaughter them all." Yang Kai smiled, "That depends on whether or not you'll be able to survive until then." Lu Dongjing narrowed his eyes, "Little brat, your tone isn't small. Do you think you can beat this old master?" Even if Yang Kai's cultivation was similar to his, Lu Dongjing didn't put him in his eyes. They were both first-order Emperor Realm masters, but he had been in this realm for 100 years. How could an ordinary cat or dog be compared to him? A child sitting in a well looking at the sky like a big well. Yang Kai sneered. Presumptuous. Lu Dongjing was furious. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai, who was supposed to be several dozen meters away, suddenly appeared in front of him, almost touching his face. They were less than 3 inches apart. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk Lu Dongjing sucked in a breath of cold air and was so shocked that all the hairs on his body stood on end. He didn't notice Yang Kai's movements at all, but he was actually right in front of him. The pair of eyes that were so close to him were filled with disdain and ridicule, making Lu Dongjing's heart sink like it had fallen into the depths of the abyss. Instinctively circulating his Emperor Qi, Lu Dongjing tried to move away from Yang Kai, but he was shocked to find that no matter how he moved, Yang Kai was like a maggot in his bones, unable to get rid of him. Placing a palm on Lu Dongjing's chest, Yang Kai's sneer turned cold. Die. Chapter 2762. Gu Hong chased after Yang Kai without stopping, and he was so tired that he was gasping for breath. He only had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source realm, so he was much slower than Lu Dongjing. If he didn't know the direction of the secret passage Yang Kai had taken, he wouldn't have been able to track him. After arriving, Gu Hong immediately found a bush and hid in it. At the same time, he restrained his aura and looked around. There were no sounds of fighting or energy fluctuations. Could it be that Lu Dongjing finished off that brat so quickly? That shouldn't be the case. I also chased after him. Even if Lu Dongjing is strong, that brat is from the Emperor realm, so he should be able to hold on for a while. Either he moved the battlefield. Gu Hong felt that this was very likely. Maybe the two of them were evenly matched in strength and were locked in a fierce battle, so he didn't know where they were fighting. It would be best if both sides were injured and he could reap the benefits. If there was a chance, he wouldn't mind doing a double cross and killing both Yang Kai and Lu Dongjing. While Gu Hong was fantasizing in his heart, a faint smell of blood suddenly drifted into his nose. After sniffing it lightly, his expression changed slightly. When he looked up again, he saw a person lying on the ground 1,000 meters away from him under the moonlight. This is... Gu Hong's expression turned solemn as he focused his vision. The person lying on the ground had his head slightly tilted. He was facing Yang Kai's direction. It allowed him to see his face clearly. Lu Dongjing. Gu Hong was shocked, a chill ran down his spine and he shivered. The sect master of Broken Mountain Sect, Lu Dongjing, who left the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce auction right after him, was lying there motionless and covered in blood. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The possibility of him dying was very high because Gu Hong didn't detect any aura. Yang Kai's blood almost froze. He stood there stiffly and didn't dare to move for a long time. Lu Dongjing was a veteran First-Order Emperor Realm Master. It was rumored that he could break through to the Second-Order Emperor Realm at any time. How could such a master be reduced to such a state? Who did this? Just a moment ago he was still alive and kicking, looking like he wanted to find that brat in the third room to take revenge. Why was he like a dead fish now? Gu Hong didn't dare to move for a long time, afraid that there were still strong enemies hiding nearby. If he moved, he was afraid that he would attract a fatal disaster. However, after waiting for 2 hours, there was still nothing out of the ordinary. Only then did Gu Hong muster up the courage to stand up. Step by step he cautiously walked towards Ludongzheng. After a while he came to the front of Ludong. Gu Hong looked at his tragic death, and his face was awe-inspiring. One move. Ludong had been killed in a single move, and there was a clear handprint on his chest. His chest had completely collapsed. There were still traces of blood that had not dried up in his mouth and nose. His widened eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he had seen something incredible before he died. Gulp, Gu Hong swallowed hard. A master like Ludongzheng was a high and mighty existence in his eyes. How strong was the person who killed him in a single move? Regardless of whether it was the brat from the third room or not, it was still related to him. He couldn't stay in Maplewood City any longer. If that brat found out that he was the one who leaked his whereabouts, his end wouldn't be good. Gu Hong shuddered all over. Gu Hong glanced at Ludongzheng's hand, but didn't see any trace of the space ring. It was probably taken away by the person who killed him. Not daring to stay any longer, Gu Hong pushed his source qi and turned into a stream of light, quickly leaving this dangerous place. The speed of the 100 to 200 people was slower than Yang Kai expected. They walked and stopped all the way, and after 10 days they had only covered half of the distance. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any danger. If it were any other time, such a group of people walking in the star boundary would easily attract the attention of some cultivators with bad intentions, but with Yang Kai leading the way, anyone who dared to hunt for food would die miserably. Suddenly leaving the land where they had lived for generations, both the Zhang family and the Qin family were a little disappointed. The older they were, the more so. On the other hand, the young people were full of curiosity and expectation towards the outside world, especially Zhang Ruoyu. Whenever she was free, she would surround Yang Kai and ask him questions. Any strange person or strange matter would make her happy for a long time. This girl's personality was completely different from Ruoxi's. She was lively and active, as if she had inexhaustible energy and endless questions. Yang Kai didn't show any impatience. It just so happened that he wanted to introduce the situation of the Northern Territory and his sect to the Zhang and Qin families, so he answered Zhang Ruoyu's questions. Gradually, the more than 100 people were filled with yearning towards the Northern Territory and the High Heaven Palace. Like this, after walking for more than 20 days, the group finally arrived at the old site of the Thousand Leaves sect. Leading the two families into the Emperor Heaven Valley, Yang Kai activated the space array and divided the more than 100 people into several batches. One by one they were transported to the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai brought up the rear. When he led the last batch of people into the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi immediately came forward to greet him, "Palace Master." When the first batch of cultivators was transported, the 2000 Leaves sect disciples guarding here immediately sent a message to Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi didn't know what was going on and hurried over to investigate. After asking around, she found out that it was Yang Kai who arranged for them to come, so she naturally didn't neglect. Yang Kai nodded and glanced at the cultivator of the two families with a faint smile. At this moment, the more than 100 people all had expressions of disbelief on their faces, their eyes filled with shock and joy. Zhang Ruoyu even spread her arms wide, her face filled with joy, as if she wanted to embrace the entire world. The High Heaven Palace was originally the foundation of the Seeking Passion sect. This place was filled with spiritual mountains and rivers, and the world energy here was rich. It was not something that Maplewood City could compare to. Now that they had suddenly arrived at such a wonderland, everyone felt as if they had been reborn. If not for them restraining themselves, they might have already made a big fuss. Zhu Qing hasn't returned, right? Yang Kai glanced around vigilantly and asked Hua Qingxi in a low voice. She hasn't, Hua Qingxi shook her head. Very good. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. Although he knew that Zhu Qing wouldn't come back so soon, after all, she was going to the frozen earth to track down the source left behind by the dead clansmen. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. If Zhu Qing really came back, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get rid of her again. Palace Master, what should we do with the people of these two clans? Hua Qingxi asked. Yang Kai said, "You are the head chief, so you should ask me. Just make the arrangements as you see fit, but there is no need to give special treatment. Just find some people with aptitude and select them as the first batch of disciples of the High Heaven Palace. Focus on nurturing them. Understood, Hua Qingxi nodded. Since Yang Kai said so, she felt more confident in her heart. Go and make the arrangements. I have something to tell you later. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yes. Hua Qingxi responded, then flew into the air and shouted, Since you have entered my High Heaven Palace, you are now my High Heaven Palace's people. Follow me. She was still a member of the Emperor realm, so as soon as she spoke, the people of the two clans immediately became solemn and followed her. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people had left. Yang Kai's figure flickered and he returned to his palace. Half a day later, Hua Qingxi came to report the situation. The people of the two clans were arranged to live in a mountain peak filled with spirit energy. There were also ready-made buildings there, enough for them to live in. Hua Qingxi also left some cultivation materials for them and told them to check their cultivation progress a year later. Based on their cultivation progress, they would be given different titles. There was nothing to nitpick about this arrangement, and she believed that the people of the two clans would not complain. Originally, in Maplewood City, the two clans were struggling to survive and were always on tenterhooks. Now that the High Heaven Palace not only provided them with a safe place to live, but also such a good cultivation environment, they were naturally excited and happy. Palace Master, you said that you have something to tell me. May I know what it is? Hua Qingxi asked after reporting the situation of the two clans. It's like this. When I returned to the Southern Territory, I went to the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and made a deal with them. Yang Kai briefly explained his deal. Hua Qingxi asked, and then? Yang Kai said, then I suddenly thought that the High Heaven Palace could reach a long-term cooperation with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. You see, we are in the Northern Territory and they are in the Southern Territory. The products between the two territories are different. Some things are abundant and cheap in the Northern Territory, but they are rare and expensive in the Southern Territory. There are also some things that are the opposite. We can exchange them. Buying and selling. Hua Qingxi understood. In the Star Boundary, many merchants did this. However, they had to experience thousands of mountains and rivers and pass through layers upon layers of dangers and obstacles before they could make a trip back and forth between two large territories. The slightest bit of carelessness would result in the loss of both people and wealth. However, the High Heaven Palace was different. They had a space array that could cross territory so they could easily travel back and forth between the two territories. With this natural advantage, this business was absolutely profitable. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and said with a smile, even if Palace Master didn't mention it, I also thought about it. What do you think? Yang Kai looked at her and said. Hua Qingxi said solemnly, this idea is very good and it will definitely work, but there is a problem. I don't know if Palace Master has thought of it. I would like to hear the details, Yang Kai asked humbly. Whether we have enough manpower or not is another matter. Palace Master, you also know the situation of our High Heaven Palace. We don't have many disciples, so if we really want to do this, we will definitely need a lot of manpower. However, compared to this, the source of materials is a big problem unless what? Hua Qingxi chuckled and said, unless Palace Master asks people to help collect materials. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, for example, the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect. Sister Hua, you are so naughty. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and said, in any case, those two sects owe us so many source crystals. Asking them to compensate us with materials is already a great favor. Yes. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, right, we might as well ask Ice Heart Valley to help. Ice Heart Valley is not like us. They have a deep foundation, so it should be easy for them to obtain materials from the Northern Territory. Good. Chapter 2763. As for what you want to buy or sell, you'll have to carefully consider it. Otherwise, not only will you not make a profit, you might even lose money. Hua Qingxi said, I'll personally go to the Southern Territory to investigate this matter. If this matter was successful, it would affect the future of High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai was now extremely wealthy, and the Fire Dragon Palace and High Sky Sect both owed a huge debt to High Heaven Palace, but if a sect wanted to survive, it had to have its own business. Yang Kai didn't stay in High Heaven Palace for long and returned to the Southern Territory the next day. A few days later, Yang Kai looked at the rolling mountain range in front of him as his figure moved as fast as lightning. That mountain range was the Azure Sun Mountain Range, and he had to make a trip to Azure Sun Temple. Although he was only registered in Azure Sun Temple, he still had the Azure Sun Golden Token, so neither Wen Zishan nor Gao Shueting valued him. Now that he had returned to the southern territory, it was only logical that he return to the temple to take a look. In addition, he had to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror and tell Tianyan the good news that he had found the flesh incarnation fruit. Originally, he had planned to refine the flesh incarnation pill himself, but now that he had Jiying as a helper, he naturally entrusted the matter of refining the flesh incarnation pill to her. Before he left, Yang Kai had left all the herbs in High Heaven Palace. He believed that he would be able to obtain the flesh incarnation pill the next time he returned. As long as he had the flesh incarnation pill, Tianyan would be able to reconstruct his physical body and break free from the shackles of the Divine Ascension Mirror. He would be able to enter the star boundary and become a solid backer of High Heaven Palace. With a master on the level of great emperors as their backer, even if High Heaven Palace wasn't a sect of great emperors, it would still become a sect of great emperors. When that time came, its status wouldn't be any worse than Star Soul Palace or Serene Soul Palace. Suddenly Yang Kai's figure stopped. He stopped in the void. He coldly looked to the side and said in a deep voice, "Which friend is sneaking around? Why don't you show yourself?" As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of light suddenly burst out from the void. The light was so dazzling that Yang Kai couldn't help but squint his eyes. Two extraordinarily handsome figures were revealed. One of them was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. His expression was dignified without being angry. The other was a young man who looked about the same as Yang Kai. He was handsome with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. The two of them looked somewhat similar, as if they were father and son. The middle-aged man's gaze was calm. However, when the young man looked at Yang Kai, his eyes were filled with eagerness to fight. "Master Xiao." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Xiao Yuyang asked, "Are you Yang Kai?" "Exactly." Yang Kai nodded, looked at the young man and said with a smile, "Brother Xiao, how have you been since we parted in the Shattered Star Sea?" "Used to." They were from Star Soul Palace. Yang Kai recognized both of them. There was no need to mention the young man Xiao Chen. Yang Kai had dealt with him many times. Every time he was by Princess Lan Sun's side, acting as her protector. His father, Xiao Yuyang, was one of the first people from the Emperor realm that Yang Kai saw after coming to the Star Boundary. At that time, Xiao Yuyang was the Silver Star envoy of Star Soul Palace, and his cultivation had reached the Second Order Emperor realm. He was an existence that Yang Kai had to look up to, and could kill him with a casual breath. So many years had passed since then. Xiao Yuyang's aura seemed to have become more and more vigorous, reaching the Third Order Emperor realm. As for Xiao Qin, his cultivation was not weak either at the First Order Emperor realm. It seemed that his harvest in the Shattered Star Sea was not small. These two people suddenly appeared here and happened to block Yang Kai's path, so their intentions were obvious. Star Soul Palace's elder Tan Junhao and Deacon Wu Ming were killed. During this time, Star Soul Palace had been investigating this matter, and after some investigation, they naturally found Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai's recent whereabouts had been somewhat elusive. Even if Star Soul Palace was the sect of the great emperors and had many informants, they could not grasp his movements. A few days ago, they received a message from a disciple named Luo Ping, saying that he had seen Yang Kai in Maplewood City. Xiao Yuyang rushed over without stopping. Now that Xiao Yuyang was also one of the elders of Star Soul Palace, his cultivation was superb, so he personally came not to give face to Yang Kai, but from the information obtained by Star Soul Palace, Tan Junhao and Wu Ming both died at Yang Kai's hands. With such a valiant battle record, those with low cultivation would not be able to do anything, only those with Third Order Emperor Realm cultivation would be able to do anything. For Tan Junhao's matter, the Third Order Emperor Realm elders of Star Soul Palace had all been dispatched, searching everywhere for Yang Kai's whereabouts. Xiao Yuyang knew that Yang Kai was a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, and secretly felt that since Yang Kai appeared in Maplewood City, he might have returned to Azure Sun Temple, so he set up an ambush here. Facts proved that his guess was right, and after waiting here for half a month, he finally caught Yang Kai in the act. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Xiao Qin sneered, "Who are you? Do I know you?" His nose was up in the air, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes, as if he had a strong sense of superiority when facing anyone. After several encounters, how could Yang Kai not know his character? So he just smiled slightly and didn't get angry. Instead, he looked at Xiao Yuyang and said, "I wonder why Master Xiao is blocking this junior's way? You still dare to ask when you already know the answer?" Xiao Qin was furious and pointed the long sword in his hand at Yang Kai. "Don't you know what you have done? Stop putting on an act here." Yang Kai smiled and said, I don't understand what Brother Xiao is saying. Xiao Qin said with a sullen face, do you really not understand or are you pretending not to understand? Yang Kai ignored him and just stared at Xiao Yuyang, making Xiao Qin angry. Xiao Yuyang clasped his hands behind his back, his face calm, but he was secretly amazed. Before this he was extremely unfamiliar with Yang Kai. He only vaguely remembered that there was a Dao Source realm cultivator who refined a furnace of extraordinary treasure pills and made a name for himself. That person's name was Yang Kai. As for the rest he didn't know. In the past few days he had carefully inquired about Yang Kai from Xiao Qin, and only then did he discover that this young man was somewhat extraordinary. All the things he had done, even in his opinion, were extremely difficult. Xiao Yuyang's son could be considered a dragon among men, but compared to this young man, he seemed to pale in comparison. Now that they were face to face, Xiao Yuyang's evaluation of Yang Kai rose again. He was an elder of Star Soul Palace and a third-order Emperor Realm Master, yet this young man, a first-order Emperor Realm Master, didn't show the slightest fear in front of him. Instead he spoke with confidence and composure. Did he really kill Tan Junhao and Wu Ming? Xiao Yuyang had deep doubts in his heart. With Yang Kai's strength, Tan Junhao and Wu Ming weren't made of mud, so how could they have died at his hands? However, from the investigation of Star Soul Palace and the testimonies of the more than 20 people from the Emperor Realm, even if Tan Junhao and Wu Ming's deaths weren't caused by Yang Kai, they were definitely related to him. Tan Junhao, Wu Ming. Xiao Yuyang didn't say much and just reported two names, his pair of eyes staring into Yang Kai's eyes, as if he wanted to see into the depths of Yang Kai's heart and capture the slightest fluctuation in his heart. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, so that's what you want? And if Master Xiao is here to inquire about these two, then this boy can tell Master Xiao that I killed these two. He readily admitted it without the slightest intention of hiding it. Bullshit. Xiao Chen's face was full of contempt and ridicule, obviously not believing him. I heard that you have a powerful Monster King by your side? Xiao Yuyang pointed out, where is that Monster King? Yang Kai shook his head and said, the Monster King isn't here. Xiao Yuyang said, Yang Kai, you are also a promising talent. This king doesn't want to make things difficult for you. Tell this king the whereabouts of the Monster King, then come back to Star Soul Palace with me. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, Master Xiao thinks that Tan Junhao and Wu Ming died at the hands of the Monster King? Is there another possibility? Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. He didn't expect that no one would believe him even if he told the truth. After pondering for a moment, his expression became serious and he said, Tan Junhao, as an elder of Star Soul Palace, represents Star Soul Palace and the great emperors. He should have protected the cultivator in my southern territory, but in Flowing Shadow City, he went against the rules and used shameless means to control the Emperor Realm. He even ordered the people of the Emperor Realm to become enemies with this boy in order to steal treasures from this boy. This little one killed him in a fit of anger, and it can be considered as helping Star Soul Palace to clean up the mess. This little one doesn't ask for the great Emperor or Star Soul Palace's gratitude, as long as they don't come looking for trouble with me. However, Senior Xiao has blocked my path here today. If this is Star Soul Palace's attitude, then this little one is very disappointed in Star Soul Palace. Star Soul Palace's matters are not for you to criticize. Xiao Qin coldly snorted. Xiao Yuyang nodded and said, Star Soul Palace has investigated the matter clearly. Tan Junhao was inhumane and used his strength to bully the weak. He ruined Star Soul Palace's reputation, so his death is not to be regretted. If you really killed him, then Star Soul Palace would have no objections, but if he died at the hands of a Monster King, the matter is different, do you understand? Yang Kai said impatiently, the Monster King didn't make a move. Didn't the Emperor Realm tell you these things? Xiao Yuyang said, they said it, but it's hard to believe, so you need to come with me to Star Soul Palace. This Xiao guarantees that no one will harm you as long as you tell this Xiao where the Monster King is. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, Master Xiao, forgive me for not being able to agree to this request. You don't trust me? Xiao Yuyang frowned slightly. Yang Kai said, Master Xiao and I are not related, so how can I trust you? There's no need to talk nonsense. Father, there's no need to talk nonsense with him, let your son take him down. Xiao Qin had been itching to give it a try for a long time, but at this moment he finally couldn't bear it anymore. He swung his sword and at the same time, sword light wantonly rushed towards Yang Kai. He coldly snorted and said, You think you're so great just because you've become an Emperor Realm Master. Today I'll let you see the difference between you and me. Emperor intent filled the air and sword intent filled the air. Xiao Chen's expression was solemn as he whispered, "Plum blossoms hide in the snow, fragrance comes naturally, the slanting moon crushes the sky." His first move was an extremely powerful killing move, and the sword momentum was beautiful, dazzling everyone who saw it. Yang Kai laughed loudly, "I'll return your words to you." He made a strange gesture with one hand and slapped his palm towards the center of the sword momentum. When Xiao Yuyang saw his son use this sword move, he was secretly praising him, but when he saw Yang Kai's move, his expression changed. Chapter 2764. As a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, Xiao Yuyang's eyesight was not something a greenhouse flower like Xiao Chen could compare to. With just a glance, he could tell that Xiao Chen was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. Xiao Chen and Yang Kai were both able to break through to the Emperor Realm because of the Shattered Star Sea, so there was not much of a difference in time, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. "Chen, back off!" Xiao Yuyang shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. From within the sword curtain, a palm suddenly reached out and destroyed everything in its path. The sword curtain instantly withered, and even Xiao Chen's sword intent was thrown into chaos. Xiao Chen turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. However, the palm that destroyed his sword screen followed him like a shadow and was about to land on his chest. At the critical moment, a strong wind blew from the side. It was Xiao Yuyang who came to the rescue. With a tap of his foot, Kai Yang's figure instantly came to a halt, allowing the wind to brush past his fingertips. Xiao Yuyang stepped in between Yang Kai and Xiao Chen and said with a dignified expression, "Yang Kai, this king does not want to bully the weak, but he also does not want to fight with you. Can you cooperate?" Yang Kai grinned, "No." Xiao Yuyang sighed lightly, "Since that is the case, then I will offend you." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai. As he did so, the entire world seemed to be imprisoned and a buzzing sound could be heard from the void. Facing Xiao Yuyang's grab, Yang Kai did not dodge and said casually, "Master Xiao, it is not that this junior is looking down on you, but I'm afraid you won't be able to keep this junior here. Perhaps we will meet again someday." Space principles fluctuated. Yang Kai's figure suddenly turned into nothingness, leaving behind only an afterimage. Xiao Yuyang's expression changed slightly as he broke through the afterimage and shouted, "Space Divine Technique." Turning his head, Xiao Yuyang Kai could no longer find any trace of Yang Kai. Xiao Yuyang released his divine sense. Unable to capture Yang Kai's aura, Xiao Yuyang Kai's face sank. He had personally taken action but still failed to stop Yang Kai. If this matter spread, no one would believe it. Originally, Xiao Yuyang Kai thought that Tan Junhao and Wu Ming's deaths were caused by the Monster King, but now it seemed there was a slight possibility that Yang Kai was the culprit. What the Space Divine Technique was a miraculous ability. The information also mentioned that this kid had the Yuan Ding Great Emperor's Mountains and Rivers Bell. No one knew how powerful the Mountains and Rivers Bell was. After all, a prehistoric unique treasure. Turning his head to look, he saw Xiao Chen standing there in a daze. The hand holding the long sword was trembling incessantly, and his complexion was ashen. Being defeated by Kai Yang in one move was a huge blow to Xiao Chen. Before this, he had always thought that he had just advanced to the Emperor Realm. He was a core disciple of Star Soul Palace and the son of Xiao Yuyang. He had been trained since childhood and was an elite of Star Soul Palace. Among cultivators of the same level, he could be called an invincible existence. But now, his sense of superiority had been shattered by Yang Kai's palm. It was almost unacceptable. Victory and defeat are commonplace. Rather than bickering over temporary gains and losses, why bother? It's better to think about how to improve your strength. Xiao Yuyang said lightly. Xiao Chen trembled and finally came back to his senses. He said in a deep voice, "Father is right. Let's go." Xiao Yuyang stretched out his hand. "Where are we going?" Xiao Chen asked. "Azure Sun Temple." Xiao Yuyang replied and took the lead to fly out. He had been lying in ambush here and met Yang Kai. Then Yang Kai's intentions were obvious. He was going to Azure Sun Temple. Since he could not stop him here, he would go to Azure Sun Temple to find him. No matter what, he had to end this matter. "Who are you? Stop right there." Not long after flying forward, two figures rushed in front of him. The leader shouted and blocked Yang Kai's path. Yang Kai had been in and out of Azure Sun Temple many times and naturally knew the rules. He immediately took out the Azure Sun Golden Token and threw it to the two guarding disciples. The leader took the token and his expression changed. Azure Sun Golden Token? This golden token was something only a few core disciples in the temple were qualified to have. Although they were also disciples of Azure Sun Temple, they were far from the core disciples. Looking at Yang Kai, they did not recognize him at all. He was definitely not one of the core disciples in the temple. The leader of the disciples immediately shouted angrily, "Who are you, little thief? How dare you pretend to be a disciple of our temple? Where did you get this golden token?" While talking, the two immediately summoned their artifacts and locked their auras on Yang Kai, ready to fight at any time. Yang Kai was a registered disciple of Azure Sun Temple, and the golden token was given to him by Gao Shueting in Maplewood City. It was not reported to the entire temple, so many disciples did not know Yang Kai at all. At this moment, seeing a stranger holding a core disciple's token, they were naturally very vigilant. Yang Kai said, "The token was given to me by Elder Gao. You can ask Elder Gao or the other elders. Just say that Yang Kai is here, they will naturally explain it to you." Yang Kai. The leader of the disciples frowned and winked at the junior brother on the side, nodded and said, "Wait a minute." While speaking, he took out a communication artifact, presumably to report this matter to the higher-ups. After waiting for a while, the communication artifact shook, and the leader of the cultivators immersed his divine sense into it. Suddenly, a strange look appeared on his face. The elder's message was that this token was real, and this person named Yang Kai was also a disciple of the temple. "Sorry to offend you, brother." Since there was an order from the elder, the disciple guarding the mountain naturally did not dare to stop anything and immediately stepped aside. Elder Gao said that you should go to Myriad Saints Peak to find her. Yang Kai nodded and took back the golden token. When he passed by the two disciples, he suddenly said, "By the way, there will be two guys coming over later. Find a way to stop them for a while." "Yes." The two disciples did not know the truth and immediately agreed. Myriad Saints Peak was one of the main peaks of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai flew to the sky and saw a white figure standing in front of the main hall from a distance, overlooking this side. The figure was like a white lotus, white and flawless. The fitting dress outlined the beautiful curves, and there was another small figure standing beside her. From afar, Yang Kai showed a smile and went over to greet her. Before he got close, the white figure suddenly raised her hand and a rolling sun-like mirror suddenly rose behind her head, like a blazing sun, and the temperature in the air suddenly rose. Emperor Artifact, Blazing Sun Mirror. Several scorching rays of light shot out from the mirror, turning into beautiful arcs, and instantly blasted in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was shocked and summoned his myriad sword, using the defensive sword style to form a sword curtain in front of him. Asterisk chi chi chi. The scorching rays of light were blocked by the sword curtain and could not move an inch, but Yang Kai was forced to retreat again and again. After the rays of light were neutralized, a figure flashed in front of him and Gao Shueting suddenly appeared in front of him. She stretched out her jade hand, gently clenched it into a fist, straightened her middle finger and knocked Yang Kai on the head. Yang Kai did not dare to dodge and took the hit head-on. With a bang, his head was knocked down and his whole body became shorter. Elder Gao. Yang Kai touched the place where he was hit with an aggrieved expression. Gao Shueting coldly snorted and cast a sidelong glance at Yang Kai, saying, "Have you grown up? Now you dare to fight back?" "When did I?" Yang Kai looked wronged. "It was my instinctive reaction. Do you know why I hit you?" Gao Shueting asked. Yang Kai smiled embarrassedly and said, "I haven't been back for a long time, so I must have made you worry." Gao Shueting snorted and said, "It's fine if you didn't come back, but you caused such a big mess and encountered such great danger, so why didn't you ask for help from the temple? Do you think the temple is an outsider, or are you an outsider?" Yang Kai immediately understood that she was referring to the Star Soul Palace, and he could not help but feel warm in his heart and chuckle. "Don't be so cheeky with me, get down here." Gao Shueting reached out, grabbed one of Yang Kai's ears, and pulled him down towards Myriad Saints Peak. Die 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 die. Yang Kai tilted his head and held the myriad sword in his hand as Gao Shueting pulled him along. Even in the face of the great emperors and divine spirits, he could still stand straight, but at this moment he did not dare to resist at all. He felt like his ears were about to be pulled off, and he loudly begged for mercy. Only when they reached Myriad Saints Peak did Gao Shueting release her hand and slap the back of Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai staggered and did not dare to speak. When he looked up and saw Wen Zishan, he quickly stepped forward and said, "Temple Master Wen, good luck." The corner of Wen Zishan's mouth twitched as he looked up at the sky and turned a deaf ear to him. He kindly transmitted his voice to Yang Kai, "Little Shueting is very angry, let her calm down first, or this Temple Master will not dare to speak to you." Yang Kai's face darkened as he cast a disdainful look at him. He turned his head and looked at the people beside him. Whether it was Deputy Temple Master Chiu Ran, Elder Qin Qian Di Rong or Yu Kuan, they all turned their eyes away and ignored him. Only Gao Shueting stared at him coldly. Her gaze was like a sharp sword, as if she wanted to stab Yang Kai full of holes. Yang Kai obediently walked in front of Gao Shueting and said submissively, "Elder Gao, this disciple was wrong, please punish me." Gao Shueting said indifferently, "What did you do wrong? Why should this elder punish you? By the way, I still have to thank you. If you hadn't saved me last time, this elder probably wouldn't have been able to get away safely." As she spoke, she actually bowed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled and hurriedly moved to the side. Gao Shueting adjusted her direction and bowed again. Kai Yang scowled miserably. "Elder Gao, what do you want? I'll agree to it." Gao Shueting immediately raised her head and stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "Since you've said so, this elder won't make things difficult for you. You only need to promise me one thing, and this elder will let you go this time." "Please say it." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Become an elder of the temple." Hearing this, Yang Kai's face turned solemn and he said solemnly, "Elder Gao, this, you dare refuse?" A cold light flashed in Gao Shueting's hand as a sword immediately pressed against Yang Kai's neck. She gritted her teeth and said, "This elder has personally asked, don't you dare refuse." Chapter 2765. Yang Kai was so stiff that he didn't dare to move. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead as he said with a serious face, "Disciple is saying that?" "I agree. You're worth teaching." Gao Shueting smiled and sheathed her sword. Only then did Vice Temple Master Chiu Ran and many elders step forward with a smile, cupping their fists and addressing Yang Kai as Elder Yang. Wen Zishan was also full of smiles. "Good, good, my temple has another elder. Congratulations, congratulations. This temple master has decided to hold a grand ceremony in 5 days to announce it to the world." Yang Kai trembled and hurriedly said, "Temple master, there's no need for that. Disciple is now." Before he could finish, Wen Zishan patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said, "You don't need to say more, I know." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but thousands of words turned into a sigh. He had killed Tanjun Hao and Wu Ming. Although there was a reason for it, after all, he had gone against a behemoth like Star Soul Palace. Once he became an elder of Azure Sun Temple, he would definitely bring trouble to the temple. It was fine if this matter was done secretly, but when Zishan wanted to hold a grand ceremony to announce it to the world, wasn't this clearly inviting trouble? Yang Kai was moved but also a little uneasy. If he really brought trouble to the temple because of him, it would be terrible. But when Zishan clearly knew this and still insisted on doing so, it was obvious that he wanted to protect him with the power of the temple. Gao Shueting said from the side, "Among the temple's disciples, once they advance to the emperor realm, they can become an elder of the sect and enjoy the authority of an elder. Xia Sheng is one of them, so you don't have to feel burdened." Yang Kai scratched his head and said, "There's something I want to tell you. Disciple founded a sect some time ago." "Oh?" When Zishan and Gao Shueting looked at each other, quite surprised. The elders were also stunned. "Disciple is now a temple master. If I become an elder of the temple, I'm afraid there will be some conflicts." When Zishan nodded when he heard this, but Gao Shueting looked suspicious. "Are you lying to us? You want to shirk the position of elder?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare. It's the truth." Gao Shueting frowned and said, "Although you're a venerable sovereign and have the qualifications to establish your own sect, you're still young. Getting involved in these things too early won't do you any good in the future. Right now, you should focus on improving your cultivation." "Thank you for your concern, Elder Gao. This disciple understands. However, this disciple has his own reasons for establishing a sect." Yang Kai nodded. Gao Shueting sighed and said, "Since you've already established a sect, you'll have to be careful. They couldn't just disband. How about this? Your sect will form an alliance with the temple. If there is anything you need help with, the temple can help you. The temple can even send some people to help you. That way you won't have to worry too much about worldly matters." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Someone will take care of the sect's affairs. I don't need to worry about it." "That's for the best. You're also a smart person. You should know that your own strength is the foundation of everything." Gao Shueting pondered for a moment and said, "But since you're already a palace master, it's indeed inappropriate for you to become a divine hall elder. How about this? You can be a guest elder. What do you think, temple master?" When Zishan smiled and said, Whatever little Xueting says. Although a guest elder was also a kind of elder, they had more freedom and could come and go freely. It was somewhat similar to Yang Kai's previous status as a registered disciple. However, it was more noble. By the way, what's the name of your sect? Where is it located? Gao Xueting asked. Qiu Ran, Chen Qian, and the others also looked at Yang Kai with a curious look. High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. Yang Kai grinned. The Northern Territory is so far away. Gao Xueting frowned. Azure Sun Temple was in the Southern Territory, while the High Heaven Palace was in the Northern Territory. The distance between the two was hundreds of millions of miles. Even if they formed an alliance, it would be useless. If something really happened to the High Heaven Palace, Azure Sun Temple would not be able to put out a nearby fire. How is the strength of your sect? How many disciples do you have? Yang Kai looked at Gao Xueting awkwardly and asked cautiously, Elder Gao, do you want to hear the truth, or lies? I dare you to lie. Gao Xueting glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He replied, we don't have many disciples, just 100 or so. 100 or so? Gao Xueting nodded slightly. After all, Yang Kai had just advanced to the Emperor realm not long ago. Even if he had established a sect, it would definitely be a small one. It was already good enough that he could recruit 100 or so disciples. Sects were like rolling snowballs that slowly grew. As for strength, there are good and bad people. In the Emperor realm, there are 6 more besides me. What? Many elders were shocked. 6 more? Doesn't that mean there are 7 people in the Emperor realm? Are you sure there are only 100 or so people in your sect? The elders of the Divine Hall could no longer remain calm, and even when Zishan's eyes were wide open. A sect with more than 100 people actually had 7 people in the Emperor realm? What kind of sect was this? Wasn't this ratio a little too terrifying? One had to know that there were tens of thousands of disciples in Azure Sun Temple, but there were only a dozen or so people in the Emperor realm. Gao Xueting was even more stunned. She thought that Yang Kai's sect was just a small one, but now it seemed that this sect was quite amazing. Those 6, what are their cultivations? Yang Kai scratched his face and said, a First-Order Emperor Realm Chief Steward who handles the affairs of the sect for me. There is also a First-Order Emperor Realm Array Master and a Second-Order Emperor Realm Alchemist. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk a series of gasps sounded. On Myriad Saints Peak, everyone looked at Yang Kai as if they had seen a ghost. A sect with more than 100 people and 7 people in the Emperor Realm was already shocking enough, but according to Yang Kai's introduction, there was actually an Emperor Realm Array Master and an Emperor Realm Alchemist in the Emperor Realm. How was this possible? Even Azure Sun Temple did not have their own Emperor Realm Array Master and Emperor Realm Alchemist. Only the sects of the great emperors could have such a heritage. What about the other 3? Gao Xueting asked, her eyes filled with shock. Yang Kai tilted his head and said embarrassedly, those 3 are Monster Kings. Everyone was dumbfounded. Monster Kings? And there were 3 of them. Only those from the monster race whose strength was comparable to the Third Order Emperor realm were qualified to be called Monster Kings. In other words, any Monster King's strength was not inferior to Azure Sun Temple's Temple Master, Wen Zishan. The temple was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory precisely because of Wen Zishan's leadership. Orthodoxy Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land were the same, each having a Third Order Emperor Realm Master. However, in Yang Kai's newly established High Heaven Palace, there were 3 such powerful existences. With such heritage, except for the fact that there were no great emperors and there were only a few great emperors in the Emperor realm, in which aspect was it inferior to the sects of the great emperors? If such a sect were to develop and grow stronger, its sharpness would probably overshadow all the forces in the star boundary except for the sects of the great emperors. After a moment of shock, Gao Xueting suddenly said solemnly, those who are not of our race must have different intentions. Yang Kai, how can you control those 3 Monster Kings? How can they be willing to listen to your orders? When Zishan also nodded seriously, that's right, you must be careful about this. Yang Kai nodded and said, disciple understands. You are not a reckless person. Since you understand, then we won't say anything more. When Zishan gently nodded and suddenly grinned, but it seems that your High Heaven Palace is really qualified to form an alliance with the temple. It's just that it's a long way to go. What a pity. By the way, since your High Heaven Palace has such a heritage, where did you choose to base your foundation? The strength and development of a sect is closely related to its location, so you must not be careless. Disciple has snatched someone else's territory, so I don't have to worry too much about this matter, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Oh. When Zishan raised his eyebrows, which sect did you snatch? Although this temple master doesn't know many sects in the Northern Territory, I have heard of a few. Seeking Passion sect. When Zishan's expression instantly became very interesting as he stared blankly at Yang Kai, and even many of the elders' jaws dropped. Naturally, they all knew about Seeking Passion sect. It was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. In terms of status, it was almost the same as Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai had actually snatched Seeking Passion sect's territory and established a sect there. In other words, Seeking Passion sect must have been destroyed. On second thought, the High Heaven Palace had such a strong heritage that it was not impossible for them to destroy Seeking Passion sect. Yes, Seeking Passion sect's foundation must be extraordinary. When Zishan's face was covered in cold sweat, for the first time he realized that he had underestimated Yang Kai. In the past, he only felt that he had great potential, so he tried every means to get him to join Azure Sun Temple and finally got him the identity of a registered disciple. But after not seeing him for a few years, this registered disciple had done such an earth-shattering thing. If it weren't for the huge gap between the two territories, this news would have already spread to the Southern Territory and shook the entire Star Territory. Alright, let's cut to the chase. The coronation ceremony will be held in 5 days. There are still many things to be done. Gao Shueting changed the topic. He didn't dare to ask any more. If he continued to ask, he was afraid that he would hear more shocking news. At this moment, Gao Shueting suddenly frowned and took out her communication artifact. After checking it, she raised her head and said, "Temple Master Xiao Yuyang is here." When Zishan narrowed his eyes and said, "He came so quickly." Yang Kai said, "I met him on the way but I got rid of him. He should be chasing after me." When Zishan nodded and said, "I know. Little Shueting, take him away." Gao Shueting responded and said to Yang Kai, "Come with me." Yang Kai cupped his fists to the elders before flying away with Gao Shueting. Although he was not afraid of Xiao Yuyang, it would not be a good thing to meet him face to face at this time, so he simply avoided him. However, he had involved Azure Sun Temple in this muddy water, which made Yang Kai feel a little apologetic. After a while, Gao Shueting brought Yang Kai to Purple Bamboo Peak where she lived. On Purple Bamboo Peak, patches of purple bamboos were swaying in the wind. There was only one building on top of the huge Purple Bamboo Peak, which looked extremely deserted. This should be related to Gao Shueting's temperament. Chapter 2766. In Azure Sun Temple, every elder had their own spirit peak, and this Purple Bamboo Peak belonged to Gao Shueting. If Yang Kai was appointed as an elder of Azure Sun Temple, he would also receive such treatment, but the appointment ceremony was in a few days, so Yang Kai could only stay at Purple Bamboo Peak for a few days. The peak was deserted and there wasn't even a maid. Gao Shueting arranged for Yang Kai to stay in a guest hall on one side of the peak, and after reminding him not to wander around, she turned around and left. "Elder Gao." Yang Kai suddenly called out to her. Gao Shueting looked back. "This disciple has something else to ask Elder Gao for help with," Yang Kai said solemnly. "What is it?" "I want to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror." "Enter the Divine Ascension Mirror?" Gao Shueting frowned. "Why?" The Divine Ascension Mirror was Azure Sun Temple's biggest secret. Yang Kai was able to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror world because he brought back a few star seals for the temple, making a great contribution. Although Yang Kai was now an elder candidate of Azure Sun Temple and qualified to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror, this matter couldn't be taken lightly, so Gao Shueting naturally had to ask him clearly. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and didn't hide anything, telling her about his agreement with Tianyan. Gao Shueting was shocked. "You actually met that senior in the Divine Ascension Mirror last time? And you even made such an agreement with him?" Yang Kai nodded. "I was just casually mentioning it at the time. After so many years, it's about time I gave him an answer." Gao Shueting was slightly absent-minded. "I've heard from the Temple Master that there's an incredible master in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. I've entered and exited the Divine Ascension Mirror many times, but I've never had the chance to meet him. I never thought that you would be so lucky. Since there's an agreement, you should fulfill it, but that flesh incarnation pill isn't easy to obtain." "The flesh incarnation pill has already been found." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Gao Shueting's expression brightened. "Really?" Yang Kai smiled. "I've already prepared all the materials. The alchemist master from High Heaven Palace will be able to refine the flesh incarnation pill soon." How confident are you? Gao Shueting asked nervously. Although this was the first time she had heard of the flesh incarnation pill, she knew that it was definitely not easy to refine. Even if an alchemy master were to personally refine it, he could not guarantee a 100% success rate. Yang Kai said, I forgot to tell Elder Gao that I am the Pill Emperor of the High Heaven Palace. He is the 5th disciple of the great emperors of wondrous pills. Gao Shueting was dumbfounded. After a while she said in shock, You've abducted the personal disciple of the great emperors of wondrous pills to become an alchemist in your sect? He was too bold. It was already shocking enough that there was an alchemy master in Yang Kai's High Heaven Palace. Who would have thought that this alchemy master had such a great background? He was the 5th disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors. Even a 3rd-stage emperor realm master would have to treat him with respect. What Gao Shueting couldn't figure out the most was why the great emperors of wondrous pills would agree to such a thing. However, if the disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors were to personally refine the flesh incarnation pill, then there should be no chance of failure. If you wanted to enter the divine ascension mirror during normal times, it wouldn't be difficult, but now. Gao Shueting suddenly frowned. Now what? Yang Kai was stunned. Gao Shueting said, You're not an outsider. There's no harm in telling you. Right now, someone is using the divine ascension mirror and can't be easily disturbed. I'm afraid it will be a little difficult for you to enter the divine ascension mirror now. Yang Kai had a surprised expression on his face. Among the people he had seen on Myriad Saints Peak before, almost all of the higher-ups of Azure Sun Temple were present. Who else was using the divine ascension mirror? Moreover, they couldn't be disturbed. It seemed that the person using the divine ascension mirror had an extraordinary status. No matter how Yang Kai thought about it, he couldn't think of such a person in Azure Sun Temple. I'll talk to the temple master about this and see if we can think of a way to get the best of both worlds. If it really doesn't work, just wait for a while. After all, it's been so many years since your agreement with that senior. You don't have any ready-made flesh incarnation pills on hand. All right, Yang Kai nodded. Now that things had come to this was all he could do. After asking about Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Zhao's situation, he learned that the two of them had been in secluded cultivation ever since they returned from the Shattered Star Sea and showed no signs of coming out. Yang Kai also gave up on the idea of looking for them to reminisce. The two of them were also core disciples of Azure Sun Temple and were future pillars of the sect. However, they were slightly weaker than Xia Sheng. Xia Sheng was able to break through his shackles in the Shattered Star Sea and break through to the Emperor Realm. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao didn't have such an opportunity, but they had also gained a lot in the Shattered Star Sea. This time, they entered secluded cultivation with the resolve to not come out until they broke through to the Emperor Realm. After Gao Shueting left, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a large box that seemed to be made of fine iron appeared in front of him. Flying Great Ink Dragon Armor. Yang Kai hadn't had the time to take a closer look at this mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor he obtained at the Purple Source auction until now. Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai gently stroked the artifact armor in the box. In an instant, a roar suddenly came from the box. Black chi quickly overflowed from the artifact armor and gathered into a mass, turning into an inky flood dragon that sat on top of the box and glared at Yang Kai with its gong-sized eyes. Ha! Yang Kai looked up at the inky flood dragon phantom and grinned. According to the introduction of the Purple Source Chamber of Commerce, this flying great ink dragon armor was refined from the skin of an inky flood dragon. Inky flood dragons were extremely rare and were known for their strong defensive power. When it was refined, the inky flood dragon's monster core should have been integrated into it, which was why the inky flood dragon's soul appeared at this time. In other words, this flying great ink dragon armor seemed to have an artifact spirit. This kind of artifact was refined from the body of a powerful monster beast and could perfectly integrate with the monster core's soul. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce didn't mention this point. Yang Kai guessed that they were afraid of affecting the value of this artifact armor in the eyes of the bidders. Although the value of an artifact spirit was much higher, it also depended on what kind of artifact spirit it was. The artifact spirit of the flying great ink dragon armor was the inky flood dragon's soul. Although the inky flood dragon was a flood dragon, it had the bloodline of the dragon race. Such an artifact spirit was not something that ordinary people could subdue. Just like when Yang Kai touched the flying great ink dragon armor at this time, the inky flood dragon soul artifact spirit suddenly appeared. If he didn't refine this artifact spirit and make it recognize him as its master, it would be impossible to display the artifact armor's effect. The huge inky flood dragon's artifact spirit almost solidified, and the reflection of Yang Kai in its eyes was as small as an ant. But in the next moment, an oppressive and high-pitched dragon roar came from this ant's body. Golden light burst out and the golden divine dragon Source strength leisurely swam out. A golden dragon even larger than the inky flood dragon's artifact spirit suddenly emerged from behind Yang Kai's head. The inky flood dragon's artifact spirit, which should have been a dead object and had no sentience, strangely showed a look of fear and lowered its head slightly. The golden divine dragon's aura grew stronger and stronger, causing the inky flood dragon to involuntarily shrink back into the box. The bloodline suppression of the dragon race was a strange and magical phenomenon. No other race could imagine how terrifying this suppression was. Just like how Li Jiao, a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, couldn't muster up the slightest bit of resistance when facing Zhu Qing, all existences who were tainted with the Dragon Clan's bloodline had to bear this indelible shackle while obtaining great power. If it were another third-layer Emperor Realm Master, even if Zhu Qing could win, it would not be too easy, but if she were to face Li Jiao, she could easily take his life. Are you afraid? Yang Kai grinned like a villain, staring at the inky flood dragon's artifact spirit and said, "If you're afraid, then scram back to me and serve me, otherwise I'll destroy your soul." It was unknown whether the inky flood dragon's artifact spirit understood, but when Yang Kai's voice fell, the inky flood dragon's artifact spirit actually shrank back, the rich black chi dissipating and merging back into the artifact armor. At the same time, on Myriad Saints Peak, led by Wen Zishan, the elders of Azure Sun Temple were waiting solemnly. Two streams of light flew over quickly and landed in front of everyone, revealing the figures of Xiao Yuyang and his son. Xiao Qin greets Temple Master Wen and greets seniors. Xiao Qin cupped his fists and bowed. Although he was arrogant in front of his peers, he had a good upbringing after all, so he did not lose his manners on this occasion. When Zishan smiled and nodded, "Young Master Xiao is considerate." He then cupped his fists and said to Xiao Yuyang, "Brother Xiao, long time no see." Temple Master Wen. Xiao Yuyang responded solemnly. Although he was a member of Star Soul Palace and was also a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, he did not dare to be careless in front of a temple master like Wen Zishan. Before Xiao Yuyang could speak again, Wen Zishan spoke first. "Brother Xiao has come at the right time, just in time for a joyous occasion in my temple. Brother Xiao must stay in my temple as a guest for a few days." Joyous occasion? Xiao Yuyang frowned. What joyous occasion? When Zishan said, "It's like this, my temple is preparing to confer an elder in 5 days. If Brother Xiao does not mind, please stay for a cup of wine." Hearing this, Xiao Yuyang narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "Temple Master Wen, as far as this king knows, among the several core disciples of your noble sect, Xia Xing has already broken through to the Emperor realm and is now an elder. The others are all in retreat and will not come out for a while. The person you want to confer an elder isn't the one I'm thinking of, right?" When Zishan asked suspiciously, "Oh? Who is Brother Xiao thinking of?" Xiao Yuyang said word by word, "Yang Ka." When Zishan was surprised, "Brother Xiao is really clever, you can even guess this. I admire you." Xiao Yuyang shouted angrily, "Temple Master Wen." Seeing him pretending to be confused, Xiao Yuyang Chi was speechless. When Zishan chuckled and said, "Brother Xiao shouldn't have guessed this long ago, so you came to congratulate us in advance, right? That's very thoughtful of you." The veins on Xiao Yuyang's forehead throbbed as he quickly said, "Brother Wen, you and I have known each other for many years. This Xiao advises you not to draw fire to yourself." When Zishan couldn't help but squint, "I don't understand what Brother Xiao is saying. My temple is only conferring an elder, how is that drawing fire to myself?" Xiao Yuyang stared at Wen Zishan and said, "That boy killed Tan Junhao and Wu Ming. Temple Master Wen must know about this." When Zishan was shocked, "That's impossible, right? Tan Junhao is a third-order Emperor Realm Master, Wu Ming is a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and Yang Kai is just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. How could he kill them? This is absolutely impossible. Is there some kind of mistake?" Xiao Yuyang sneered, "More than 20 sects from the Southern Territory have conferred together, how can this be false?" Chapter 2767. When Zishan said, "What else did the 20 or so people from the Emperor realm testify about?" Xiao Yuyang frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before saying, "Tan Junhao used his Gu insect technique to control them and make them enemies with Yang Kai, but unfortunately he was killed by Yang Kai. Wu Ming helped the tyrant and also died on the spot. Tan Junhao acted in such a despicable manner and ruined the reputation of the divine palace. His death is not to be regretted. Wen Zishan's expression turned solemn as he stared at Xiao Yuyang and said, "In that case Yang Kai also cleaned up the Star Soul Palace, so the divine palace should be grateful to him. Brother Xiao, are you here just to thank Yang Kai? So, there is no need for that. Elder Yang's action can be considered as eliminating evil for the people. The divine palace is too polite." Xiao Yuyang sighed softly and said in a deep voice, "Temple Master Wen, Tan Junhao is an elder of the divine palace and a third-stage Emperor Realm Master. His death is not a trivial matter, it concerns the face of the divine palace." Wen Zishan smiled slightly and said, "Of course it is a big matter, but with the testimony of the 20 or so people from the Emperor Realm, does it not prove anything?" Xiao Yuyang shook his head and said, "I'm afraid Yang Kai will have to come back to the divine palace with me." Wen Zishan showed a troubled expression and said, "I'm afraid that won't do. Yang Kai is now considered an elder of the divine palace and the coronation ceremony will be held in a few days. If he is taken away by you, won't the divine palace become a laughingstock? The divine palace's face is face, and the divine palace's face is also face." Xiao Yuyang said, "Temple Master Wen also said that the coronation ceremony is in a few days, so Yang Kai is not considered an elder of the Azure Sun Temple." "Who said so?" Wen Zishan grinned and turned back. "Little Chen Qian." Chen Qian did not say a word and raised her hand to release hundreds of talismans, which turned into streams of light and flew in all directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye. She then cupped her fists and said, "Temple Master, this subordinate has informed the Southern Territory's sects and families about the coronation ceremony in 5 days." Wen Zishan nodded slightly. Xiao Yuyang's face darkened. "Wen Zishan, do you know the consequences of this?" Wen Zishan's expression instantly turned solemn. He said calmly, "Yang Kai is a member of my divine hall. Even if the divine palace wants to take him away, it will have to get the approval of my divine hall." Xiao Yuyang sighed softly and also raised his hand to send out a talisman. "I have already reported this matter to the great emperors. As for how to deal with it, the great emperors will decide." Wen Zishan had made it clear that he wanted to use the power of the sect to protect Yang Kai, so even if he had a falling out with Wen Zishan, he would not be able to take away Yang Kai. He could only report this matter and wait for news. Wen Zishan's expression finally changed, but he still smiled and said, "The great emperors are wise and will naturally provide a fair solution. Since you are a guest, why don't Brother Xiao stay in my temple for a few days?" "Very well, I'll have to trouble you then," Xiao Yuyang nodded lightly. "Please?" In the side hall of Purple Bamboo Peak, accompanied by a crackling sound, the black ink dragon armor was draped over Yang Kai's body, adding a majestic aura to his appearance. After the appearance of the golden divine dragon source, Yang Kai found that refining this flying great ink dragon armor was surprisingly easy. It was even easier than refining an ordinary Dao source grade artifact. Now that the artifact armor was draped over his body, it fit him perfectly and was extremely flexible. Even if he used the dragon transformation secret technique, he would not have to worry about it breaking. The only thing that made Yang Kai a little dissatisfied was that the waist area of the artifact armor was missing a lot. The Emperor-grade mid-rank artifact had dropped a grade and could only display the power of a low-rank Emperor-grade artifact. It was enough. Yang Kai did not buy this artifact armor for its defensive power. He just wanted an artifact that could allow his body to expand after dragon transformation. Whether it was Emperor-grade mid-rank or Emperor-grade low-rank, it did not make much of a difference to Yang Kai. However, the shape of this artifact armor was still very much to Yang Kai's liking. After wearing it, it was as light as a feather, and after covering it with a layer of clothing, there was nothing special about it at all. After inspecting it for a while, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged again and continued to refine the flying great ink dragon armor. Although Purple Bamboo Peak was full of world energy, it was located in a remote area and few people would come here. Gao Shueting came back a few times, but she saw that Yang Kai had been in retreat. She did not disturb him. 5 days passed in a flash. Early in the morning, Gao Shueting pushed open the door and entered, alarming Yang Kai. Looking up, he saw a group of 4 or 5 women coming in under Gao Shueting's instructions. Looking at the clothes these women were wearing, they should be disciples of Azure Sun Temple. "Get up." Gao Shueting greeted Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood up and asked suspiciously, "What is this for?" Gao Shueting gestured to the female disciples as she explained to Yang Kai, "I'll help you tidy it up. Today is your big day." Yang Kai sneered, "You speak as if I'm getting married." Seeing Gao Shueting's cold face, his smile disappeared and he obediently followed Gao Shueting's arrangements. Sitting on a chair next to him, a female disciple immediately walked behind him and combed Yang Kai's hair gently. Another female disciple half squatted in front of him and carefully tidied his beard. Gao Shueting stood aside and explained to Yang Kai the process of today's conferment as well as many things to pay attention to. Yang Kai asked curiously, "Isn't it a guest elder? Why is there such a big fuss?" He thought it was just a formality, but looking at the situation, it seemed that something was wrong. "Don't worry about it. Just cooperate," Gao Shueting urged. Yang Kai nodded and obediently sat there without moving. He closed his eyes and rested, taking Gao Shueting's words to heart. Several female disciples surrounded Yang Kai and served him. From time to time, they would secretly look at him and click their tongues in amazement. They were surprised that the temple would suddenly confer an elder, especially when they heard that this new elder was about the same age as their big brother Xia Sheng. After all, Xia Sheng's reputation in the temple was not ordinary. Who knew how many female disciples adored him? Now that they looked at Yang Kai, he didn't seem inferior to Xia Sheng. In fact, he was even more handsome. Being served at such a close distance made the hearts of the female disciples pound and their imagination run wild. After a full 2 hours, Gao Shueting dismissed the female disciples and asked Yang Kai to stand up and walk around a few times. After looking at him for a while, she nodded slightly. Yang Kai, who was wearing a purple robe, lacked the vigor of a young man but had more calmness, which made him look more like an elder. "Let's go." Gao Shueting waved her hand and took the lead to fly forward. Yang Kai followed closely behind. Originally, Gao Shueting wanted to tell Yang Kai not to be too nervous, but when she probed him with her divine sense, she found that Yang Kai's face was completely calm. He didn't look nervous at all, so Gao Shueting didn't bother to remind him. She knew that Yang Kai had traveled extensively over the years and had seen a lot of big scenes. Although the conferring ceremony was extraordinary, it wasn't enough to shock him. On the Myriad Saints' Peak, the crowd was like a tide. All the guests were arranged on both sides of the square and sat according to their status and cultivation. There weren't many people, only 200 people, but these 200 people represented almost all the sects in the entire Southern Territory. Many disciples of Azure Sun Temple were busy shuttling back and forth between the various seats, constantly pouring wine and offering delicious delicacies. The familiar faces of the Emperor realm were exchanging toasts with each other. It was very lively. It was a rare scene to see so many masters gathered together. Even when Xia Sheng was conferred the title of Temple Elder, there wasn't such a big scene. After the event, the temple sent a message to the forces it was on good terms with to announce this matter. But when it came to Yang Kai, it was a scene that everyone in the Southern Territory knew about. This was because time was short, otherwise there would have been more guests. Xiao Yuyang and Xiao Qin sat together at the head of the table. As an elder of Star Soul Palace and a third-order Emperor Realm Master, there were naturally people who came to propose a toast, but after Xiao Yuyang casually dealt with a few people, he closed his eyes. The rest of the people were too embarrassed to go over. No one dared to say anything. Suddenly the gong and drums sounded 3 times and the whole place quieted down. The guests who were shuttling back and forth quickly took their seats. Pairs of eyes looked in the same direction. On the other side, 2 groups of cultivators flew over, one male and the other female. The men were all handsome and heroic, while the women had picturesque features, elegant and refined. All of them were dressed in pure white robes, and all of them were Dao Source Realm cultivators. Their auras were pure and vigorous. The 2 teams of men and women opened the way for a beautiful ship behind them. On the deck, Yang Kai stood at the bow of the ship, his long hair fluttering in the wind. He looked like he was riding the wind. Gao Shueting stood not far behind Yang Kai with a solemn expression. After landing on the top of Myriad Saints' Peak, the 2 teams of men and women immediately scattered to the sides. The ship stopped and Yang Kai and Gao Shueting flew down together. In an instant, countless eyes looked at Yang Kai, all of them looking at him curiously. A guy named Yang Kai had killed an elder and a deacon of Star Soul Palace. This matter had spread like wildfire in the Southern Territory in recent days, and those who didn't know about it now knew that this person was the protagonist of today's Azure Sun Temple canonization ceremony. Those who didn't know Yang Kai were naturally curious. What kind of bold guy dared to kill an elder of Star Soul Palace? At a glance, they found that Yang Kai was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. They secretly felt that the rumors were wrong. How could such a cultivator kill Tan Junhao? They were afraid that he couldn't even take a single blow from Tan Junhao. Some people looked at Xiao Yuyang cautiously. Xiao Yuyang was now an elder of Star Soul Palace, so everyone was naturally curious about his reaction after seeing Yang Kai, but to everyone's disappointment, Xiao Yuyang still closed his eyes and didn't say a word. What was the Azure Sun Temple doing? Canonizing a guy who killed an elder of Star Soul Palace as an elder? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Many people couldn't understand. The process of the canonization ceremony was actually not complicated. After all, everyone was a cultivator and there was no need for so many formalities. Yang Kai walked forward step by step under the guidance of Gao Shueting, ignoring the curious gazes on both sides, and walked all the way to Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan smiled, stretched out a finger and tapped on Yang Kai's head. Then one by one he read out the rites and duties that Yang Kai should perform after becoming an elder of Azure Sun Temple. Chapter 2768. After half an hour, when Zishan finally finished reading, he retracted his hand and looked at Yang Kai. Do you remember this king's words? Yang Kai replied solemnly, I remember. Very good. Wen Zishan nodded with satisfaction and gestured behind him. Chen Qian, who was standing behind Wen Zishan, immediately held something and handed it to Wen Zishan. Take this Elder Jade Disc. Yang Kai, from now on, you are an elder of my Azure Sun Temple. You will advance and retreat with the temple and live and die together. Yes, Temple Master. Yang Kai held the Elder Jade Disc with both hands and immediately returned the Azure Sun Golden Token to Wen Zishan. From this moment on, Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple. The Jade Disc was not big and very light, but Yang Kai felt it was heavy in the palm of his hand. What was heavy was the care and protection of the elders of Azure Sun Temple. Sacrifice to the heavens. Wen Zishan waved his hand and shouted in a deep voice. Roar. A beast's roar resounded through the sky. Looking in the direction of the beast's roar, they saw Chiu Ran flying over with a cage in his hand. A majestic beast was imprisoned in the cage. The beast was an ape-shaped demonic beast. Its back shone with a golden light as if it was cast from gold. Even though it was imprisoned in the cage and had a restrictive power on its body, it still exuded a monstrous aura. It kept ramming its body against the cage, but it was unable to break free. It kept roaring in anger. Golden-backed heaven-piercing ape. Someone exclaimed. On the square, many people in the Emperor Realm's faces changed. The Elder conferring ceremony was the last ceremony. It was also a bridge for the newly promoted Elder to show one or two divine secret techniques in public, so that everyone could see the strength of the newly promoted Elder. Generally speaking, the monster beast chosen in this segment was neither strong nor weak. If it was too strong and failed, it would be a laughing stock. If it was too weak, it would not be able to show the ability of the newly promoted Elder. However, Azure Sun Temple chose a monster beast like the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape this time, which was really surprising. Although the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape was a 12th-order low-rank monster beast, which was only equivalent to a 1st-order Emperor Realm Master, if they really encountered such a monster beast, they could only flee at the sight of it. This was because this monster beast's defensive power was astonishing, and its recovery speed was also very strong. If an ordinary 1st-order Emperor Realm Master wanted to kill it, they would have to go all out. Even so, they might not succeed. No matter how they looked at it, if they were to meet with the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape, would he be able to successfully complete the sacrifice ceremony? Many people muttered in their hearts, afraid that Yang Kai would make a mistake and make Azure Sun Temple a laughingstock. If that happened, there would be no end to this matter. But there were also speculations. The monster beast's strength should be restricted so that it would be easier for Yang Kai to kill it. Just as everyone was wondering, when Zishan nodded slightly to Chiu Ran. Chiu Ran made a few hand seals and suddenly removed the cage imprisoning the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape. With a flash of light, even the seal was undone. Roar. An increasingly terrifying murderous aura burst out. Once free, the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape was like a tiger in the forest or a dragon swimming in the sea. Its aura soared as it pounded its chest with both fists, making thumping sounds as its red eyes swept around. Many people were shocked and their hearts were filled with horror. The golden-backed heaven-piercing ape had completely lost its restraints, and in its rage, it could unleash its full power. Now, a 1st-order Emperor Realm Master was no match for it. Only a 2nd-order Emperor Realm Master could suppress it. What is Azure Sun Temple doing? Wen Zishan has been astute all his life. Why did he become confused at this time? Something went wrong in the sacrifice ceremony. Isn't this a joke to the world? With a flash of sword light, Yang Kai was already floating in the air. Previously, on Purple Bamboo Peak, Gao Shueting had explained all the segments to him clearly, so he knew what to do in this heaven worship segment. He didn't put a trivial 12th order low-rank monster beast in his eyes. He summoned the myriad sword and pointed it at the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape, his murderous intent locked onto the monster beast. As if it had sensed Yang Kai's murderous intent, the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape immediately looked back. With a demonic chi rolling around its body, it roared and rushed toward Yang Kai, wanting to tear Yang Kai to pieces. At this moment a sudden change occurred. A stream of light suddenly shot from a distance, as fast as lightning, piercing through the body of the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape and pouncing directly in front of Yang Kai. "Who is it?" Wen Zishan shouted, wanting to rescue him, but it was already too late. With a crisp clang, the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand flashed, and his figure was blasted back, retreating a full 300 feet before stabilizing his body. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was not until this time that Wen Zishan stood in front of the stream of light. Gao Shueting also came to Yang Kai's side in an instant, shielding him behind her, her beautiful eyes staring vigilantly at the newcomer. Pung. With a muffled sound, the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape, which was still full of vigor a moment ago, suddenly burst into a cloud of blood mist, dripping in midair, not even leaving a corpse behind. Everyone was dumbfounded and stood up together. No one had expected that someone would come out to cause trouble during the last segment of the ceremony. Moreover, that person had killed the sacrificial object in an instant. Not only that, he had also injured the main character of today's ceremony. This was a public slap in the face of Azure Sun Temple. How could this be tolerated? However, to be able to turn a 12th order monster beast golden-backed heaven-piercing ape into a cloud of blood mist in one blow, this cultivation was shocking enough. Among all the people in the Emperor realm present, there were definitely no more than 3 people who could do this. Who dared to be so arrogant? Looking over, everyone could not help but be stunned, faintly feeling that today's coronation ceremony would not end peacefully. Elder Shui. Wen Zishan's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the newcomer, his tone low and his face a little ugly. The person who had come was actually Elder Shui Jingmao of Star Soul Palace, something Yang Kai had not expected. After all, Xiaoyu Yang was already here. As an elder of Star Soul Palace, one of them was enough, so what was Shui Jingmao doing here? Moreover, he came to make trouble on such an occasion, not giving Azure Sun Temple the slightest bit of face. As he spoke, he glanced at Xiaoyu Yang, but saw Xiaoyu Yang frowning slightly, as if he knew nothing about this matter. Temple Master 1. Shui Jingmao replied faintly, his gaze sweeping past Wen Zishan and falling on Yang Kai, saying, "You are Yang Kai? You took a blow from this old master and are fine, but come with this old master first." As he spoke, he directly reached out to grab Yang Kai. Wen Zishan's expression became angry as he raised his hand and slapped towards Shui Jingmao. "How dare you!" Shui Jingmao shouted as he changed his hand into a palm and collided with Wen Zishan's attack. Shockwaves swept out and the void collapsed as both sides took 3 steps back. They were evenly matched. "Elder Shui, this king respects you as a guest, but you came to capture my temple elder. This is a bit unreasonable, isn't it?" Wen Zishan coldly snorted. Shui Jingmao said, "You are a temple elder? Wen Zishan, you are getting worse and worse. Don't you know how much trouble this boy has caused? How dare you protect him? Do you want to ignore the foundation of Azure Sun Temple? I wonder what kind of trouble Elder Yang has caused to make Elder Shui so angry? This king would like to ask for some advice." Wen Zishan did not back down. "I won't argue with you about this. Today I must take Yang Kai away." Shui Jingmao coldly snorted, his attitude tough as he turned to look at Xiaoyu Yang and said, "Elder Xiao, what do you say?" As soon as this statement came out, Wen Zishan's expression changed slightly. Although he was a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master, he could only deal with one person of the same cultivation level. If Xiaoyu Yang had the same idea as Shui Jingmao, then Yang Kai would not be able to escape today. Even if Azure Sun Temple and the Emperor Realm worked together, they would not be able to stop him. Xiaoyu Yang frowned and said, 5 days ago, I reported this matter to the Great Emperors and am waiting for the Great Emperors to decide." Wen Zishan was relieved. It was a good thing for him that Xiaoyu Yang did not intervene. He was not afraid of Shui Jingmao alone. Shui Jingmao didn't get the answer he wanted, so he seemed to have some complaints about Xiao Yuyang, but both of them were elders of Star Soul Palace, so no one was more powerful than the other. Even if he was unhappy, he couldn't say anything, so he turned to Wen Zishan and said, Temple Master Wen, the appointment ceremony hasn't been completed yet, so Yang Kai isn't considered an elder of your temple yet. Hand him over to this old master so I can take him away. This will only bring benefits to your temple, no harm. Wen Zishan shook his head and said, although the ceremony has not been completed, Yang Kai has received the Elder Jade Plate. Who dares to say that he is not an elder of the temple? You are so stubborn. Must you wait until the great emperors are angry before you bow your head? Shui Jingmao shouted angrily. Wen Zishan chuckled and said, the great emperors are wise and powerful. How could they be angry over such a thing? Maybe they will even reward Elder Yang for cleaning up the temple. How dare you? Shui Jingmao's face turned pale. Wen Zishan said coldly, if you want to take Elder Yang away, you will have to go through this king first. Do you really think I won't dare to attack you? Shui Jingmao gritted his teeth and shouted. Didn't you already attack me before? Wen Zishan retorted. These two third-order Emperor Realm Masters continued to argue back and forth, neither of them willing to back down. Their anger grew more and more intense, as if they would fight at any moment, causing the guests present to tremble in fear and sweat to drip down their backs. If these two were to fight, it would certainly be a lively scene, but perhaps they would be dragged into it as well. No one wanted to see such a thing happen. Please calm down, both of you are the mainstays of the Southern Territory. You see each other all the time, so why be so angry? Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple stood up and tried to persuade them. That's right, both of you should not be angry. Sit down and have a cup of tea first. Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Zheng Yuan also stood up and said. Heavenly Marshal Holy Lands Chen Wenhao quickly said, didn't Elder Xiao say that he is waiting for the Great Emperor's decision? It has already been 5 days, so it shouldn't be long before the Great Emperors make their decision. Why is Elder Shui so anxious? Shui Jingmao frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, good, then this king will wait here for the Great Emperor's decision. I want to see how you, Wen Zishan, will protect that little brat when the time comes. Saying so, he glared at Xiao Yuyang. He was also very angry about today's matter. He thought that if he stepped forward, Yang Kai would definitely be captured, but he didn't expect Wen Zishan to not give him any face. More importantly, he didn't know that Xiao Yuyang had already reported this matter to the great emperors. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have acted like this. In any case, the great emperor's decision would be issued soon. With the great emperor's order, how could Wen Zishan dare to resist? Chapter 2769. Come take a seat. Wen Zishan waved his hand, feeling relieved. No matter what, it was good to be able to calm Shui Jingmao down. No rush. Yang Kai, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Wen Zishan looked at him in astonishment. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yang Kai asked, Temple Master, do you have any spare sacrificial beasts? Wen Zishan smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was not easy to find a 12th order monster beast, otherwise its 12th order monster core would not be so expensive. Especially now that they were pressed for time, where would they find another one? The goldback heaven-reaching ape that appeared earlier was personally captured by Wen Zishan from the Barren Mountains. Unfortunately, before Yang Kai could make a move, he was killed by Shui Jingmao, causing the crowning ceremony to be unable to conclude, making it very awkward. Yang Kai lowered his eyebrows and said, since there is no spare, I can only offend you. Wen Zishan's heart skipped a beat and he asked subconsciously, what are you going to do? Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared from where he stood. Wen Zishan's expression changed drastically as he vaguely guessed Yang Kai's intention and turned his head to look at Shui Jingmao. Sure enough, he saw Yang Kai's figure suddenly appear in front of Shui Jingmao and slash at him with his sword. On the tip of the sword, there was a terrifying 300-meter-long sword chi that seemed to want to shatter the void. Shui Jingmao was also shocked and raised his hand to strike back. As his vigorous emperor chi surged, the sword chi shattered and Shui Jingmao's figure swayed. How dare you sneak attack this old master? Shui Jingmao shouted, his nose crooked in anger. He was a third-stage Emperor Realm Master and an elder of Star Soul Palace. Yet this young man sneak attacked him without saying a word? Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough, otherwise he would have suffered a loss. But no matter what, being ambushed in public caused Shui Jingmao to feel slightly embarrassed, and the flames of rage in his heart surged. "I'm just returning the favor," Yang Kai sneered. He abandoned his sword and quickly formed a seal with his hands. The principles of time leisurely pervaded the air, and the law of time rose and fell. Everyone felt a sense of unreality at this moment, as if time had stopped flowing. Even his thoughts paused for a moment. At the same time as the flowing time great emperor struck out, a golden light burst out from his right eye, and a budding lotus flower flashed. The enraged Shui Jingmao's body stiffened, and he felt a sharp pain in his head. A huge lotus flower bloomed in front of him. He was horrified. How could he not know that he would fall into Yang Kai's trap if he was not careful? However, this soul secret technique seemed to be extraordinarily powerful. Was this really a soul secret technique that a first-order Emperor Realm Master could use? He bit the tip of his tongue, and the tingling sensation woke him up for a moment. He pushed his spiritual energy with all his might to resist the influence of the blossoming lotus secret technique. His vision cleared up, and the huge lotus flower disappeared. When he looked up, he was covered in cold sweat. In that moment of delay, Yang Kai's palm was about to hit his chest. He didn't know what was so mysterious about this palm, but it gave him a feeling of extreme unease. He wanted to resist, but he found that his thoughts had become extremely slow, and even his movements were no longer coherent. As he shouted, the aura of a third-order Emperor Realm Master burst out, and before he could do anything, the palm had already landed on his chest. His body and mind, which had just recovered, once again showed a momentary pause. At the same time, Shui Jingmao's counterattack landed on Yang Kai's chest. As a senior, Elder Shui won't be so stingy, right? Shui Jingmao's face darkened as he immediately remembered what Yang Kai had said before about returning the favor. It was indeed so. When he arrived, he launched a sneak attack on Yang Kai without saying a word. How could he not allow others to launch a sneak attack on him? But this matter absolutely couldn't end like this. He couldn't swallow the anger in his chest. Turning his head and staring to the side, Shui Jingmao called out, "Elder Xiao." Xiao Yuyang sighed, took a few steps and instantly came to Shui Jingmao's side. Now that things had gotten to this point, it was no longer something that he could just stand by and watch. This was not only related to Shui Jingmao's own face, it was also related to the face of Star Soul Palace, so he had to stand with Shui Jingmao. "Entangle Wenzi Shan, this old master wants that little brat dead," Shui Jingmao transmitted. Xiao Yuyang replied, "It's not a problem to entangle Wenzi Shan, but you can't kill that little brat. You underestimate this old master?" Shui Jingmao's chest was filled with anger, like a brewing volcano that could erupt at any time. It was just this old master being careless just now. "I'm not underestimating you. That little brat is proficient in the Space Divine technique. Without a perfect arrangement, no one can take him down." Space Divine technique. Shui Jingmao's eyes narrowed as a sense of powerlessness welled up in the depths of his heart. As an elder of Star Soul Palace, he was no stranger to the Space Divine technique. In the past, a guy named Li Wuyi offended the Flower Shadow Great Emperors and was chased down by the Great Emperors. In the end, he escaped with his life, relying on the Space Divine technique. Later, the martial beast came forward to intercede for him, and the Flower Shadow Great Emperors let him go. Until now, Li Wuyi was still alive and well, living freely on Spirit Beast Island. If Yang Kai was really proficient in the Space Divine technique, Shui Jingmao really couldn't do anything to him. Shui Jingmao frowned as he was in a difficult position. The two great elders of Star Soul Palace stood side by side, and everyone's expression changed. Wenzi Shan's expression was unprecedentedly solemn, and many of Azure Sun Temple's disciples from the Emperor realm surrounded Yang Kai tightly, their faces full of vigilance. No one expected a crowning ceremony to turn out like this. "Elder Shui, Elder Xiao, do you insist on this?" Wenzi Shan said in a low voice, "Although my temple is not as good as Star Soul Palace, we are not pushovers." Xiao Yuyang didn't say a word, and neither did Shui Jingmao, who just glared angrily at Yang Kai. The other guests who came to watch the ceremony were all on tenterhooks, fearing that the two sides would really fight. Once Star Soul Palace and Azure Sun Temple shed all pretense of cordiality, the entire southern territory would be in turmoil for a while, and it wouldn't be good for anyone. An oppressive and tense atmosphere spread throughout the hall, and the younger generation brought by the Emperor realm were all sweating and pale. "Stop." In the distance, a soft shout came. The voice was crisp and pleasant, and seemed to have a magical power that made people's tense nerves inexplicably relax. The moment he heard this voice, Xiao Qin, who was staring at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze, suddenly woke up and immediately looked to the side with bright eyes. He saw a ribbon come out of thin air, and a beautiful woman with picturesque features stood on the ribbon. There was a red cinnabar dot between her eyebrows, and her black hair was combed into a double moon bun with a few strands of long hair hanging in front of her chest. She wore a light yellow dress, which made her look more elegant and refined. With a light tap of her jade foot, she landed lightly on Myriad Saint's Peak. "Princess!" Xiao Chen cried out in surprise. Hearing Xiao Chen's shout, how could everyone not know the identity of this person? Shocked, they all stood up in unison and cupped their fists. "Greetings, Princess Lan Sun." The Emperor Realm Masters of the older generation were still fine as their temperament and cultivation were far superior, so even though Lan Sun was extremely beautiful, they only caught a glimpse of her beauty. On the other hand, the younger generation who had come with their elders to attend the ceremony, regardless of whether they were men or women, all stared at Lan Sun in a daze, especially the men who all revealed looks of adoration, their eyes filled with nothing but Lan Sun's dazzling beauty. Chapter 2770. Lan Sun was the daughter of the great emperors. Not to mention the fact that she was beautiful enough to make any man's heart beat faster. Even if she was ugly, if one could win her favor, they would have to struggle a few hundred years less. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen's face suddenly sank. He snorted softly and took the initiative to greet Lan Sun. When he got closer, he showed a gentle smile and said softly, "Princess, why are you here?" Lan Sun gently nodded at him as a greeting, then her face turned solemn and her red lips opened slightly. "By order of the great emperors, I am here to pass on the oral decree of the great emperors." Everyone's expression turned solemn when they heard this. Although there were 10 great emperors in this world, the great emperors mentioned by Lan Sun were undoubtedly the master of Star Soul Palace, the Bright Moon Great Emperors. They were also the stabilizing force of the entire Southern Territory. Just as the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors were respected in the Northern Territory, the Bright Moon Great Emperors were also respected in the Southern Territory. "We respectfully welcome the decree of the Great Emperors." Wen Zishan's expression was solemn as he shouted. Many guests also looked solemn and listened attentively. Lan Sun said, "This is not the place to talk. Would Uncle Wen please prepare a secret room?" She was obviously saying that there were too many people here, but the guests who came to watch the ceremony did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. To some extent, Lan Sun now represented the Bright Moon Great Emperors, so who would dare to be disrespectful? "This way please." When Zishan turned sideways and gestured to the back. Lan Sun nodded slightly and took the lead to walk towards the palace in front. When she passed by Yang Kai, she paused and turned her head. "Brother Yang, come here." Yang Kai pondered for a moment and stepped forward to follow. Lan Sun's appearance here was definitely related to him, so he had to follow. Xiao Yu Yang and Shui Jingmao looked at each other and also followed behind Lan Sun. Xiao Qin, the flower protector, naturally did not fall behind. After a while, a group of people entered the main hall. When Zishan waved his hand, the door immediately closed. Lan Sun stepped onto the high platform of the hall before turning around and looking down at the 3 great emperors. The 2 juniors, Yang Kai and Xiao Qin, stood on opposite sides. With a smile, Lan Sun looked at Yang Kai and said, "Congratulations, Brother Yang, from today onwards, you are an elder of Azure Sun Temple." As soon as this statement came out, both Xiao Yu Yang and Shui Jingmao frowned. The information revealed by these words made them vaguely aware of something. Yang Kai said, "Your Highness is too polite." Lan Sun said angrily, "Brother Yang, why are you being so formal? Little sister Little Seven and I are as close as sisters. You treat Little Seven like an elder brother, so just call me Lan Sun." "How dare he?" Xiao Qin immediately widened his eyes. How could any random man enjoy such an intimate address? He and Lan Sun grew up together and until now he had only called her that in private. When there were outsiders, he still maintained the distinction between seniority and inferiority. "Since Lan Sun said so, then I won't be unreasonable. Congratulations on your promotion to the Emperor realm." Yang Kai glanced at Xiao Chen as he spoke. It almost made him explode with anger. The 3 great emperors present, on the other hand, were all taken aback. First, it was Lan Sun's attitude towards Yang Kai. Second, it was Lan Sun's words. A person who could make Lan Sun treat him like a sister was definitely not an ordinary existence. "Little Seven?" Xiao Yu Yang murmured. Could it be the girl from Spirit Beast Island? Shui Jingmao and Wen Zishan suddenly came back to their senses and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. They did not expect Yang Kai to have a relationship with the princess of Spirit Beast Island, and from what Lan Sun said, it was not an ordinary relationship. It's that girl from Spirit Beast Island. Lan Sun covered her mouth and smiled. I'm afraid the few of you don't know, but little sister Xiao Qi and senior brother Yang are very close. Previously, when I went to Spirit Beast Island with my father, that little girl even asked me about senior brother Yang. Unfortunately, brother Yang is a mysterious dragon, so I couldn't tell her anything. She was very disappointed. With the relationship between Mo Xiaoqi and Lan Sun, even if she knew about Yang Kai, she probably wouldn't tell her. Lan Sun's words were plain, but they set off stormy waves in the hearts of the third-stage emperors. Mo Xiaoqi herself was nothing. But the one above her could not be ignored. That was an existence on par with the great emperors of Bright Moon. Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi had such a good relationship that it was equivalent to climbing the towering tree that was Spirit Beast Island. If they wanted to touch him, they would have to think twice. The great emperors of Bright Moon doted on Lan Sun very much, and the martial beast also doted on Mo Xiaoqi very much. If their own girl whispered something into their ears, even the great emperor's ears would soften. At this moment, Shui Jingmao couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, he didn't do anything to Yang Kai before. Otherwise, he might not be able to clean up this mess. Tan Junhao's matter could only be dealt with by the great emperors. With a thought, Shui Jingmao asked, Princess, what instructions do the great emperors have? Although he had some guesses, he still had to ask. When Zi Shan and Xiao Yuyang also looked up at Lan Sun. Lan Sun's expression turned solemn as she said, Tan Junhao, as an elder of Star Soul Palace, not only did he fail to set an example for the millions of cultivators in the Southern Territory, he even went against the law and harmed the Southern Territory's emperors. Wu Ming acted as an accomplice to the villain and aided the tyrant. The great emperors have already investigated this matter, and the death of these two is not to be regretted. The great emperors have ordered that the matter of Tan Junhao and Wu Ming ends here. No one is allowed to cause any more trouble. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Yuyang and Shui Jingmao cupped their fists and bowed. We obey the decree of the great emperors. When Zi Shan grinned and cupped his fists, great emperors are wise, great emperors are mighty. Yang Kai also said, Many thanks, great emperors. He was completely relieved in his heart. Those who could become great emperors were really broad-minded. With this order from the great emperors, Yang Kai no longer had to worry about anything in the future. However, it stood to reason that Star Soul Palace should be grateful to Yang Kai for killing Tan Junhao and Wu Ming, but these were all trivial matters. After all, Star Soul Palace was the overlord of the Southern Territory. Although there was a reason for the killing of their elders and deacons, it was already magnanimous of them not to pursue the matter. How could they still be grateful? There is one more thing that father has entrusted me to discuss with brother Yang. Lan Sun's gaze turned and fixed on Yang Kai. Everyone keenly grasped the change in the way she addressed the great emperors in her words. Since Lan Sun's arrival, she had always addressed him as the great emperors, but just now she had changed it to father. In other words, the matter to be discussed next was not as the great emperors. May I ask what it is? Yang Kai asked. Lan Sun said, Father wants to know where Tan Junhao's golden armored heavenly book is now. As soon as she said this, everyone in the hall focused their eyes on Yang Kai. Obviously, all the third-layer Emperor Realm Masters present knew about the golden armored heavenly book and the existence of this Emperor artifact. Although there were many Emperor artifacts in the star boundary, there were only a few famous Emperor artifacts. For example, the Mountains and Rivers Bell in Yang Kai's hand was an ancient exotic treasure that even the great emperors coveted. Although Tan Junhao's golden armored heavenly book was not as good as the Mountains and Rivers Bell, it was not an ordinary Emperor artifact, but a top-grade one. Yang Kai frowned as a bad feeling welled up in the depths of his heart, but he finally said, The golden armored heavenly book is with me. Saying so, he took out the golden armored heavenly book and held it in the palm of his hand. The dazzling golden light instantly attracted the attention of several pairs of eyes. Lan Sun nodded and said softly, It's like this, Brother Yang, Father hopes that you can return the golden armored heavenly book to me and bring it back. As soon as she said this, Yang Kai's face sank as he understood that his hunch had come true. He was well aware of the power of this golden armored heavenly book. When he was fighting Tan Junhao, if he had not underestimated his opponent, he would have only needed to display the full power of this golden armored heavenly book. If Yang Kai wanted to kill him, he would have had to pay a much greater price. Yang Kai naturally did not want to give up such a good treasure. Moreover, he had refined the golden armored heavenly book for a while and could use one or two divine technique secret techniques, so he was very fond of this thing. Now Lan Sun wanted him to return it with just a few words, which was really unacceptable to him. If he did not return it, there would be no benefits, but he knew that since this was a negotiation, Star Soul Palace would never use force. Looking up at Lan Sun, Yang Kai wanted to hear what she had to say next. The golden armored heavenly book is Brother Yang's spoils of war. Logically speaking, my Star Soul Palace has no right to ask you to hand it over. However, Brother Yang knows that this golden armored heavenly book is not only an emperor artifact, but also the key to open a sealed world in my Star Soul Palace. The key to open a sealed world. Yang Kai was stunned. Yes. Lan Sun nodded slightly. My Star Soul Palace has a sealed world called the Great Illusionary Realm. It is an independent small world that can only be opened by the golden armored heavenly book. Elder Xiao and Elder Shui also know this. Xiao Yu Yang and Shui Jing Mao both nodded, indicating that Lan Sun was telling the truth. Great Illusionary Realm, I know about this sealed world. When Zishan also echoed, I just didn't expect that this sealed world would require the golden armored heavenly book to open. In the past, this sealed world was under the control of Tan Junhao, so the golden armored heavenly book is in his hands. Chapter 2771. 200 million high-rank source crystals was not a huge sum that just anyone could possess. This was equivalent to the total income of the entire Azure Sun Temple for several years. Even Xiao Yu Yang and Shui Jing Mao's expressions heated up when they heard this. On the other hand, Yang Kai's expression was calm, as if he did not hear 200 million, but 20 million, 2 million. This made several people present a little surprised. In the end, Yang Kai was just a cultivator from the Emperor realm who had just broken through. Even if he had some wealth, it was impossible for him to be too rich, so why was he so indifferent in the face of such a huge amount of wealth? How could they know that Yang Kai was so rich now? 200 million high-rank source crystals was really nothing to him. What's the second condition? Yang Kai asked indifferently. The strange look in Lan Sun's eyes disappeared as she said softly, the second condition is that you can ask my father 3 questions no matter what kind of questions you ask. As soon as these words came out, Shui Jing Mao and Xiao Yu Yang's breathing suddenly quickened as a look of fanaticism appeared on their faces. Although they were elders of Star Soul Palace and held high positions in Star Soul Palace, with only one person above them, it wasn't so easy to meet the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor was in seclusion all year round, and his movements were elusive. Basically, they might not even see him once in a few years, let alone ask him a question. If they could get an opportunity like Yang Kai, the two of them would be overjoyed because no matter what cultivation a cultivator had, they would definitely have many doubts about the martial Tao. The doubts of masters at their level could only be answered by the great emperors. With just a few words of advice from the great emperors, they might be able to improve their strength by leaps and bounds. Could be said that the second condition was not as straightforward as 200 million high-rank source crystals. However, its value was much greater than the first condition. Source crystals could be earned in the future, but asking the great emperors 3 questions was not something that could be obtained so easily. Even when Zishan was tempted when he heard this. He tilted his head and glanced at Yang Kai, hoping that he would agree to it. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai's expression was still indifferent. He pondered for a moment and said, "What about the third condition?" Lan Sun said, "The third condition is to enter my Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda and cultivate for a month." Yang Kai nodded. He had already stated the 3 conditions. To be honest, Star Soul Palace's approach was indeed very sincere. No matter what condition it was enough for Yang Kai to return the golden armor heavenly book. Must this emperor artifact be returned? Yang Kai asked Lan Sun while holding the golden armored heavenly book. Lan Sun said apologetically, "Brother Yang, I hope you can sympathize with the dozens of disciples of my Star Soul Palace who are trapped in the sealed world. Without the golden armor heavenly book, they would not be able to open the great illusionary land, and the dozens of disciples trapped inside would never be able to escape." Yang Kai sighed and said, "Then I choose the third option." Lan Sun was overjoyed at first but immediately said in amazement, "Don't think about it again." When Zishan also persuaded, "That's right, Yang Kai. You might as well think about this carefully. Since the great emperors have agreed to your 3 conditions, they will not force you to make a choice immediately. It won't be too late to make a choice after you think about it clearly." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "No, I choose the third option." When Zishan opened his mouth but in the end he did not say anything, thinking about it from his perspective. If he were Yang Kai, Yang Kai raised his brow thoughtfully. 9 Phoenix being in retreat was definitely related to Lu Yen. After coming out of the Shattered Star Sea, Lu Yen merged with the Phoenix True Fire and turned into a Phoenix Egg, which was brought back to Spirit Beast Island by 9 Phoenix. There had been no news about him so far. At that time, the 9-headed Phoenix had said that the matter would be resolved in 3 to 5 years at the earliest. Although there was 9 Phoenix protecting him, Lu Yen had taken some risks in accepting the Phoenix inheritance this time, which made Yang Kai a little worried. He wanted to inquire about some information from Lan Sun, but he didn't expect that Lan Sun also knew nothing. Seeing his disappointed look, Lan Sun looked puzzled, wondering how Yang Kai got involved with 9 Phoenix again. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, "By the way, there is another thing I want to ask junior sister Lan for help with." Lan Sun smiled and said, "Brother Yang, there is no harm in asking." Yang Kai said, "Does junior sister Lan know a person named Hua Qingxi? She is also a disciple of Star Soul Palace, and her honored master is Tan Jun Hao." Less than half an hour later, Lan Sun walked out of the hall. Xiao Qin, who had been waiting outside, immediately greeted her. He looked at Lan Sun nervously, fearing that she had suffered some kind of loss. Seeing that Lan Sun was safe and sound, Yang Kai, who followed her out with a gloomy face, suddenly felt much better. "Brother Yang, whenever you want to go to Star Soul Palace, junior sister will be waiting for you." Lan Sun turned back and said to Yang Kai, "Junior sister Lan, take care." Yang Kai nodded absent-mindedly. Lan Sun gestured to Xiao Yu Yang and Shuijing Mao, and the few of them immediately turned into streams of light and rushed towards the horizon. On Myriad Saints Peak, many guests watched quietly. The coronation ceremony had been completed, and Yang Kai had also received the Elder Jade Plate of Azure Sun Temple. From now on he was an Elder of Azure Sun Temple. If it had been an ordinary Elder, it wouldn't have been a big deal, but the key point was that Yang Kai had displayed his strength in front of everyone before, using his blood chi to fight against Shuijing Mao and even injure him. Although he seemed to have suffered some serious injuries, whether it was his courage or his strength, it was enough for everyone to take him seriously. The arrival of Lan Sun and the calm departure of the people of Star Soul Palace made these guests smell a different atmosphere. So at this moment, many people looked at Yang Kai differently. They no longer looked at him as an elder looking at a junior, but as an equal. After a brief silence, the atmosphere became lively again under the mobilization of many of Azure Sun Temple's higher-ups. Although the coronation ceremony had been completed, it was still a rare occasion for so many people from the Emperor Realm to gather together. Moreover, they were in the territory of Azure Sun Temple, so they naturally couldn't neglect their guests. When Zishan also took Yang Kai around the venue and toasted him one by one, so that he could become familiar with many people from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory. Who knows, he might have some dealings with them in the future. During this trip, Yang Kai saw many familiar faces. Wu Chang of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Zhuang Bufan of Orthodoxy Temple, and Luo Yuan of Octagonal Door. Yang Kai had dealt with these people before. These rising stars who had blossomed with amazing brilliance in the Dao Source realm in the past, had all now broken through to the Emperor realm. Wu Chang and Zhuang Bufan were easy to deal with. They were rising stars in the Southern Territory, and their status in their respective sects was the same as Xia Sheng's in Azure Sun Temple. The cultivation resources and treatment they had were beyond imagination. On the other hand, Luo Yuan came from the Octagonal Door, which was just a small force, not even as good as the original Blue Feather sect, but he relied on his extraordinary aptitude and perseverance to reach the Emperor realm. Now he even took over the Octagonal Door and became the sect master of the Octagonal Door. When this guy stared at Yang Kai, his face was burning with fighting spirit as if he wanted to fight Yang Kai at any time. If it weren't for Yang Kai's big day today, he would have already issued a challenge. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, many people came and went, toasting each other, chatting in groups of 3 or 5 and exchanging pleasantries. Most of the people from the Emperor realm who came here brought their own disciples and juniors, so it was a good opportunity for them to broaden their horizons. "Young Master Yang, we meet again." A wisp of fragrance came with the wind, and a plump figure came up to Yang Kai with a smile. "No, I should call you Elder Yang." Yang Kai turned his head and saw a beautiful young woman standing with a glass of wine in her hand. Perhaps because she had drunk some wine, her pretty face was pink, and even her fair neck was red, making her look extremely attractive. Palace Master Hua. Yang Kai recognized this person, smiled slightly and raised his glass in greeting. Chapter 2772. I have yet to thank you for saving my life, so this mistress offers you a toast. Huayulu raised her cup and drained it in one gulp. Although this 100-flower palace master looked delicate and weak, she had the spirit of a woman who was not inferior to men. After draining her cup of wine, her face became redder and redder. Palace Master Hua is too polite. It was Tan Junhao's matter that caused Palace Master Hua to be questioned by Star Soul Palace. Yang Kai smiled slightly and drained his cup of wine. Huayulu shook her head and said, "They didn't make things difficult for me, they just asked me a few questions." This mistress told them the truth and didn't make things difficult for Elder Yang, right? Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Palace Master Hua helped me by telling the truth. How could you make things difficult for me?" Huayulu looked relieved and turned her head to look around, asking softly, "Why don't I see Xia Sheng?" Last time in Flowing Shadow City, Huayulu said that she was Xia Sheng's friend. Now, it seemed that these two were really old acquaintances, otherwise Huayulu wouldn't be so concerned. "Brother Xia is on duty at Spirit Lake Palace and won't be back for a while," Yang Kai explained. "If Palace Master Hua wants to find Brother Xia, you can go to Spirit Lake Palace to take a look." "Is that so?" Huayulu showed a look of disappointment. Just as they were talking, Gao Shueting suddenly walked over with a cold face. Huayulu immediately said, "Elder Yang, this mistress will take a look around." She then turned around and left. "How are your injuries?" Gao Shueting leaned over to Yang Kai and asked softly, her eyes fixed on Huayulu's back. "Not bad," Yang Kai replied. "If it were any other First-Order Emperor Realm Master who was hit in the chest by Shuijing Mao, even if they didn't die, they would be bedridden for a few days." However, Yang Kai's physique was extremely strong, and now that he was wearing the flying Great Ink Dragon armor, he only had a few broken bones. His internal organs weren't damaged. Even if he didn't pay attention to such injuries, he would recover in 1 or 2 days. "How do you know that woman?" Gao Shueting asked abruptly with a look of disdain. Yang Kai replied, "We met once in Flowing Shadow City." "What? It's nothing. If you're injured, go and recuperate. If you don't have anything to do, don't bother with these shady people." No 3 no 4. Gao Shueting seemed to have a big prejudice against Huayulu. Realizing this, Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything else. Gao Shueting snatched the wine glass from his hand. "Later on, there will be an exchange between the Emperor Realm. There might be some good stuff there. If you're interested, you can come and take a look." "Exchange meeting?" Yang Kai's interest was piqued. Gao Shueting nodded and said, "It's rare to see so many people from the Emperor Realm gathered in one place, so we naturally have to take this opportunity to communicate. This is also the Palace Master's intention. It will be held by our Azure Sun Temple. And if you have any treasures you don't need, you can take them out to exchange." "Okay, then call me when the time comes." Yang Kai nodded. "Go." Gao Shueting waved her hand. The coronation ceremony was over, and Yang Kai had become a temple elder. However, time was short and he didn't have his own residence yet, so he could only return to Purple Bamboo Peak. He spent half a day meditating and recuperating, and by evening his injuries were basically healed. The communication artifact placed next to him moved slightly. Yang Kai reached out and picked it up, scanned it with his divine sense and stood up. It was still Myriad Saints Peak, but this time the exchange meeting was held in the main hall. Many guests should have received the news long ago, so there weren't many people who left, only a few people. They must have encountered something urgent, otherwise they would never miss this kind of exchange meeting. Several disciples of the Azure Sun Temple were in charge of reception at the door. After seeing Yang Kai, they all showed a respectful look and bowed their heads. "Elder Yang." Yang Kai nodded. Then he strode in. Glancing around, the main hall was already full of people. The guests during the day were basically all present. There were hundreds of people from the Emperor Realm and their disciples and descendants. Although there were a lot of people. But the scene was orderly and there was no noise at all. Even if there was some communication, it was done in private. The hall was brightly lit as if it was daytime. "Over here." While he was still turning his head to look for a seat, Gao Shueting's voice suddenly came to his ears. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and saw Gao Shueting sitting on a chair on the left side of the hall, waving at him. Yang Kai smiled slightly and stepped over there. This place seemed to be where the elders of the Azure Sun Temple sat. In addition to Gao Shueting, the elders in the sect such as Qin Qian, Di Rong, Yukuan and others were all here. When they saw Yang Kai, they all showed a kind smile. Yang Kai greeted everyone one by one before sitting down next to Gao Shueting. "Junior brother, have you ever participated in such an exchange?" Gao Shueting suddenly turned her head and asked. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment and looked to the other side of him, but there was no one there. He suddenly came back to his senses and stared at Gao Shueting. "Elder Gao, are you talking to me?" Gao Shueting snorted, "Of course I'm talking to a ghost." Chen Qian, who was on the other side of Gao Shueting, chuckled and explained, "Yang Kai, you are now an Emperor Realm Master and an Elder of the Temple, so you naturally have to talk to us as equals. This is the rule of the temple." Yang Kai looked embarrassed and scratched his head. "I didn't realize it for a moment." Before today he had always regarded himself as a disciple in front of Gao Shueting. Now that he had suddenly become a junior brother, his status had increased by a lot. This change was too sudden. But thinking about it, Yang Kai was now almost the same as Gao Shueting and the others in terms of cultivation and status, so he did have the qualifications to talk to them as equals. "Ask senior sister to come and listen." Gao Shueting looked at him seriously. "Senior sister Gao." Yang Kai grinned. He was very adaptable. "Good boy, but it's a pity that there's no reward." Gao Shueting smiled and asked again, "Have you participated in such an exchange before?" "No." Yang Kai shook his head. He had participated in many auctions, but he had only heard of such high-level exchanges. "But I know the basic rules, bartering." "That's right." Gao Shueting nodded. "When one's cultivation reaches the Emperor realm, the value of source crystals is not so important. Many good things can't be bought with source crystals, so many people like to directly barter. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of some people exchanging for source crystals, but it all depends on what the owner of the treasure offers." Yang Kai kept Gao Shueting's words in mind and kept nodding. Gao Shueting was very satisfied with his humble attitude of asking for advice. After waiting for a while, the door of All Saints Temple creaked and closed a moment later. Yang Kai knew that the exchange should start soon. Sure enough, the moment the door closed, an elderly man flew up to the high platform. It was none other than Azure Sun Temple's deputy temple master, Chiu Ran. As the organizer, Azure Sun Temple naturally had to be the first to go up and liven up the atmosphere. Chiu Ran coughed lightly and said, "Thank you all for your support and for making tonight's exchange go smoothly. This old man wishes you all a victory and a fruitful return. There's no need to say more about the rules. The exchange will begin now. My temple will throw a brick to attract the jade, so I hope you can take out some good things." With a wave of his hand, a jade bottle appeared in Chiu Ran's hand. Raising the jade bottle slightly, Chiu Ran said, "Supreme Soul Refining Pill, an Emperor-grade low-rank spirit pill. Even if an Emperor Realm Master consumes it, after refining and absorbing it, it will greatly increase the strength of their soul. If supplemented with a soul secret technique, the effects will be even better. There are 3 spirit pills in this bottle, and only source crystals will be sold." As soon as his voice fell, more than half of the Emperor Realm's people showed signs of interest. It was none other than Emperor pills. Emperor-grade spirit pills were not so easy to find. Only an Emperor-grade alchemist could refine Emperor-grade spirit pills, but how many Emperor-grade alchemists were there in the entire star boundary? Even a big sect like Azure Sun Temple did not have an Emperor-grade alchemist. There was an Emperor-grade alchemist in Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, but Grandmaster Huang Fu's alchemy schedule was full. Even if one wanted to ask him for a pill, they would have to queue for several years before it was their turn. In the star boundary, spirit pills below Emperor grade were easy to obtain. After all, although there were not many Dao Source grade alchemists, there were still quite a few of them. However, Emperor grade pills were something that could only be found by chance. As the organizer, Azure Sun Temple had actually taken out 3 Supreme Soul Refining pills at once. This was enough to show their sincerity. Moreover, they were only auctioning source crystals, which gave the people of the Emperor realm the opportunity to participate. So, just as Chiu Ran's voice fell, the voices of people bidding rose one after another. The old bids were replaced by new ones as soon as they appeared. For a moment, the 10,000 Saints Temple was as lively as a market. The people of the Emperor realm shouted until their faces were red, as if they were determined to win. Yang Kai was also a little surprised. He did not expect the temple to take out an Emperor-grade pill to auction as soon as they arrived. Even if it was just throwing a brick to attract jade, this brick was not light. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly understood something. The Supreme Soul Refining Pill's biggest use was to temper one's soul. After taking it, one could cultivate a soul secret technique and increase the strength of one's soul. However, this effect did not seem to be of much use to the people of the Emperor realm. That was because Azure Sun Temple had the Divine Ascension Mirror. When he first came to Azure Sun Temple, when Zishan told Yang Kai that the cultivator of Azure Sun Temple had a higher soul cultivation than the cultivator of other realms. The reason for this was because of the Divine Ascension Mirror. The Divine Ascension Mirror was a sealed world that could improve one's soul. As long as the people of the Emperor Realm entered the Divine Ascension Mirror to cultivate, the effects would probably be many times better than taking the Supreme Soul Refining Pill. If they wanted to improve their soul, they could just enter the Divine Ascension Mirror. Why would they need to take an Emperor-grade pill? In other words, the Supreme Soul Refining Pill was probably not worth much in the eyes of the people of the Emperor Realm of Azure Sun Temple. Qin Qian and the others understood this just by looking at their indifferent expressions. After realizing this, Yang Kai laughed in his heart. 5 million. Suddenly, a person's voice rang out and the scene fell silent. The bid of 5 million high-rank source crystals immediately made the rest of the people of the Emperor Realm shrink back. This price was basically the limit of what they could afford. No one who could cultivate to the Emperor Realm was an idiot. Naturally, they would not spend source crystals carelessly. This was just the beginning. Who knew what other good things would appear later on? Chapter 2773. In the end, this bottle of 3 Supreme Soul Refining Pills was bought by a red-robed old man for 5 million high-rank source crystals. This red-robed old man seemed to be the sect master of a third-class sect. His surname was Yu, but Yang Kai couldn't remember his name. Today, when Zishan led him to propose a toast, he had met this red-robed old man, but even if Yang Kai had a good memory, he couldn't remember more than 100 names from the Emperor Realm in a single day. It could also be said that he was too lazy to remember. Next, Qiu Ran took out 2 more treasures like the Supreme Soul Refining Pills, which were auctioned for source crystals. Everyone in the Emperor Realm fought over them, and in the end, they were bought by a man and a woman at a high price. After the 3 treasures were auctioned, the atmosphere of the exchange was immediately livened up. After Qiu Ran left the stage, the red-robed old man who had won the Supreme Soul Refining Pills was the first to rush up the stage, bowed and said with a smile, "This old man has made a fool of himself." As he spoke, he raised his hand and a crimson-red berry appeared in his palm, saying, "A 3,000-year-old jade blood dragon fruit in exchange for a water attribute spirit medicine or emperor pill of the same value." As soon as the bloodshed scarlet dragon fruit appeared, a strange fragrance wafted through the hall, causing those who smelled it to feel refreshed and energized. The people in the Emperor Realm present were all people with good eyesight, so they naturally knew that the jade blood dragon fruit was a rare treasure. Many people were immediately tempted, especially those who cultivated a fire attribute secret art or secret technique. Immediately, 4 or 5 rings were silently thrown up from below. The red-robed old man caught them and checked them one by one, a thoughtful look on his face. In the end, he kept one of the rings and returned the rest. He walked down the stage and handed the jade blood dragon fruit in his hand to the person who made the exchange. With the red-robed old man making a good start, the exchange became more and more lively, and the frequency of the exchange was extremely fast. When one from the Emperor Realm came down, another from the Emperor Realm immediately jumped up. They took out their items and proposed the conditions of the exchange. Except for a few cultivator who asked for too much or whose conditions were too harsh, everyone else basically got what they wanted. Yang Kai sat below the stage, not intending to participate for the time being. However, he was watching with great interest. Although Yang Kai was now rich and ordinary treasures were nothing to him, the treasures that could be brought to this exchange were all treasures from the Emperor Realm. All kinds of strange treasures were an eye-opener for him. After greatly expanding his knowledge, he would be able to recognize similar people in the future. Even Qin Qian and Di Rong, the 2 elders of the Azure Sun Temple, each made a move to exchange for something they needed from the Emperor Realm. In such an exchange, some people might suffer a small loss, but it was not a big deal. If the value of the items exchanged was too different, they could just use source crystals to make up for the difference. Everyone present had the same discerning eyes. No one would let the other take advantage of them. It was impossible to pick up scraps here. "You don't have anything you want?" Gao Shueting suddenly asked. Yang Kai shook his head and replied, "Let's take a look first. If there's anything you want, just tell your senior sister Qin. Your senior sister Qin is in charge of the temple's storeroom, so she can help you exchange 1 or 2 things. Consider it a benefit for being an elder of the temple." As the 2 were talking, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the high platform. Everyone fixed their eyes on the stage and saw a middle-aged man holding a transparent porcelain bottle in his hand. Inside the porcelain bottle there was a young man. Some liquid swayed slightly, and the strange fluctuation of power was emitted by this droplet-like existence. This is... Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he vaguely felt that he had seen this thing before. Just as he was thinking about it, there was a cry of surprise in his ears, "Supreme Divine Water!" Many people in the Emperor realm were in an uproar. Everyone's eyes lit up as they stared at the liquid in the porcelain bottle. Sure enough, it was Supreme Divine Water. Yang Kai also remembered at this moment. He had indeed seen this thing before, back in the Flowing Time Temple in the Four Seasons realm. A drop of Supreme Divine Water had appeared there. However, that drop of Supreme Divine Water was eventually obtained by Murong Xiao Xiao, and he didn't know whether it had been used up or not. In the star boundary there were 3 great divine waters: soul-cleansing divine water, life-revitalizing jade cream, and immortal source liquid, each of which was formed by seizing the heavens and earth and had a great effect on the growth of a cultivator. Yang Kai had obtained all 3 of these divine waters, but there was another type of divine water that, although not included in the 3 great divine waters, was superior in both value and effect. That was Supreme Divine Water. Because this thing was only used to accelerate the growth of spirit herbs, it didn't have much effect on the cultivator itself, so it wasn't included in the 3 great divine waters, but no one could deny its rarity. If a spirit herb could be nourished by a drop of Supreme Divine Water, its growth period would be greatly shortened. In just a year, it could grow to several hundred years old without any harm, as if it had grown naturally. Supreme Divine Water was also the divine water that alchemists coveted the most. Just imagine, a precious spirit herb would take several hundred years to mature, but if there was a drop of Supreme Divine Water, it might blossom and bear fruit next year and be used for alchemy. The medicine garden in Yang Kai's sealed world bead contained countless heavy earths and a lot of earth vein beads, which also had the effect of accelerating the growth of spirit herbs. Many spirit herbs grew in the sealed world bead's medicine garden, and 1 year of growth was equivalent to 100 years of growth in the outside world. Its effect was similar to Supreme Divine Water, but Yang Kai was still very interested in Supreme Divine Water. Because the firmament tree might need Supreme Divine Water to accelerate its sealing power. The sealing power contained in the gold and silver firmament tree could seal the ancient demonic chi in Yang Kai's body, but if Yang Kai used the means to become the demon race, the seal would be broken. It's just that, this old master has no descendants and no disciples. If this heavenly note treasure box continues to stay in this old master's hands, it will be like a pearl covered in dust. This old master hopes that it can play its role again. Consider it my thanks for helping this old master all these years. The old man's words were a little lonely, but it shocked everyone who heard it. Generally speaking, for a cultivator like this old man who had no sect or background, his path of cultivation would be full of thorns and obstacles. It was rare for him to achieve great success, and it was extremely difficult for him to break through to the Emperor realm. But he was now a master in the Emperor realm, most likely because of the heavenly note treasure box. But there is one thing that everyone should know. Although this heavenly note treasure box is magical, it has no effect on the Emperor realm. Even Dao Source realm cultivators are greatly reduced. Only cultivators below the Dao Source realm can understand the wonders of this heavenly note treasure box. The old man seemed to be an honest person, so he did not hide anything and told everyone about the drawbacks of the heavenly note treasure box. But even so what? The emperors present were not existences like this old man. They either had countless disciples or their own family descendants. Those who had disciples below the Dao Source realm were countless. Take Azure Sun Temple as an example. Such a large sect, there were cultivators of all levels. There were plenty of cultivators below the Dao Source realm, so the heavenly note treasure box was of great use to them. If Azure Sun Temple could get the heavenly note treasure box, then disciples below the Dao Source realm would have one more choice for cultivation in the future. The attraction of this thing to sects and families was huge. So when the old man's voice fell, someone in the audience could not help but ask, "Old Lu, may I ask what you want to exchange this heavenly note treasure box for?" "Yes, Old Lu, name a price so that everyone can prepare. We will not let you down." There were even some sect masters who secretly transmitted sound transmissions to Elder Lu, promising him the position of elder or even vice sect master, hoping that he would join their sect. Unfortunately, the result was destined to disappoint them. There were countless people like Elder Lu in the star boundary. Some of them didn't have the opportunity to join the sect, and some of them didn't have enough aptitude so they couldn't join the sect. However, there were also some who were idle and didn't want to be bound by the sect. Old Lu was undoubtedly the latter kind of person. Otherwise, with his cultivation in the Emperor realm, he would be welcome to join any sect. Even Azure Sun Temple would have a place for him. Elder Lu politely rejected those who secretly sent him voice transmissions. What's the matter? When the exchange ended, he was about to leave when he heard Yang Kai's voice transmission, so he deliberately waited here. Otherwise, he would have returned to his sect long ago. If it was someone else who sent him such a voice transmission, he would have ignored it, but Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple, so he had to treat it with caution. He could only wait here. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Sect Master Zhang, please forgive me. I want Sect Master Zhang to transfer something to me." Zhang Dashan frowned and understood at once. What about Divine Tai water? When the owner of Divine Tai water took out this thing to exchange, Yang Kai also offered a bargaining chip. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. In the end, Divine Tai water fell into his hands. Zhang Dashan and Yang Kai had never interacted before. If Yang Kai was looking for him for something, it could only be Divine Tai water. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Zhang Dashan immediately showed a look of vigilance. His divine sense swept around as if he could be ambushed at any time. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Sect Master Zhang, you don't have to be like this. I came alone because I sincerely want to exchange this Divine Tai water with Sect Master Zhang." Zhang Dashan frowned and said, "If that's the case, then I'm sorry. This Divine Tai water is also very useful to me, so I have to disappoint Elder Yang." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Sect Master Zhang, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let me guess what you want this Divine Tai water for." Zhang Dashan's frown deepened. He was quite impatient because of Yang Kai's pestering. He had already refused, what else did he want to say? Yang Kai turned a deaf ear and said, "The function of Divine Tai water is nothing more than to promote the growth of spirit medicine. For alchemists, it is a good thing that can only be found but not sought. I'm afraid this is also why Sect Master Zhang wants this Divine Tai water, right?" "Yes." Zhang Dashan nodded and admitted. This was not difficult to guess, so it did not show any wisdom. Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's just that I see that Sect Master Zhang's hands are delicate, without any smoke or fire aura, and there are no traces of spirit medicine. Therefore, Sect Master Zhang should not be proficient in alchemy." Zhang Dashan shook his head and said, "The path of martial arts is long and difficult. I don't have the leisure or the ability to study alchemy." Yang Kai looked confident and said with a smile, "So, Sect Master Zhang, this Divine Tai water is a gift to someone? What's more, it's an alchemy grandmaster. For Sect Master Zhang to give such a big gift, it seems that Sect Master Zhang has something to ask of the other party. It should be a pill request, right?" After a pause, Yang Kai asked, "Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Grandmaster Huangpu?" Zhang Dashan finally showed a trace of surprise. Elder Yang can even guess this. Chapter 2776. The reputation of an Azure Sun Temple elder was indeed useful. If it were someone else, it would be impossible to get the supreme divine water from Zhang Dashan's hands with just a few words. Zhang Dashan was not a fool. How could he casually give away such a precious treasure like the supreme divine water? It was precisely because of Yang Kai's identity as an elder of Azure Sun Temple that he trusted him. Watching Yang Kai's figure disappear, Zhang Dashan was both excited and nervous. He was excited because he might be able to establish a relationship with Grandmaster Jianghu through this transaction. If he wanted to ask for any Emperor pills in the future, he would be able to get them first. He was nervous because he didn't know if the Emperor pill he was going to refine this time would be successful. Alchemy was a skill. Even if it was an alchemy emperor, there was a certain chance of failure. Once he failed, the herbs he had painstakingly collected would all be destroyed. It took him 5 years to collect all of them. Just as he was thinking about this, Zhang Dashan was shocked again and slapped his thigh in annoyance. He was so excited that he forgot to tell Yang Kai what kind of spirit pill he was going to refine. However, after thinking about it again with Grandmaster Ji Ying's eyesight and alchemy skills, He should know what kind of spirit pill he was going to refine after seeing the herbs he had prepared. A day passed as Zhang Dashan waited anxiously. It felt as long as a year. Suddenly, a stream of light shot over from afar. Zhang Dashan was shocked and looked up. Yang Kai's figure reappeared and threw a jade bottle to Zhang Dashan and said with a smile, "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." Hearing this, Zhang Dashan's heart pounded with excitement. He took the jade bottle and opened it to take a look. Sure enough, there were 6 round emperor pellets lying quietly in the jade bottle. Taking a whiff of their fragrance, he felt refreshed. Laughing heartily, a look of gratitude appeared on his face as he sincerely said, "Many thanks, Elder Yang. If it weren't for Yang Kai, how could he get these spirit pills in a day?" According to his plan, he had to go to Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's headquarters to ask for Grandmaster Huangpu's Supreme Divine Water and then wait for a few months to get these spirit pills from Grandmaster Huangpu. Even so, taking 3 or 4 spirit pills was the limit. Who would have thought that in just a single day his wish would come true? Not only that, there were as many as 6 pills, each of which was of high quality. As expected of the great emperors of wondrous pills, his foundation and ability in alchemy were amazing. He was much better than Master Huangpu. Zhang Dashan couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, Yang Kai had asked him to stay behind via telepathy yesterday. Fortunately, he had trusted Yang Kai for once. Otherwise, how could such a good thing happen to him? For a moment they were very grateful to Yang Kai. Sect leader Zhang is too polite, we're just taking what we need. Yang Kai smiled, cupped his fists and said, "Farewell. Elder Yang, please wait." Zhang Dashan suddenly raised his hand and shouted. Yang Kai turned around and asked, "Sect leader Zhang, do you have any other orders?" Zhang Dashan stammered, "I would like to ask Elder Yang if I were to ask for a pill in the future." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Feel free to come to Azure Sun Temple and find me. Anyway, with Jiying as a coolie he could refine emperor pills at will, and he could also collect some fees." Zhang Dashan was overjoyed. "Thank you, Elder Yang." Yang Kai nodded. His figure swayed and he returned the way he came. Azure Sun Temple, Lingyu Peak, where Deputy Temple Master Chiu Ran lived. "Brother Chiu, I'm here." Yang Kai shouted after breaking in, and soon saw Chiu Ran standing there quietly as if waiting for him. "Hey Brother Chiu, you don't look so good." Yang Kai pondered for a moment, and a look of determination flashed across his face. He stood up. "Junior brother Yang, what are you doing?" Yukun was shocked. "Drink with her. The sooner we finish the wine, the sooner we can be done." As he spoke, he strode forward. Even if there were thousands of people, he would still go. All the elders showed a look of admiration in an instant. Looking at his back, they were shocked for a moment. "Young?" Di Rong shook his head and sighed. "Don't talk nonsense. Take advantage of junior brother Yang's entanglement with her. Let's go quickly." Yu Kuan winked at the crowd. He glanced at Yang Kai, who was suddenly hugged by Gao Shueting and forced to drink wine. He immediately looked away and couldn't bear to look any more. "Junior brother, we will remember your kindness. We will repay you generously in the future." Everyone understood tacitly and held their breaths as they tiptoed out. Just as they walked to the door of the main hall, a light suddenly slashed at them and brushed past Yu Kuan's cheek. A few strands of black hair were cut off and fluttered in the air. A deep gully was cut in the ground. If it weren't for the protection of the array, this blow would have made the main hall collapse. "Wanna leave?" Gao Shueting's face was as cold as the north wind from hell. Even the air seemed to be frozen. Her cold voice echoed in everyone's ears, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. "Take another step and let me see." Qin Qian looked at Gao Shueting pitifully and whispered, "Senior Sister Gao, you're drunk?" Gao Shueting threw Yang Kai aside and her figure flickered. In an instant she appeared at the gate and blocked the way. She slashed down with the long sword in her hand and looked at Qin Qian with an imposing manner. "How am I drunk?" You. Qin Qian was at a loss. At this moment, the Emperor realm was like a mouse seeing a cat. She couldn't say a word. "Don't talk nonsense. Come and drink." Gao Shueting hugged Qin Qian and clamped her neck in her arms. She grabbed the wine jar and poured it into her mouth. Qin Qian only drank a few mouthfuls before she couldn't help but spit it out. The wine dripped down her slender neck and wet her clothes. Her gentle image of a pretty girl from a humble family was gone. After finishing the jar of wine, Gao Shueting let go of Qin Qian and abandoned her. Qin Qian immediately collapsed on the ground like mud. She hammered her chest with her hands and coughed continuously. Her face was flushed red. Ah! Gao Shueting laughed. She seemed to be in an extremely good mood. She turned her beautiful eyes and stared at Yukuan. Yukuan immediately jumped up and reached out to grab a jar of wine. He quickly said, "Junior sister Gao, you don't have to do anything. I'll help myself to my brother." After he finished speaking, he raised his head and drank boldly. Only then did Gao Shueting show a satisfied look. For example, if you want to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror, you need Elder Contribution Points. 2,000 Elder Contribution Points are required to enter it once. You need Elder Contribution Points to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror? Yang Kai was shocked. He really didn't know about this. Yu Kuan patted Yang Kai's shoulder and said sincerely, "Junior brother Yang, let's work hard together in the future." Yang Kai nodded casually, but Yu Kuan moved closer and said mysteriously, "I'll let you know in advance. In 3 months you'll be the temple master. During that time, if you can go out or enter secluded cultivation. Don't show yourself easily." Qin Qian nodded vigorously on the side as if she had experienced this before. "That's right, junior brother Yang. You've already seen 2 of the Divine Palace's 3 great taboos, so you definitely won't want to see a third." Yang Kai's face turned pale. Can it be more terrifying than senior sister drinking? Qin Qian carefully assessed the situation and said, "It's not that bad, but, in any case it's not a good thing." Yu Kuan couldn't help but shudder. "I won't say any more, I have to go back and recuperate. My heart hurts so much. I'm going as well. Junior brother, if you have time, come visit my little spring peak." Qin Qian turned around and headed in another direction. After a while, all the elders dispersed and returned to their respective peaks. Gao Shueting, who had left first, was nowhere to be seen. She had probably returned to Purple Bamboo Peak. Qiu Ran had grounded her for 3 months, so she would definitely be angry for a while. Yang Kai returned to his Spirit Sword Peak and sighed as he looked at the messy wine jars in the Spirit Sword Hall. He reached out and picked up the wine jars, throwing them down the mountain. When he reached the 10th wine jar, a black shadow suddenly jumped out of the jar and pounced at him. Yang Kai remained calm and pointed a finger at the black shadow. He immediately heard a whimper as the black shadow bounced back and fell to the ground. Looking down, Yang Kai was a little surprised. He saw a small black beast on the ground. It was only about the size of a palm. At first glance it looked like a puppy. It was crawling on the ground, baring its teeth at Yang Kai and making a threatening sound from its throat. Where did this little thing come from? Yang Kai was surprised. The most important thing was that he didn't find any trace of this little beast before. Although he didn't deliberately investigate anything, such a living thing hiding in the wine jar should have been discovered. But in fact, Yang Kai didn't notice it until the little beast suddenly attacked. He scanned it with his divine sense and found that this little beast didn't seem to be anything special. It appeared in the wine jar of the Spirit Sword Hall because it was attracted by the wine. There were many birds and beasts in the Spirit Sword Peak, so this little beast should be a native of the Spirit Sword Peak. After observing for a while, Kai Yang sneered and stretched out his hand to grab the little beast. But he didn't expect that the seemingly ordinary little beast would sense danger approaching and try to dodge. As a result, it was still caught by Kai Yang. Caught in an instant, the little beast suddenly restrained its hostility. It drooped its tongue and huffed at Yang Kai like a real puppy. "You really know how to judge the situation," Yang Kai grinned, exerting a little force in his hand and tossing the little beast away. After dealing with this inexplicable guest, Yang Kai took out the Elder's Jade Disc and opened the restriction formation of the Spirit Sword Peak. According to Qiu Ran's instructions, he was ready to refine the Spirit Sword Peak's Earth Vein and the Jade Disc. Only in this way could he really become the master of the Spirit Sword Peak. Refining was not difficult, but it consumed a lot of divine sense. TSK, you succeeded in half a day. You're really amazing. Although there are a lot of herbs, I believe in your ability. You should be able to finish refining after a year or so of seclusion. Yang Kai was silent for a while, then said seriously, "Can I refuse?" "Yes." Gao Shueting nodded, "No one forced you to do this." "Then I refuse." Yang Kai returned the ring. Gao Shueting took the ring, turned around and left. As she walked, she sighed, I was kind enough to help you, but you didn't appreciate it. Forget it, forget it. I'm afraid you won't be able to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror for the rest of your life." Yang Kai immediately raised his hand, "Senior sister, please wait." Gao Shueting turned around and looked at him with a smile. "Junior brother, do you have anything else to say?" Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed lightly. "Senior sister, I would have forgotten about the Divine Ascension Mirror if you hadn't mentioned it. A few days ago I said that I wanted to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror, but you said that someone was using it and that I shouldn't disturb it. May I ask when I can go in?" "Do you have elder contribution points?" Gao Shueting asked back. "No." Gao Shueting sneered, 2,000 points per entry. You don't even have elder contribution points, yet you still want to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror? Are you still drunk? But last time you weren't a Deity Hall elder. Now that you're a Deity Hall elder, you naturally have to follow the rules. Otherwise, anyone can enter as they please, and the experience in the Divine Ascension Mirror won't be so precious anymore. Senior sister, how can you be like this?" Yang Kai was heartbroken. Gao Shueting turned around and said sincerely, "Junior brother, with great power comes great responsibility. As the only alchemist in the Deity Hall, you have to shoulder the responsibility of refining Emperor pills for the Deity Hall." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. "Senior sister, you tricked me into becoming a Deity Hall elder a few days ago because you had this plan in mind. I'm so young, yet you had the heart to lie to me." Gao Shueting smiled. "When you refined the extraordinary treasure pill back then, I already had this plan in mind. I really was blind." Yang Kai lamented bitterly, as if a beautiful dream had been shattered by someone. When he woke up from his dream, he felt like he was being stabbed by a knife. His face was covered in blood and tears as he complained. Gao Shueting said, "Don't be angry. If you don't want to perform alchemy, there's another way." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "Senior sister, please enlighten me. Didn't you say last time that the fifth disciple of the extraordinary treasure pill Great Emperors is the chief alchemist of your High Heaven Palace? Since you have subordinates, there's no need for you to do it yourself." That's not a bad idea." Yang Kai rubbed his chin as he pondered. The South Gate army suddenly scratched his face and said, "But I can't make a mountain ripple diagram by myself." "What?" Yang Kai frowned. Just now this guy was acting like he was the boss, but in the blink of an eye he actually chickened out. What was the meaning of this? The South Gate army said, "It's like this, Palace Master. The mountain ripple diagram is both simple and difficult. Not only does it need an array master, it also needs an artifact refiner. Both of them need to work together to arrange it." Artifact refiner? That's right. Strictly speaking, the mountain ripple diagram is an artifact. Naturally, it needs an artifact refiner. Also, the requirements for the artifact refiner are very high. Ordinary artifact refiners can't refine the mountain ripple diagram at all. At the very least, they need to be Dao Source grade high rank. The requirements are quite high. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and pondered. He felt that it was a bit difficult. It couldn't be helped. Although the High Heaven Palace was small, it had everything. Whether it was an alchemist, an array master, or even a puppet master, they had all kinds of skills. The only thing they didn't have was an artifact refiner. The Southgate Army's words made Yang Kai realize a problem that couldn't be ignored. Should the High Heaven Palace recruit or train their own artifact refiners? In a large sect, all kinds of talents were indispensable. Chapter 2782. Sure enough, after a short while, an island that was neither big nor small appeared before their eyes. It could be said to be a kind of visual enjoyment for an island with green mountains and clear waters to suddenly appear in this boundless sea. The island wasn't very big, only a few dozen acres in size. On the beach, the waves were breaking and birds were flying. Yang Kai and the Southern Gate Army landed. Huh. Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked at the Southern Gate Army strangely. Isn't that Grandmaster from no sect? Why are there so many people on this island? When he scanned the island with his divine sense just now, he clearly found traces of people on this island. There were at least 20 people, and there were even 5 or 6 people from the Emperor Realm among them. If it weren't for so many people from the Emperor Realm, Yang Kai would have thought that this island was the base of some small sect. However, no small sect could have so many people from the Emperor Realm. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the Southern Gate Army was about to explain when a stream of light suddenly rushed over. Obviously, it had sensed the auras of Yang Kai and the Southern Gate Army and came to investigate. Palace Master, don't say anything later. I'll deal with it. The Southern Gate Army hurriedly sent a message as if he was afraid of something. Yang Kai frowned, feeling that this trip was a little strange. The stream of light dissipated, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man who was exuding a second-order Emperor Realm cultivation. The man glanced at Yang Kai and the Southern Gate Army and asked casually, "Who are you?" He didn't care too much about 2 First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, so he wasn't too vigilant. When he asked the question, there was a faint trace of arrogance on his face. The Southern Gate Army immediately gritted his teeth and replied, "We're here to collect debts." Debts. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at the Southern Gate Army, only to find that he had a serious and resentful look on his face, as if he was a creditor. What's going on? Yang Kai was full of doubts, but he couldn't ask clearly. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded slightly. "So you're a kindred spirit. How much does that guy owe you?" The Southern Gate Army did not even need to think. 5 million high-grade source crystals. What about you? The middle-aged man snorted, 20 million. If I find him, I'll definitely skin him alive. How despicable. The South Gate Army nodded in agreement. Pulling out his tendons and flaying his skin is too easy. If he falls into my hands, I will definitely let him taste all the torture in the world. Haha. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. Very good. The army at the South Gate asked, "Are the people here all here to collect debts?" Not bad. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "We've also reached an agreement. If we can find that bastard, we'll stall him immediately and then warn him." The rest of the people immediately rushed over and made it impossible for that guy to escape. "Since the 2 of you are also here to collect debts, then I'll count you in. However, I have to remind you that there seems to be an extremely brilliant array formation on this island. Don't let go of anything suspicious." "Thank you." Dajuan cupped his fists. "It doesn't matter. We're all victims. We should help each other," the middle-aged man replied politely. He gave the army at the South Gate a few more words before turning around and flying off into the distance. The army at the South Gate watched him leave, then winked at Yang Kai before quietly moving to the other side of the island. "What's going on with that artifact refining Grandmaster?" Yang Kai asked. "So many people are here to collect debts. How much money does he owe?" "Who knows?" The army at the South Gate had a look of disappointment on his face. There was nothing in the karst cave, but there were many forks in all directions. They didn't know where they led. "Palace Master, please wait a moment." After the army at the South Gate said this, he turned his head and looked at the forks. After a short while, his eyes locked onto one of the forks and he coughed lightly, "Little Marquis, come out." No one responded, only the voice of the army at the South Gate echoing in the karst cave. "Come out, do you think I can't see you?" The army at the South Gate's face darkened and he shouted, "Don't come over or I'll die before you." Suddenly, a woman's voice sounded, but it was extremely weak, as if she had suffered a serious injury, and her words were full of self-abandonment. A woman? Yang Kai was stunned. Previously, when Nanmen Dejun introduced this Emperor Artifact Master, his face was full of disdain and disgust, and his words were like, "This guy is a bastard." Yang Kai thought it was a man, but he didn't expect it to be a woman. This came as a surprise to Yang Kai, but he soon relaxed. It wasn't as if he had never met a female artifact refiner before. Yang Yin was a top artifact refiner and spirit array grandmaster. The army at the South Gate's face darkened and he angrily said, "Idiot, can't you recognize my voice?" The woman hidden in the forks was silent for a moment, but Yang Kai clearly felt a pair of eyes observing this place. A moment later, a figure wrapped in a breeze rushed over and stood not far away. "Dejun, it's you!" the woman cried out in surprise. Yang Kai took a closer look and found that although this woman's appearance wasn't enough to cause the downfall of a nation, she was still quite extraordinary. She wore a long floral dress that gave her a cute and playful appearance, but her figure was full of maturity. However, for some unknown reason, her expression was somewhat dispirited. The woman was very happy to meet an old friend after a long separation, and after a short pause she rushed straight towards the army at the south gate. "What are you doing?" The army at the south gate was obviously prepared. He stretched out a hand and pressed it on her head, his emperor chi surging, firmly fixing her in place. The woman smiled flatteringly and said coquettishly, "Dejun?" Yang Kai felt goosebumps all over his body and he suddenly felt uncomfortable. "How dare you be so presumptuous?" The army at the south gate shouted angrily, his emperor chi surging in his palm as he tried to push her away. The woman resisted the pressure and took a few steps forward, rushing into the arms of the army at the south gate. She turned around and lightly landed on a smooth stone not far away, giggling. "My ring." The army at the south gate's face was dark as he touched his empty middle finger. When he looked up, he saw that the woman was holding the ring in her hand and waving it at him as if she was showing it off. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as a look of surprise appeared on his face. Everything happened too quickly. Although he didn't see it too clearly, he still vaguely caught a trace of it. This Emperor Artifact Master was really fast. Even though the army at the south gate was prepared, she still managed to snatch away his space ring in an instant. Was she really an artifact refiner? "Give it back." The army at the south gate reached out to the woman with a cold face. The woman pouted her rosy lips and wiped away the soul imprint on the south gate Dajuan's ring. After searching for a while, she laughed and took out a few jars of wine from the ring. She said happily, "I knew you were the best to me." Saying so, she lay down on her side, tore open the seal and poured the wine into her mouth. The space ring, however, was silently bounced back to her. The army at the south gate took it with a sullen face, not saying a word. Only the sound of gulping wine could be heard coming from the cave. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and suddenly felt a headache coming on. She turned the small battleship over and over in her hand, her divine sense surging, apparently to investigate its internal structure. "Palace Master. Do you really intend to recruit this woman into High Heaven Palace?" Southgate Great Army quietly asked. "You've seen what kind of virtue she has. If she really enters High Heaven Palace, who knows what kind of trouble she'll cause. She's eccentric and does whatever she wants. It's just that she hasn't met anyone who can subdue her. Is Palace Master confident in subduing her?" "No." Yang Kai shook his head. "If I want to subdue her, the only way is to defeat her in her territory. I don't have that ability." In this regard, Southgate Great Army deeply understood. The reason why he agreed to join High Heaven Palace was not because Yang Kai was sincere, nor was it because Yang Kai was good to him, but because there was something in High Heaven Palace that interested him in his territory that he could not decipher. This was the main reason. "Although I don't have this ability, others do." Yang Kai showed a mysterious smile. "This is an origin grade ship?" Southgate Great Army frowned, realizing the crux of the problem. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and no longer said anything. An origin grade ship for Yang Kai was far too low of a grade, but it was a battleship personally refined by Yang Inflammation, something Yang Kai had brought from Shadowed Star. Yang Inflammation's artifact refining skills were something Yang Kai had deeply experienced. If this Grandmaster Ho's artifact refining skills were even better than Yang Inflammation's, then Yang Kai would naturally have nothing to say. However, Yang Kai felt that this was unlikely. This could be seen from the dignified expression on the woman's face at the moment. The layman enjoyed the show while the expert appreciated the skill. A trivial origin grade ship, in the eyes of Yang Kai and Southgate Great Army, was just a low-grade artifact, but in the eyes of this woman, it was an extremely exquisite artifact. Time passed slowly and the cave remained silent. The woman's expression became more and more dignified, a fine layer of sweat oozing from her forehead. This detail shocked and horrified Southgate Great Army. The woman's reaction was obviously because this origin-grade ship had given her a great shock. Although the Southgate Great Army did not acknowledge her claim to be the world's #1 artifact refiner, they subconsciously felt that in terms of artifact refining, there was basically no one in the entire star boundary who could match her. But now, it seemed that in this world there was always a mountain higher than the other. Who had refined this origin-grade ship, and where had the palace master obtained it? How could it have such a magical effect? Activate it. The woman suddenly raised her head and ordered Yang Kai, her tone not polite at all. Yang Kai didn't pay her any mind and simply formed a seal with his hand, causing the palm-sized battleship to immediately swell up to 15 meters in length and pitch black in color. Yang Kai opened the hatch again and the woman entered the battleship in a flash. From the looks of it, she would need to carefully inspect the ship from inside out. Yang Kai was not in a hurry and simply waited outside with the Southgate Great Army. By this time, Yang Kai was already 80% sure that this was the case, so it all depended on whether the woman admitted it or not. Half an hour later, the woman suddenly walked out of the battleship with a dull look on her face. She was like a walking corpse, like a young girl who had been brutally ravaged by dozens of burly men. Even her footsteps were stiff and mechanical. Only her beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. Her lips gently opened and closed, but no one knew what she was muttering. Yang Kai and the Southgate Great Army glanced at each other and tactfully chose not to disturb her. Chapter 2785. How is it? Yang Kai looked at the woman with a smile. Oh. The woman scratched her head, turned her eyes to the side and said with a hollow laugh, "This battleship is really good, ha." Southgate Army commander smiled and said, "Little Ho, do you still remember what you said before?" The woman glared at him fiercely before putting on a stubborn posture and looking at Yang Kai. She said, "All right, although I have some small flaws in my character." Small flaws? Southgate Army commander's forehead bulged. "But I also have my advantages. My biggest advantage is that I accept defeat." The woman looked at Yang Kai and said, "Since that's the case, when will we get married?" "There's no need to get married." Yang Kai raised his hand and refused. "Grandmaster Ho is a Grandmaster Artifact Refining. This young master came here mainly to invite you to the High Heaven Palace as the Chief Artifact Refiner. I hope Grandmaster Ho won't take offense if I offended you before." The woman covered her mouth and giggled. Little brother really knows how to talk. Her face suddenly became serious as she said, "Let's be clear, it was you who didn't want me to fulfill the agreement, not me. My reputation cannot be tarnished." Army commander can testify. Yang Kai smiled and added, "The premise is that Grandmaster Ho is willing to return to the High Heaven Palace with me." When the woman heard this, her expression became serious. She tilted her head and cast a glance at the army at the south gate. After careful consideration she said, "If it weren't for the army, no matter how many benefits your towering palace has, I wouldn't have considered it. But since Army Commander has already joined, let's join in the fun. I won't let Grandmaster Ho down." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Don't be in such a hurry." The woman raised her hand and said, "Before that, I have a condition." Yang Kai frowned and nodded, "Speak." The woman turned around and came to the back of the rock. She lifted her leg and pressed her floral dress to her waist. She stepped on the rock with one foot, leaving half of her body exposed, but she didn't care. It was unknown when a dice cup appeared in his hand. He shook it in a daze for a while. A series of crackling sounds came from the dice cup. After a moment he covered the rock. He roared, "Let's make a bet. The stake is this battle arc." "That's your condition?" Yang Kai asked in astonishment. "That's right." The woman nodded. Yang Kai was speechless. He had heard from the soldiers at the south gate that Master Ho was a gambling addict, but he had never had the chance to learn from him. He did not expect him to do something like this before he left. This origin-grade boat refined by Yang Yen should be extremely attractive to her. That was why she wanted to use Yang Kai as a stake. All right. Yang Kai naturally didn't have a problem. It was just a gamble. "If I win, so what? What's your bet?" "I have something to compensate you." The woman snorted and shouted, "Big or small?" Yang Kai glanced at the Southgate Army who said, "Palace Master can bet as much as you want. You don't have to worry about her doing anything. This girl is extremely serious when it comes to gambling. She won't go back on her word." Then let's bet big, Yang Kai said casually. In any case, winning or losing didn't matter. Even if he lost, it was just a matter of losing an origin-grade boat. The Southgate army quietly took out a space ring, threw it on the rock and said, "I'll bet big too." The woman sneered at the Southgate army, "Be careful not to lose everything. Don't worry, I can beat you with my eyes closed. Come, place your bets." A moment later, the woman's left hand grabbed her right wrist and shook it vigorously. Her eyes were filled with pain as if she had killed her father. "Cut off my hand." "How can it be big?" The Southgate army calmly took back the space ring and said, "Little Marquis, you owe me a total of 50 million source crystals. Keep the tap." The woman glared at him angrily before looking at Yang Kai. Sighing, she said, "Since you've lost, I'll give you something." While speaking, she reached into her clothes, grabbed something and tossed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it without any warning, but after taking a closer look, he almost had a nosebleed. The woman chuckled, "Our corset is still warm?" Yang Kai's face darkened. "What do I need this for?" The woman said meaningfully, "Who knows?" Yang Kai sighed and was about to return the exquisite corset to the other party when he suddenly frowned. He stretched out his hand and shook off the corset, spreading it on his palm to examine it carefully. The woman was planning to laugh at Yang Kai, but when she saw him like this, her heart skipped a beat and she quietly sent a message to the Southgate army. "Army, is our palace master a novice? Won't he eat me if I tease him like this?" "You." The Southgate army smiled contemptuously. "What's wrong with me?" The woman suddenly became unhappy. Yang Kai, on the other hand, saw a clue and looked up at the woman in amazement, asking in surprise, "Are you Master Monkey?" The woman was stunned for a moment before blinking. "Yes, my surname is Ho and my name is Yu." "So you are Master Monkey." Yang Kai laughed and pointed to the monkey head symbol on the corset. Ho Yu understood what he was talking about and smiled slightly. "So you were talking about this?" "Yes, I am the elusive artifact refining Grandmaster, Master Monkey." "It's you?" Yang Kai's eyes widened, but then he nodded slightly and said, "I should have known." On the airship of the Southgate army, Yang Kai saw a monkey head sculpture. At that time, he vaguely felt that he had seen it before, but before he had time to think about it, he was interrupted. At this moment, seeing the monkey head symbol on the corset again, Yang Kai suddenly understood. When he took Jianghu to an auction in Maplewood City a few days ago, he bought her a flowing cloud butterfly hairpin, which cost a lot of high-rank source crystals. The flowing cloud butterfly hairpin had a monkey head symbol on it. According to Jianghu at that time, Master Monkey was a very mysterious artifact refining Grandmaster, and no one even knew whether he was a man or a woman. However, the artifacts refined by Master Monkey were all high quality and could be sold at a high price. Master Monkey's name was well known in the southern region. However, no one would have expected that Master Monkey's true identity was actually a woman. Moreover, she was a strange woman who liked to drink, gamble and lose every time she gambled. This was really a pleasant surprise. Originally, Ho Yu's artifact refining skills were extremely good, and with the addition of Master Monkey's name, High Heaven Palace had profited greatly this time. Chapter 2786. Facing the middle-aged man's terrifying attack, Yang Kai took a step forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, the pressure weighing down on Ho Yu and the Southern Gate army instantly melted like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Yang Kai gently pointed his finger forward. It seemed simple, but it was in accordance with the principles of the Great Tao. The middle-aged man's expression changed as he hurriedly clenched his fist and pushed his Emperor Qi to meet Yang Kai's attack head-on. With a soft poochie sound, the middle-aged man's aura instantly deflated like a deflated balloon. He couldn't help but take a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. On the other hand, Yang Kai was as still as a mountain. His aura was steady, and as the sea breeze blew, his clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. Ho Yu was stunned as he stared at Yang Kai's back in a daze. For a moment, Yang Kai looked like a celestial being. Am I seeing things? How can a First-Order Emperor Realm Master be so powerful? Ho Yu and the Southern Gate Army were also First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, but under the suppression of this attack, they found it extremely difficult to breathe. However, this High Heaven Palace Master was able to repel them with a single finger. The middle-aged man was also shocked. In that instant, what he saw was not a finger, but a sharp blade slashing towards him. The aura of death enveloped his body, making it impossible for him to dodge or block. Just when he thought he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die, the other party easily broke through his defenses and only forced him to retreat. He didn't really kill him, nor did he even hurt him. All he did was cause his aura to become slightly chaotic. Are you in cahoots? The middle-aged man recognized Yang Kai and the Southern Gate Army at this moment. He had seen these two when they first arrived on the island 2 days ago. At that time the other person said that they were here to collect a debt, and he naively believed him. But now, it seemed that these two were not here to collect a debt, but were clearly accomplices of that hateful woman. If they were ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, he wouldn't need to worry about them, but he had just taken Yang Kai's finger and witnessed Yang Kai's strength. He was very wary of them. If they really shed all pretense of cordiality and fought, he might not be his opponent. As his mind raced, the middle-aged man regained his composure and shouted, "No matter what. Today you can either return the money or pay with your life." As soon as he finished speaking, figures rushed over from all directions and gathered around the middle-aged man. Those people had all stayed on the island the entire time. They were looking for Hoyu to collect their debts. There were more than 20 of them, 5 of which were from the Emperor Realm. Other than the middle-aged man who was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, the remaining 4 were all First-Order Emperors. With so many people standing by his side, the fear in the middle-aged man's heart lessened slightly. He alone was not a match for that young man, but with so many people, how could he not be a match for him? A fierce tiger does not fight against a pack of wolves, and 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. No matter how strong the other party is, he can't beat one person. As soon as these people appeared, they all looked at Hoyu with hatred and anger. It was as if they had some sort of irreconcilable enmity with her. However, they didn't speak casually. It was obvious that they were following the lead of the middle-aged man. "Friend, this woman owes us a lot of source crystals. If you insist on sheltering her, don't blame us for not giving you face." The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai vigilantly. Thinking so in his heart, Yang Kai replied, "I went into secluded cultivation for a while." Gao Shueting looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai's evasive answer made her a little suspicious, but since Yang Kai did not want to talk about it, she did not want to get to the bottom of it. She just nodded and said, "Then do as you please. I'll take my leave first." "Senior Sister Gao." Yang Kai raised his hand and called out to her. "Is there anything else?" Gao Shueting paused and asked. Yang Kai said, "Senior Sister Gao Shueting seems to be in a hurry and you look worried. Did you encounter some trouble? Maybe I can help you." Gao Shueting said lightly, "This is a secret of the temple. You're just a guest elder, so you're not qualified to know too much." "Well, if you're willing, Senior Sister, don't say any more." Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her. Yang Kai was already forced to become a guest elder of the temple, so how could he remove the word guest? After all, he was also a temple master. "By the way, I'm going to go out soon. Go if you want, no one will keep you." Gao Shueting's voice came and she disappeared. However, before encountering Yang Kai's business, he had already reached the end of his career as a steward. It wouldn't be long before he was transferred out of Maplewood City, a place that was overflowing with wealth. At that time, he might even be sent to some remote place. But Yang Kai's huge business deal allowed him to turn over a new leaf, and he was highly valued by Wuxia, a transaction worth 40 million, who could be so generous. Not to mention, Yang Kai also promised to bring 2 12th Order Monster Beast Monster Cores to Violet Source Chamber of Commerce every 6 months. This was a long-term business deal. Because of this, Kang Si Ran's position as a branch manager couldn't be replaced. After all, Yang Kai gave face to Kang Si Ran. That was why he made such an agreement with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Now, among the several branch managers, Lucci looked at Kang Si Ran in a new light, and many big customers were appointed to him. Especially after the branch manager named Gu Hong left Maplewood City, all the customers that belonged to Gu Hong were taken over by Kang Si Ran. Now, Kang Si Ran was the #1 manager of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's branch. Then, Gu Hong left Maplewood City? Yang Kai was a little surprised, thinking that it was no wonder he didn't see him on this trip. Yes, since Brother Yang came last time, he took the initiative to ask to be transferred out of Maplewood City. President Liu naturally had no reason to refuse, so he immediately waved his hand and let him go. Kang Si Ran grinned from ear to ear. Originally, the competition between him and Gu Hong was fierce, and he had no hope of winning, but in the end he had the last laugh and Gu Hong, who had the absolute advantage, took the initiative to leave. He probably felt that there was no possibility of him staying. This is all thanks to Brother Yang. Kang Si Ran kept thanking him, feeling that it was all Yang Kai's credit. When Yang Kai heard this, he faintly felt that he had grasped something, so he asked, "What was the situation when Gu Hong left?" Kang Si Ran didn't know why he asked this, but he still thought for a while and said, "He was in a hurry and he seemed to be in a bad mood, as if a disaster was about to befall him." "That scoundrel." Yang Kai slapped his thigh and coldly snorted. "What's wrong?" Kang Si Ran was startled. Yang Kai sneered, "I understand why he suddenly asked to be transferred out of Maplewood City. He was afraid that I would come to settle accounts with him." Kang Si Ran asked suspiciously, "How did Gu Hong offend Brother Yang?" Yang Kai said, "What kind of crime is selling a customer's information in the Chamber of Commerce?" Kang Si Ran was shocked when he heard this and said solemnly, "This is a serious crime, and if it is verified he will be executed immediately." "What does Brother Yang mean?" A 10% discount was very generous, especially since Yang Kai's business with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was extremely large. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai said goodbye and left. He went straight to Spirit Lake City. Halfway there he took out the Elder Jade plate and imprinted a message to Xia Sheng. When Yang Kai arrived at Spirit Lake Palace, Xia Sheng was already standing there with a smile. When he saw Yang Kai, he waved enthusiastically. Yang Kai walked over, and Xia Sheng directly put his arm around his shoulder and said with a smile, "Junior Brother Yang, congratulations on becoming an elder of our temple." Yang Kai said, "Brother, don't laugh at me. How is this a joke? This is a great thing for you in the temple." Xia Sheng patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "I heard that you have seen 2 of the temple's 3 great taboos." It would have been better if Xia Sheng did not mention this, but when Xia Sheng mentioned this, Yang Kai could not help but think of Gao Shuiting's heroic figure when she was drunk, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. Xia Sheng laughed, "It's good to get used to it, it's good to get used to it." There seemed to be some adultery between this man and woman. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became meaningful. Hua Yulu seemed a little embarrassed, her cheeks blushing slightly. She walked closer and bowed softly, saying, "This concubine greets Elder Yang." "Palace Master Hua is too polite." Yang Kai hurriedly raised his head. Not to mention that Hua Yulu's cultivation was similar to his, and she was a palace master. Just based on the unclear relationship between her and Xia Sheng, Yang Kai couldn't accept her courtesy. Yang Kai turned to look at Xia Sheng and said, "Brother, you said you wanted my help. Is it related to Palace Master Hua?" Xia Sheng smiled slightly, "Yes. It is indeed related to Little Hua." He looked up at Hua Yulu and said, "Little Hua, you tell me yourself." Hua Yulu nodded slightly and opened her red lips, slowly saying, "It's like this, 3 months ago. When I went to the southern swamp to look for herbs, I accidentally found an ancient cave mansion." "An ancient cave mansion?" Yang Kai was surprised when he heard this. Hua Yulu nodded, "It is indeed an ancient cave mansion. That cave mansion has been around for a long time, and it exudes an extremely ancient aura. I don't know who left it behind. This concubine and 2 other people took the risk and went in to investigate. Although we tried our best to break through a few layers of old restrictions and obtain some benefits, in the end we were stopped in front of an even more powerful restriction. We couldn't enter." "Why are there 2 other people?" Yang Kai frowned. Hua Yulu said, "Although the southern swamp is full of dangers, there are also many opportunities. It is said that the southern swamp is the place where the ancient cultivator rose and gathered, so there are many good things hidden there. Moreover, the special environment there can also produce some peerless spirit herbs. Many experts will explore the southern swamp. When that ancient cave mansion appeared, there was a small commotion. If it wasn't for that, this concubine wouldn't have discovered it. The other two people were also attracted. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this, vaguely understanding the situation at that time. Hua Yulu continued, among the other two people, one of them knew a little about restrictions and formations. According to that person's speculation, the restriction that blocked our way couldn't be broken through even if the three of us worked together, so we could only seek help from others. Therefore, the three of us agreed to find a helper each and meet in the southern swamp half a year later. And you found Brother Xia? Yang Kai asked. Hua Yulu smiled bitterly. Although this concubine knows many people in the Emperor realm, there are not many that I can truly trust. It was not uncommon for a cultivator to forget righteousness in the face of profit and kill others to steal their treasures on the path of cultivation. When it came to finding people to cooperate in an exploration, it was natural to find people that were trustworthy. Otherwise, if they randomly found someone, they might die an unnatural death. Xia Sheng said, Junior brother Yang, this brother really can't leave. The temple sent me here for a full 3 years. Before the time is up, I can't go anywhere. Otherwise, there would be no need to trouble junior brother. It's not a big deal. We're just going to explore an ancient cave mansion. Yang Kai waved his hand and looked at Hua Yulu. It's just... Are you familiar with the other two? Can you trust them? Hua Yulu replied, I'm not familiar with them. It was the first time we met, but they were both first-order Emperor Realm Masters. As for whether I trust them or not, since it was the first time we met, how could I trust them? However, I don't trust them and they certainly won't trust me. So, when we separated, the three of us each made a great heart demon oath, swearing not to casually reveal the matter of this ancient cave mansion. We were only allowed to find helpers below the second-order Emperor realm, and each of us could only bring one helper. So it's like that. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and pondered. Although great heart demon oaths were just empty words, when one's cultivation reached the level of the Emperor realm, this kind of oath could not be made casually. Once broken, a heart demon might appear and affect one's future. Since they were bound by great heart demon oaths for the time being, they could trust that the other two would not casually leak the information. This matter was still a possibility. If I'm not wrong, those two will definitely find helpers at the second-order Emperor realm. Hua Yulu looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze and said, If Elder Yang has any scruples, this mistress will think of another way. It wasn't that she couldn't find helpers at the second-order Emperor realm, but they really couldn't cooperate. Otherwise she wouldn't have found Xia Sheng. Xia Sheng was the chief disciple of Azure Sun Temple before the Emperor realm. Although he had just reached the first-order Emperor realm, if he really went all out, it wouldn't be easy for a second-order Emperor Realm Master to kill him. As for Yang Kai's strength, Hua Yulu had seen it with her own eyes on the day of the coronation ceremony. He could even injure an elder of Star Soul Palace. Although she was also heavily injured, her strength was definitely not simply at the first-order Emperor Realm. She should be on par with Xia Sheng. Xia Sheng said from the side, Junior brother, you can consider this matter yourself. Don't worry about me. I just mentioned it casually. It's up to you whether you agree or not. He was obviously afraid that Yang Kai would be worried about his face and reluctantly agree. Yang Kai smiled and said, I am also very interested in the ancient cave mansion. Hua Yulu's beautiful eyes lit up and she said, Does that mean Elder Yang agrees? Yang Kai didn't answer but said, That ancient cave mansion can make the three of you so obsessed, and you even went through so much trouble to find helpers to explore it. Presumably you obtained some benefits from it? There are indeed benefits. Hua Yulu nodded calmly. Even if Elder Yang didn't ask, this mistress was prepared to explain it. The three of us didn't explore the ancient cave mansion deeply. Although we broke a few barriers, we only obtained a few benefits. This is the benefit this mistress obtained from the cave mansion. While speaking, Hua Yulu flipped her hand and took out a small flower drum. The small flower drum didn't look special, only about the size of a person's palm. It was unknown what it was made of, but as soon as it was taken out, a very special aura rippled out. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Ancient exotic treasure. This flower drum was actually just like his mountains and rivers bell. Lei Ting immediately snorted coldly, light blue arcs of lightning swimming through his hair, crackling as he said in a deep voice, I am in seclusion in Star Soul Palace all year round and rarely travel outside, so you naturally haven't heard of me. But it doesn't matter, you will often hear of my name from now on. Then Brother Lei. Yang Kai smiled slightly, not very interested in his boasting. Why are you visiting so late at night? Lei Ting's eyes drooped as a cold light bloomed from his eyes. I heard that when you came today, Her Highness the Princess personally came to greet you? That's right. Yang Kai nodded. Lei Ting's aura surged. Gritting his teeth, he said, So you and Her Highness are very close? Not really, we've only met a few times. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said with a headache, I think I understand why Brother Lei is looking for me. It's good that you understand. Let's fight. If you lose, get out of Star Soul Palace immediately. You are not allowed to see Her Highness ever again. With a thunderous roar, the aura of a First Order Emperor Realm Master surged, as if the person standing in front of him was not the Yang Kai he had just met, but an enemy who had killed his father and stolen his wife. Yang Kai was stunned. You chose the wrong opponent, didn't you? Shouldn't your enemy be Xiaoqin? He is the biggest obstacle between you and Her Highness the Princess. Lei Ting sneered, Xiaoqin is nothing. If he dares to be disobedient, I will beat him until his father can't recognize him. Yang Kai was stunned. Xiaoqin was a rising star of the Southern Territory, and now he had even broken through to the Emperor realm. Lei Ting might seem stronger, but he was only a First-Order Emperor, so how could he dare to boast so shamelessly? However, Yang Kai had never heard of this Lei Ting before. He had always thought that this generation of Star Soul Palace was led by Xiaoqin and Lan Sun, but now it seemed that there was one more person. Thinking about what Lei Ting said before, Yang Kai quickly felt relieved. If he was in retreat in Star Soul Palace all year round and did not go out, it was not strange that he was not famous. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said seriously, Brother Lei, I think you have some misunderstanding about me. Lei Ting's attitude of finding fault with him made Yang Kai a little unhappy, but no matter what, he was still a guest. If he really had a conflict with Lei Ting, he might offend the higher-ups of Star Soul Palace, especially since Lei Ting's uncle was Great Elder Lei Hong. It would be bad if his plan to cultivate in the five-colored treasure pagoda was ruined. Yang Kai was only halfway through his words when Lei Ting shouted in a low voice, Why are you talking nonsense? Hurry up and fight. As soon as his words fell, he raised his hand and a dark purple bolt of lightning crackled, condensing into a lightning whip in his hand before sweeping it towards Yang Kai with great force, seemingly capable of splitting the heavens and earth apart. The rest of Yang Kai's words were stuck in his throat as his expression turned cold. Chapter 2793. Lei Ting snorted, but he let go of his hand and said indifferently, I heard you fought with that guy before and didn't get the upper hand? Xiaoqin asked with a serious face, You also fought with him just now. Can't you see how strong he is? Lei Ting's expression turned serious. He thought seriously for a while and nodded, This person is a strong opponent. Xiaoqin said, What's even more hateful is that Sun Er seems to see this guy in a different light. So Lei Ting, let's put aside our differences for now and work together to drive this guy away from Sun Er. Lei Ting sneered, Work together? Do I need to work together with you? What a joke. Xiaoqin said, Do you dare to talk to Sun Er? Do you dare to look into her eyes? Lei Ting's aura suddenly disappeared. After a while, and said indignantly, Who doesn't have a weakness? Xiaoqin sneered, You don't even have the courage to look at Sun Er and talk to her. If Sun Er is with him, how are you going to deal with him? Then what do you think I should do? Lei Ting was annoyed. Xiaoqin smiled and said confidently, The five-colored treasure pagoda will open in a few days. You and I will definitely go in. It will last for a month. Are you afraid we won't find an opportunity? Once we find an opportunity, we will give him an unforgettable lesson. At that time he will have no face left. Work together to beat him up? Lei Ting was a little hesitant. That's not good, right? Bullying the weak with numbers is not something we do. Xiaoqin said, Or you can fight him one-on-one. I will be in charge of restraining Sun Er and not let her disturb you. When Lei Ting heard this, he thought seriously for a while and nodded, Yes, that's good. He patted Xiaoqin's shoulder and said, Then you will be in charge of Sister Sun. I will deal with that guy. So you agree to work with me? Xiao Qin revealed a hidden smile. Work together, work together. Since your junior brother has said so, as a brother, I naturally have to cooperate. Lei Ting laughed. He was in a very good mood. Xiao Qin said with a sullen face, I'm too lazy to argue with you about brother and junior brother matters. As long as I can accompany the princess, I will have a chance to get close to her. As for you, you idiot, just expel the enemy and don't worry about the rest. After the discussion, the two of them parted ways and went to conserve their energy. Ever since that night when Thunder came looking for trouble, no one came to Nandu Peak to cause trouble anymore. The entire Star Soul Palace seemed to be busy with the opening of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, and even Lan Sun didn't come to find Yang Kai. With a rare few days of leisure, Yang Kai cultivated in seclusion on the South Do Peak. He also consumed the 3 dragon blood pills refined by Jianghu. The dragon blood pill was indeed amazing. After refining the 3 spirit pills, Xiao Qin was shocked. Yang Kai clearly felt that his physical fitness had improved a little. Although it wasn't much at his level, every bit of improvement was valuable. If he had more dragon blood pills, he might be able to raise his physical body to a higher level. Unfortunately, there were only 3 of them. As for the dragon blood pill that Jianghu said had the effect of purifying the dragon race bloodline, Yang Kai didn't feel anything. After thinking about it, Yang Kai concluded that he wasn't a true dragon race descendant and had only obtained the golden divine dragon source. The effects of this pure dragon race bloodline naturally had nothing to do with him. 5 days later, Yang Kai had just finished refining the 3rd dragon blood pill. Feeling the improvement in his physical fitness, Yang Kai was still immersed in joy when he noticed someone flying in from outside. After a while, Lan Sun's voice reached his ears, Brother Yang. Yang Kai got up and walked out of the hall. Even if this was a fragmented world, it was still a world of its own. Amidst the thunder and lightning, bolts of lightning struck down from above. Yang Kai was caught off guard and was immediately struck, twitching all over as he hurriedly circulated his Emperor Qi to resist. Only then did he feel a little better. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. This was just a small sealed world that covered an area of only a few dozen acres, yet it was already so powerful. If it were a larger world, how strong would the repulsion and hostility be? Fortunately, Yang Kai had chosen this fragmented small sealed world to experiment with at the beginning, otherwise if he had rashly tried to touch a larger world, he might have failed miserably. While secretly rejoicing in his heart, Yang Kai clearly felt a strong repulsive force pressing down on him from all directions, as if it wanted to squeeze him out of this world and prevent him from doing whatever he wanted. However, this repulsive force was not strong, so Yang Kai only needed to resist for a moment before remaining as steady as a mountain. Lightning flashed and thunder roared even more violently. Yang Kai sat cross-legged with a look of indifference on his face as the lightning continued to fall from above his head. It was as if he was a rogue who had broken into the home of an unarmed old farmer and was about to rob him of everything. World force. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up, revealing a smile. Instead of feeling frightened, he felt somewhat happy. A few years ago, in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai witnessed the shocking battle between the 2 great emperors, which allowed him to understand a kind of power called the world force. It was a power that was even more profound than principal strength, a power that only the great emperors could control. Wasn't this world force the world force? Although the world force of this side of the world was not strong, it was, after all, a legitimate seedling. Not only was it unable to harm Yang Kai, but it also gave him an opportunity to come into contact with and comprehend this power in advance. Faintly, Yang Kai gained some insights. However, good things did not last long. Only 3 hours later, the lightning and thunder suddenly disappeared, and even the hostility of the entire world was annihilated without a trace. This situation did not occur because the world had acknowledged him, but because the sealed world bead had swallowed up the world force of this side of the world. Even the remnants of the world force had disappeared, and this side of the world could no longer display any hostility or repulsion towards him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and smacked his lips, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. It was at this moment that the world suddenly collapsed. Huge cracks appeared in the sky one after another, as if a mirror had been smashed by someone. The ground also trembled and ravines suddenly appeared. Even the surrounding void also appeared, and the aura of chaos and nothingness emanated from it. Yang Kai hurriedly got up, stretched out his hand and tore space, escaping from this side of the world and returning to the buffer zone. Just as he returned to the buffer zone, a cloud in front of him suddenly burst apart, turning into dust and dissipating. This side of the broken world had disappeared just like that. Next. Yang Kai muttered to himself, his figure flickering as he swam through the clouds. It didn't take long for him to enter another shattered world. There were many broken worlds here, and although they varied in size, there were still traces of them upon careful observation. Yang Kai did not dare to touch those worlds that were too big, so he only looked for those small worlds to start with. Following the same pattern, in just 3 days the sealed world bead had swallowed up the world force of more than a dozen small worlds, completely shattering them. This was the first time he had encountered a world with a single elemental law, so he couldn't help but look forward to it. Xing. A clear cry suddenly sounded, like a sword being unsheathed. Yang Kai looked towards the source of the sound and suddenly raised his brow. Not far away, a sharp blade exuding a golden radiance suddenly took shape and floated in the air. The long sword rotated slightly, its tip pointing towards where Yang Kai was. Golden sword. Yang Kai grinned, a bit interesting. Zheng. Clear sounds rang out one after another, interrupting Yang Kai's soliloquy. In the next moment, hundreds of golden swords suddenly appeared from all directions, each one seeming to have been carved from the same mold. Moreover, each of these golden swords exuded an extremely sharp aura, as if they could split mountains and sever seas. Gulp. Yang Kai could not help but gulp, his expression becoming a little difficult. With so many golden swords appearing at the same time, each one filled with a strong hostility, Yang Kai really could not be happy. Not only that, there were even more golden swords condensing. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai seemed to be wrapped in a sea of golden swords in the sky and on the ground. Being in such an ocean, he was like a lonely boat, in danger of capsizing at any time. After the countless golden swords appeared, they did not immediately attack Yang Kai. Instead, they moved together and gave him a warning, gathering a shocking sword intent that seemed to want to shatter the sky and turn the universe upside down. Yang Kai was unmoved, but his expression was solemn as he waited. After 3 breaths, the golden swords began to tremble and quickly rotated at high speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages. It was as if they were being controlled by an invisible hand, breaking through the barriers of space and instantly bombarding Yang Kai. The myriad sword had already been summoned, and the supreme sword intent erupted. Yang Kai waved the long sword and defended himself like an impregnable fortress. But this defense only lasted for a breath before it was broken. With a series of clanging sounds and sparks flying, Yang Kai opened up and more golden swords came at him, as if they wanted to crush Yang Kai to pieces. Yang Kai was shocked. Although he did not underestimate the power of these golden swords, he still underestimated them. In a hurry, he hurriedly urged the 5 elements indestructible sword chi to surround himself, but it was broken in an instant. Chi. With a series of soft sounds, Yang Kai was soon in rags and looked extremely embarrassed. There was even a bloody wound on his cheek, revealing his white bone and blood. It was an extremely terrifying sight. After a round of attacks, the golden swords calmed down a lot and did not launch another attack. Heaven's way was to take away what was surplus and make up for what was lacking. For the world will of this side, it would not be so extreme as to force Yang Kai to retreat. Yang Kai had experienced such a scene countless times and was naturally familiar with it. Therefore, although he had suffered a slight setback, he had no intention of stopping and instead urged the sealed world bead to devour the world principles here. The world was furious. The countless golden swords exuded an even more astonishing sword intent and began to rotate more and more violently. With a soft sound, the golden swords attacked again. Yang Kai was already prepared and quickly shouted, "Dragon transformation!" The power of the golden divine dragon source suddenly appeared and a huge golden dragon head flashed behind Yang Kai and entered his body. In the next moment, Yang Kai's figure soared and his body, which was already a little taller than an ordinary person, suddenly grew to more than 10 meters. Chapter 2797. 2 days later, a dragon's roar resounded throughout the 9 heavens. Yang Kai's eyes were wide open, and his body was covered in blood, as if he had experienced hundreds of life-and-death battles. His dragon transformation secret technique was still maintained, and except for the places covered by the flying great ink dragon armor, there were wounds everywhere. Hundreds and thousands of wounds of various sizes were extremely terrifying, and even a section of the dragon horn on his forehead was broken. Although his aura was weak, his fighting spirit was as hot as fire. In front of him, a giant golden blade more than 100 feet long stood in the void, facing him from a distance. The terrifying sword intent seemed to be able to cut space apart. For 2 days, Yang Kai had fought desperately with this metal-type world. He had used all his means and taken countless pills, and he had finally persevered until now. If it were not for his strong foundation and outstanding physical fitness, he would have been excluded or killed by this world long ago. It was really satisfying to be an enemy of the world. However, Yang Kai was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and correspondingly this world was not much better. For 2 days, the sealed world bead had been devouring the world's world principles and world energy, wearing down the world's spirituality. If it were not for Yang Kai's huge consumption of energy, this situation alone would have been enough for him to conquer this world. However, it was almost time to end it now. Come, let's see who lives and who dies with the final blow. Yang Kai stared at the giant golden blade and laughed. As if responding to his provocation, the giant golden blade buzzed and chopped down at Yang Kai. This blow was the final blow of this world's power. This blow was also the final display of hostility from this world. Such a terrifying blow was enough to overturn rivers and seas. It was enough to shatter the void. A huge pitch-black mark appeared in the sky. It was like a wound that could not be healed. Yang Kai roared and did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward, swinging his dragon tail, and his body shot forward like a cannonball. A loud dragon's roar sounded, and the giant golden dragon's figure appeared, wrapping Yang Kai's body. The giant dragon's body was more than 100 feet long and lifelike. When it shook its head and tail, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Boom! A deafening sound rang out as violent energy ripples swept out in all directions. The space within a radius of 100 miles shattered inch by inch. 2 dazzling golden lights exploded in midair, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. The whole world was filled with a golden ocean. Crack! At the same time, a crisp sound was heard. A huge crack appeared on the golden blade. Soon, with this crack as the origin, dense cracks covered the golden blade like a spider web. Crash! Like a broken mirror, the giant golden blade suddenly shattered and turned into specks of fluorescent light. It filled the world. Yang Kai left quickly. His return was also quick. His entire body was like a meteorite falling from the sky, crashing straight into the ground. Even the giant dragon projection covering his body suddenly shattered. Yang Kai fell heavily to the ground and bounced back up. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was so weak that he looked like a lamp that had run out of oil. He lay motionless on the ground. Only the sealed world bead continued to devour the nomological laws and spiritual energy in this place. After a long time, Yang Kai let out a groan and moved slightly. He felt pain all over his body as if all his bones were broken. Taking out spirit pills from his space ring and swallowing them, Yang Kai forced himself to sit cross-legged and silently operated his secret art. Half a day later, Yang Kai slowly got up, his face still pale. Chapter 2798. The corridor in front of him was a buffer zone for the 5th layer and anyone could come in, provided that they could find the entrance to the 4th layer. No wonder Lei Ting had been waiting here, it turned out that he had already expected him to come to the 5th layer. Brother Lei doesn't want to go in and take a look? Yang Kai glanced at the dark entrance and asked. There's no hurry, Lei Ting replied lightly. Yang Kai counted on his fingers. If I remember correctly, this 5-colored treasure pagoda adventure will end in a few days, so if we don't seize the opportunity now, I'm afraid we won't have another chance. Lei Ting sneered, that's only for you. He was the nephew of Star Soul Palace's great elder and one of the leaders of Star Soul Palace's younger generation. The 5-colored treasure pagoda opened once every 3 years, so as long as he wanted to, he could enter almost every time. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry to explore the 5th layer. On the contrary, Yang Kai had obtained this opportunity by chance, so if he didn't seize it, he might not have another chance to come to the 5-colored treasure pagoda in the future. That's true, Yang Kai rubbed his chin and smiled. In that case, I'll take my leave first. Where do you think you're going? Lei Ting roared, his aura firmly locked onto Yang Kai, as if he would teach him a lesson if he dared to move. Yang Kai frowned and said somewhat impatiently, Brother Lei, you and I have no grievances, so why be so aggressive? Lei Ting sneered, we do have no grievances, but you are a rare opponent, so I can't just let you go. Yang Kai thought for a moment before looking at him seriously and saying, is this just an excuse? The biggest reason is Her Highness the Princess? Lei Ting blushed and waved his hand, what are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. Yang Kai grinned, I can see that. Brother Lei cares for Her Highness the Princess and admires her. Brother Lei is afraid that my appearance will arouse Her Highness' interest, so you want to use force to show off your strength and make Her Highness look at you differently? Lei Ting wore an embarrassed expression. Is it that obvious? Yang Kai pointed at his eyes and said, I'm not blind. After being exposed by Yang Kai, Lei Ting seemed to be more at ease. He relaxed and said, you're right. Sonair and I grew up together. I've never seen her treat any man so passionately before. You give off a very dangerous feeling, so I have to treat you seriously. A strange light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. He smiled and said, that would be an honor. But Brother Lei, you're mistaken. He shook his head as he spoke. Lei Ting was startled. What's wrong? Yang Kai sternly said, Your Highness is indeed an outstanding beauty with an easygoing temperament. But with Your Highness's status and vision, how could you casually fall in love with a man? It was a matter between men and women. Not only do they have to be in love with each other, but they also have to be of equal social status. Lei Ting thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, you're right. Yang Kai continued, Brother Lei and Your Highness are childhood sweethearts. You should understand her temperament the best. Moreover, you and Great Elder Lei are uncle and nephew. Great Elder Lei is the Great Elder of the Divine Palace. Under the Great Emperors. With Brother Lei's status, you're barely worthy of Your Highness. Being of equal social status is naturally not a problem. As long as Brother Lei can capture the heart of Your Highness, you'll naturally achieve good things. Lei Ting laughed and said, I didn't expect you to be so interesting. His face suddenly turned cold. He suddenly changed the topic. Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I'll believe you just because you said a few words? Yang Kai was stunned. He sighed and said, Brother Lei, oh Brother Lei, I just want to tell you, I'm not your enemy. Your enemy is someone else. Big brother, you must guard your heart and not be swayed by external forces. Yang Kai's heart shook and his expression calmed down in an instant. Don't panic, don't panic. First, I need to figure out what's going on. Perhaps this sealed realm has a principle that suppresses my strength, so I can't feel any trace of Emperor Qi. And although the person who grabbed his wrist was extremely strong, he did not have any hostility or malice, so he should not be a threat to him. Raising his head, he saw a pair of crimson eyes close in on him. They were bloodshot. His field of vision expanded and a bearded face came into view. This was a young man who looked about the same age as Yang Kai, but his appearance was extremely rough and his body was burly. He did not look like a human and he was a little different from the people Yang Kai usually saw, as if he had a different bloodline. His clothes were also very simple, only wrapped in animal skin that covered his vitals, leaving the rest of his body exposed. His muscles were as hard as iron, and at a glance Yang Kai could tell that he was full of explosive power. Yang Kai looked at himself again. Compared to this young man, his arms and legs were as thin as heaven and earth. Having said that, although Yang Kai's body was not burly, it was still quite strong. It was just that this young man was too strong. But, why was there a living person here? Was this a dream or an illusion from a sealed realm? It couldn't be a dream, but if it was an illusion, then it was too realistic. Kai Yang couldn't feel the slightest trace of falsehood from the bearded young man in front of him, as if he was a real person with flesh and blood. And the environment here was very simple. It seemed to be just a shabby wooden house. There were no furnishings in the wooden house, only a simple stool made of tree roots, a few wooden planks made of a table, and there were pots and pans on the side. There were a few pieces of unknown beast meat hanging on the wall, which were blackened by smoke. There were some wild vegetables in the wooden basket, and there was a stone bowl with some cold leftovers. What was this place? Just as Yang Kai was thinking, the bearded young man shouted at Yang Kai, "Are you stupid? I told you that the beast tide is coming, did you hear me?" His voice was full of anxiety and it was deafening. Yang Kai nodded blankly, "I heard you. If you heard me, then hurry up and help. There are not enough people in the village and the defense is about to be broken." As the bearded young man spoke, he grabbed Yang Kai and rushed out as if he was flying. Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask, "I haven't asked." The bearded young man stopped and looked back at Yang Kai. His pair of red eyes were full of bestiality, which made people's hair stand on end. After a while, the young man sighed and said, "Are you stupid again?" "Amahu." Yang Kai's mouth twitched and he asked, "You said my name is Anyo?" "Anyo. Your mother Nyo." He was called Anyo. What kind of bullshit sealed realm was this? The other party was called Ahu, which was a very simple name. "I don't have time to talk to you about this. Hurry up and help. I'll talk to you after the beast tide is over." Ahu hurriedly pulled Yang Kai and ran. Not far from the wooden house, there was immediately a burst of shouts and shouts. Not far away there was also a burst of beast roaring, which resounded through the sky. Even the earth seemed to be shaking and roaring. Yang Kai looked around and was suddenly shocked. He saw that the people running around were all men like Ahu, who were tall and sturdy like iron towers. All of them seemed to be very strong. Even the women were tall and sturdy. They were unbelievably strong. A woman was carrying a huge stone with a diameter of 20 feet. She ran as if she was flying, as if she was weightless. Yang Kai didn't feel any fluctuation of power from her body. Chapter 2800. There were many wooden houses all around, which were just like the man's appearance, simple and crude. Yang Kai looked into the distance and saw that not far away, there was a fence made of logs and stones. This should be a village, and it looked like a very primitive and ancient village. And the waves of beastly roars that made one's heart palpitate came from outside the fence. On the fence, many villagers were standing on it. Some were holding boulders and throwing them down, while others were holding bows and arrows and shooting them. The flames of war were swirling, and the air was filled with the smell of blood, which made people feel nauseous. Suddenly Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. From a corner of the fence, a 30 feet long, incomparably muscular leopard rushed up like a whirlwind. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on the head of a villager. Although the villager was also tall and sturdy like an iron tower and struggled with all his might, how could he fight against such an existence? He only struggled for a moment before his head was bitten off by the leopard. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain, which was extremely dazzling under the scorching sun. The villagers around the fence were shocked and angry. They roared and rushed toward the leopard. At the same time, dozens of sharp arrows flew and stabbed into the leopard's body. Under the pain, the leopard roared and was a little unstable. It was pushed down the fence by a villager, and the villager also fell down. No one knew what happened to him. This unforeseen event caused a corner of the fence to lose its defense. The rest of the villagers were quite flustered, and all of them roared continuously. "Quick, quick, quick!" Ahu pulled Yang Kai all the way to the bottom of the fence and stretched out his hand. He threw Yang Kai up the fence. He said to a strong woman standing on the fence, "Ahua, I'll leave Anyo to you." The woman called Ahua glanced at Anyo. Her thick eyebrows slightly wrinkled as if she was a little disgusted. When she was about to say something, she saw that Ahu had already rushed toward the village gate. "Forget it, it's better than nothing," Ahua muttered impatiently. He stretched out his hand toward Yang Kai and said concisely, "Arrow." Yang Kai was slightly stunned. To be honest, since he entered the secret realm until now, Yang Kai was still slightly dazed, and he was utterly unable to recover from his shock. This dazzling and unforeseen event caused him to be utterly unable to figure out the situation he was in now. He only knew that he inexplicably appeared in this somewhat primitive and ancient village, inexplicably had the name Anyo, and inexplicably got involved in a great war. He had explored many mystic realms before, but there had never been a situation as complicated as this one. Faintly, he felt that the secret realm he had experienced this time seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. He secretly decided to treat it with 120% of his attention. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. As for whether these villagers were his hallucinations or not, he had no time to care about it. Everything would go right when it came to it. There was always a way to solve the problem. Arrow, are you deaf? Yang Kai was still in a daze. The woman called Ahua could not help but roar angrily. Her pair of eyes were incomparably red like Ahu's. They were bloodshot, and the anger and hatred in her eyes were almost tangible. This kind of anger and hatred was not directed at Yang Kai, but at the helplessness of seeing so many villagers die in the mouths of wild beasts. Not even their bones were left behind, and she was powerless to avenge them. After being yelled at by her, Yang Kai finally recovered. He hurriedly looked around and saw a pile of wooden arrows at his feet. He did not know what kind of wood they were made of. Ahu was startled because when Kai Yang had pried open his hand, he had felt a shocking power. Was this still the Anyo he knew? I'll go with you, Ahu said and wanted to chase after him. But after just 2 steps he felt dizzy and staggered. The bloodthirsty skill had ended, and the sequela was about to break out. At this time, even if he went with Yang Kai, it wouldn't be of any help. Instead, he would become a burden. She watched helplessly as Kai Yang disappeared into the snowstorm. He turned his head and asked the village chief, "Village chief, what's wrong with Anyo?" The villagers all wanted to know the answer. The Anyo of today was almost a different person from the one they knew before. The village chief was silent for a long time before he said, "The barbarian god gave Anyo the power to be reborn." The villagers suddenly understood. They didn't seem to doubt this explanation. No one even showed a look of jealousy. Yang Kai went alone with the stone axe in his hand. This experience was something he had never experienced before. He was a living person in a living battle. It was as if he had broken through the shackles of time and returned to the ancient times. He had become a member of the ancient times and witnessed the style of this era. He didn't know what he could gain from this experience, but he knew that the village he appeared in was the key. If he could win the villagers' favor, there might be unexpected gains. Therefore, he traveled alone to hunt that cunning and despicable savage beast. When the horde of beasts retreated, they left a lot of clues. The snow was full of footprints of ferocious beasts. Although the snow was heavy, it didn't cover these traces in time. Yang Kai continued to chase after them, but it didn't take him much effort to catch up to them. However, these beasts moved very fast. It would be impossible to catch up with them in a short period of time. It wasn't until the evening that Yang Kai chased them into a canyon. The snow had stopped. There were countless footprints and dark red blood on the canyon's snow. Looking from the outside, this canyon looked like a gourd. It was small on the outside and big on the inside. The surrounding cliffs were like mirrors. Even in the middle of the night, Yang Kai's eyesight could reach up to 10 kilometers away. He saw the end of the canyon. It was a dead end. Things were simple. Yang Kai grinned. He didn't want to make things too complicated. It was just a monster beast that had gained intelligence. He stood at the entrance of the canyon with the golden bloodthirsty light on his body. He put the stone axe on his waist and punched the cliffs on both sides. Boom, boom, boom. The loud noise echoed in the gourd canyon, startling the horde of beasts that had just returned. Countless beasts roared and rushed out from their hiding places. From a distance they saw the dazzling golden light. The beasts stopped and looked in horror at the only exit of the canyon blocked by falling rocks. During the day their companions had died under the hands of this golden light. At this moment, seeing this familiar and deadly golden light, they were naturally afraid and hesitated. If they could escape, they would run away as far as possible. They absolutely didn't want to meet this golden man. But now that the only exit of the canyon was blocked, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. They had always been the ones to attack the barbarian villages. But they never thought that one day the barbarians would attack them right at their doorstep. These ferocious beasts who lacked wisdom and experience were at a loss for a moment. They didn't know how to react. At this critical moment, a low roar came from the depths of the canyon. As if it was an order, the beasts reluctantly stepped forward and surrounded Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned brightly, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Chapter 2806. Village Chief Good Luck. In the old wooden house, Yang Kai met the only wizard in the village. Although the village chief was old, he still woke up early. At this time he was holding a bowl of noodles and drinking with relish. Hearing the voice, the village chief glanced at Yang Kai. After he finished the food, he put down the stone bowl and said, "Anyo, what's the matter? I want to ask you for some barbarian god wine." Yang Kai went straight to the point. Barbarian god wine. The village chief was stunned. He stood up and asked with his cane, "What do you want it for?" "It's delicious, I want to drink another bowl," Yang Kai replied. The corner of the village chief's mouth twitched, but soon he seemed to have realized something. He looked Yang Kai up and down, his turbid eyes shining with an astonishing light as he asked in a trembling voice, Did you awaken the power of a shaman?" "What?" Yang Kai was stunned. The village chief's thought process was too fast for him to keep up. "Give me your hand." The village chief excitedly reached out to grab Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai was suspicious, he did not refuse. He let the dull hand grab his wrist. The next moment, he felt a weak force invade his meridians and spread up his arm. The village chief trembled even more. His old face was red as if he had aged a few decades. He said in surprise, "It really is the power of the wizard, it really is the power of the wizard. My Tsangnan village has a successor." "You mean this?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He activated the little emperor's core in his body and a light burst out from his fingertip. The village chief stared at it and nodded repeatedly, "This is the power of the wizard. This is the power of the shaman." As he spoke, the shaman's voice rang out. As he spoke, he walked out of the wooden house and knelt on the ground. His face was full of sincerity. He put his hands together and said, "Thank you, barbarian god, for your blessing." Yang Kai frowned slightly and walked forward to help the village chief up. He did not want the village chief to die from being too excited. The village head took a deep breath. He patted Yang Kai's shoulder and said, "Anyo, you are now a member of the wizard. I'm very happy." Yang Kai said, "But I'm very confused." Village chief chuckled, "There's no need to be lost, the barbarian god will guide you in the right direction. You came to find me because you felt this power, right? Is that why you came looking for my barbarian god wine?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and stuck his head into the house to take a look. Although he was the village chief, there were only 4 bare walls in the wooden house. He could see everything clearly at a glance. Yang Kai didn't see any trace of the barbarian god wine. There's no more barbarian god's wine. The bowl from yesterday is the only one left in the village. The old village chief seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's intentions and explained, the barbarian god wine was originally brewed for us barbarians to activate the power of the wizard. It requires a lot of materials and the brewing process is extremely complicated. That bowl was also left over from the ceremony 2 years ago. Ceremony? Yang Kai frowned. Village chief said, did you forget? 2 years ago you, Tiger, and the other young people in the village all participated in that ceremony. It was a ceremony to determine if you have the qualifications to become a wizard. Unfortunately, none of you passed at that time. Yang Kai vaguely understood what he was talking about. I didn't expect you to have the power of the wizard now, the village chief said with a relieved expression. Even if he died now he would have no regrets. Is there really no more barbarian god wine? Yang Kai didn't give up and asked. He still wanted to see if he could use the barbarian god wine to restore part of his power. Chapter 28:12. This won't do, absolutely not. Inside the wooden house, the village chief shook his head as if he had been provoked by something. He looked at Yang Kai bitterly and said, Anyo, do you know what you are saying? Yang Kai sighed, I'm just going out to train for a while. I'll be back in the spring. The village chief said, now that the winter has come, the snow has sealed the mountain. Even if you are already an upper-level wizard. Hey you. When did you become a wizard? When Yang Kai came over, the village chief did not carefully observe his status. Now he was shocked. Anyo in front of him had become a wizard. This did not mean that the village chief had the ability to recognize a wizard, but his vision was brilliant. Yang Kai's aura was definitely not something a wizard could have. How could it be? Half a month ago, Anyo received the blessing of the barbarian god and activated the power of a wizard. It was shocking enough that he broke through to an upper-level wizard overnight, but he did not expect that he was now a wizard. That was the realm that he had dreamed of his whole life but could not reach. Yang Kai smiled, Village chief, do you think that a wizard like me does not have the power to protect myself outside? The village chief said, even if you are a wizard, how many wizard spells do you know? The wizard spells that you know are all taught by me. Before he could finish his words, the village chief's jaw dropped as he stared blankly at the witchcraft shield in front of Yang Kai and the fireball technique in his palm. The village chief opened his mouth but found that he could not find a reason to stop Anyo from taking the risk. Yang Kai said, Village chief, I just came to inform you. Even if you don't agree, I will find a chance to slip away. The village chief sighed heavily. After a long time he said, 3 days, give me 3 days, I will teach you more things. For the next 3 days, Kai Yang stayed in the village chief's house, living with him. In these 3 days the village chief did not teach Yang Kai any particularly powerful wizard skills, nor did he teach him any cultivation techniques. In terms of cultivation the village head was powerless. According to him he had nothing better to teach Yang Kai. However, he knew that Anyo had been isolated from the rest of the world and had no communication with other people in the village, let alone understanding the outside world. For this trip, strength alone was not enough to protect oneself. Therefore what the village chief taught Yang Kai was the knowledge of this world. There were all kinds of local customs and emergency response plans when encountering all kinds of dangers. When the village chief was young, he had also ventured outside. After 3 days village chief had nothing left to teach Yang Kai. He had even finished teaching him the ancient characters. I will tell the villagers that you are cultivating in seclusion. Tell them to leave you alone. Let's set off tomorrow before the sun rises. Remember to come back early. The village chief was like a parent telling a child about to go on a long journey. His expression was full of concern and worry. I know. Go and rest. From tomorrow onwards you will face a new journey. The next day Yang Kai set off before dawn. At this time the villagers were still sleeping soundly. However, when Yang Kai left the village he seemed to feel something and looked back. He saw that on the fence, a Hua who was in charge of the night watch, was standing quietly. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. Everything was understood without words. Yang Kai took large strides and soon disappeared from a Hua's sight. 5 days later, at the foot of a mountain thousands of miles away from Tsangnan village, Yang Kai took out a yellowed animal skin paper and compared it with his route. Chapter 28:13. As soon as he said that, several barbarian warriors suddenly turned around and stared at Yang Kai with vigilance. They felt a chill down their spines. Although they were worried about the safety of their companions, their instincts as warriors still existed. However, none of them noticed that someone was approaching them from behind. This was simply inconceivable. If this person had any evil intentions, then they were afraid that they would have to give up their lives here. After all, this was a wizard. The woman who was called a wizard also trembled, but her reaction wasn't as intense as the barbarian warriors. She turned around and gestured to her companions to not be so nervous. Then she said, I know that he was poisoned. I also used the poison extraction technique. The effect wasn't ideal. Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment, do you want me to help? You. The woman frowned. There was a look of distrust in her eyes. First of all, the wizard in front of her was a stranger. Who knew if he was good or evil? It was normal for wizards and barbarians to be impulsive when they were in different tribes. Second of all, Yang Kai was only a low-rank wizard. As a high-rank wizard, she couldn't do anything. How could Yang Kai solve this problem? Yang Kai shrugged, I was just saying it casually. Which tribe are you from? The woman asked. Yang Kai said, the southern barbarian tribe. He paused for a moment, then said, you are from the Snow Frost tribe, right? Thanks to the guidance of the village chief before he left, Yang Kai was able to recognize the origin of these barbarians. In this ancient world, some barbarian tribes had very obvious characteristics. For example, the people of the Raging Flame tribe he met in the canyon last time had a flame flower-like totem on their faces. That was the sacred green lotus flame of the Raging Flame tribe. Although the people of the Snow Frost tribe didn't have any totem on their faces, when the woman used the wizard technique, Yang Kai had a guess. However, not every barbarian tribe had very obvious characteristics. For example, the southern barbarian tribe where Tsangnan village was located didn't, so the woman couldn't recognize his origin. Being exposed by Yang Kai, the woman did not have the intention of concealing. She nodded and said, that's right. We are from the Snow Frost division. Do you have a way to cure him? We can give it a try. The woman frowned. Although she didn't think that Yang Kai had the ability, she had no choice but to try her best. After all, her poison tribesman's wound had been suppressed by her wizard. He also used the poison extraction technique to remove some of the poison, but it wasn't completely expelled. The bone-eroding wolf's bone-eroding poison was extremely ferocious. Even a little bit of it was enough to turn the strongest barbarian warrior into a puddle of thick water. If left alone, it would take at most 3 days. Their clansmen must die. However, 3 days was not enough for them to return to the tribe. Why don't you give it a try? The woman moved aside. Yang Kai stepped forward. However, a warrior of the Frost tribe shouted in a low voice, "Master!" The woman raised her hand to stop the man from speaking. However, the gazes of the barbarian race warriors towards Yang Kai were obviously filled with distrust. Yang Kai didn't care. He walked straight to the injured tribesman and squatted down. He carefully examined the wound and felt some admiration in his heart. Fortunately, the barbarian warrior was strong and vigorous. Otherwise, such an injury would be enough to kill him 10 times over. However, he had lost an arm. Although he was poisoned, he didn't make a sound. His mind seemed to be very clear. Because of the pain, his face was pale and distorted. After looking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and fiercely slapped the barbarian warrior a few times. His strength was neither light nor heavy. His spiritual energy surged. After a few slaps, the barbarian warrior's pale face suddenly turned red. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Yang Kai was already prepared. He dodged. He didn't hesitate to shatter the frozen part of the broken arm. He grabbed the barbarian's shoulder with both hands and poured his spiritual energy into the barbarian's body. Under the watchful eyes of the barbarians of the Frost tribe, the injured barbarian's body suddenly trembled violently. Then a roar was heard. It was like an injured beast. It made people feel shocked. In the next moment, a large amount of blood suddenly spurted out from the broken arm. When the blood fell to the ground, there was a burst of sizzling sound. It corroded holes in the ground. One could see the intensity of the poison. The spurting of blood lasted for 10 breaths of time. During the whole process, if it weren't for the female wizard, the other barbarian warriors of the Frost tribe would have already stopped Yang Kai. After 10 breaths of time, Yang Kai stopped. He turned to the woman and said, "Seal his wound." Hearing this, the woman raised her hand and a cold air rushed toward the broken arm. In the blink of an eye, the wound was frozen. The barbarian warrior's face was as pale as paper because of excessive blood loss. His breath was so weak that it was almost undetectable. It was as if he was dead. When Yang Kai got up and took a few steps back, the barbarian warriors immediately rushed forward to check his condition. After a while, one of the barbarians raised his head and said, "He seems to be a lot better. It's just that he lost too much blood." He glanced at Yang Kai and his eyes became somewhat complicated. The female wizard nodded and said to Yang Kai, "My name is Feather. What's your name?" "Bull." Yang Kai smiled. "So it's the wizard Bull. Thank you, barbarian god, for letting us meet here." Feather, who had been cold, finally showed a trace of a smile. Yang Kai said, "Although the poison of your companion has been removed, it will still be very troublesome if we leave him alone. It's best to take him back for treatment." "I understand. Then Wizard Bull, please wait for a moment." While speaking, Feather walked to the side of the barbarian warriors and whispered a few words. Then, one of the barbarian warriors carried the injured companion out of the cave. It seemed that they were going to take him back to the village for treatment. After returning to the village, Feather asked another barbarian warrior to take out some dried meat and water. She personally handed it to Yang Kai and said, "Thank you for saving my people. Barbarians are a family. Master Feather, you are welcome." Yang Kai grinned and did not refuse. He took the dried meat and water and began to eat and drink without any scruples.